Call the Assembly meeting to order. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weddleton?
Here.
Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Here.
Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Mr. Croft?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Mr. Trainee?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Wemhoff?
Here.
Mr. Dyson?
Here.
Ms. Sporosky?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. McGrath, would you lead us in the pledge? Normally I warn people, but I wanted to see if he was awake. Madam Clerk, are there minutes of previous meetings?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor or the City Manager, is there any mayor's report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The mayor is out of town this week. In his absence, I wanted to pass along a bit of a public service announcement and a thank you. Since the November 30th earthquake, there have been a number of people who are finding themselves in need of some legal services, folks who are trying to replace documents that they may have lost, who are working with housing issues, dealing with utility issues, and most acutely dealing with FEMA appeal processes. We wanted to pass along thanks that the Alaska Bar Association and the Alaska Supreme Court have really stepped up to that challenge. The Alaska Supreme Court has passed a temporary order allowing out-of-state attorneys to come provide pro bono services to folks who were affected by the earthquake, and the Alaska Bar has sounded the call for volunteers, and they are now staffing a hotline and legal assistance clinics at the Disaster Recovery Center at the Spenard Community Center. I have, for folks who are here in the audience, provided several of their flyers. They're available in multiple languages. We have English, Russian, Korean, Spanish, Tagalog, but they are passing people, or they're directing people to the disaster hotline, which is 855-743-1001, or to their website, which is disasterlegalaid.org/AK earthquake. I mention it more particularly because it seems like the early signals that we are now receiving is that people are doing okay or not very well in the FEMA disaster relief individual assistance application process, and as often as not doing better in the appeals process. To the extent that this pro bono service can help folks forge forward with those appeals, I think it could be quite a benefit to the community, and so we wanted to make sure folks were aware that that option was available to them, and pass along thanks again to the Alaska Supreme Court and the Alaska Bar Association.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Under Assembly Chair's report, the only thing I wanted to ask is I think we're going to have a lot of things that will move on the agenda tonight and a lot of issues as we come up to the election where work sessions are wanted. We'll discuss a lot of them as they come up, but if you have anything, if any member has anything that you would like a work session on and that doesn't get noted tonight by the clerk, or even if it does, to make sure, let us know so we can schedule those for an upcoming Friday. And I'm still filling Fridays first and then Thursdays after that. Committee reports. We can start with you, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. We've got a public safety meeting scheduled tomorrow, I think at 1:30. And the subject is going to be a report from APD on crimes against children. Certainly a hot button for me in the last 35 years. So I encourage you all to attend. I've asked Chief to get us the information that we need to know about this horrible tragedy going on in our culture, and what, if anything, we can do to be helpful. And secondly, I just encourage all of you, there's a documentary been done in Seattle on the homeless situation that is extraordinarily well done and insightful. And it's up on several websites. KTOO has it. And the bottom line is that report says the key to any progress is treatment for both drugs and alcohol. And I suspect they're right. And of course, our state and our city is woefully short on all of it, and how we get from there to solutions is a Gordian knot that we all should be playing a part in. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Wimhoff?
I am not chair of a committee, but I did want to report I've been attending the Public Transit Advisory Board meetings, and this past few months, for the first time in over a decade, ridership is going up, and so that's a successful sign. And right now the Public Transit Department is reaching out to riders and the community asking what are the needs, so that if for some reason funds come available, rather through a grant or something, they're ready to move. So it's a really happy day for public transit.
Thank you, Member Wimhoff. Member Constant?
Thank you. Last week, the Utility and Enterprise Oversight Committee met. We had a discussion with port customers. It was pretty enlightening and demonstrative that we have a lot more work in front of us to get our heads around all of the moving parts before we make any substantial decisions. And depending on the operation of tonight's meeting, should 9B2 pass and we fund the resolution to hire a consultant or consultants, the intent is to use the meeting on Thursday to narrow the scope of that contracts, and you'll see an AM coming forward that will address a preliminary scope for that before we get to that item. So stand by.
Thank you, Member Constant. Member Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Election Committee will be meeting at the Election Center on March 27th at noon, and we're still building our agenda. There could be several items on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Member Trainee?
Nothing.
Member Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There will be a meeting of the Assembly Committee on Homelessness tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at the Mayor's Conference Room. That's in City Hall, 8th floor. The big topic will be an overview of the summer outreach and abatement plan. So I hope everyone can attend. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Health Policy Committee will meet tomorrow, Wednesday, at 12:30 p.m. in City Hall, room 155. We have 3 items on the agenda. We have an Anchorage Health Department update, an update on the substance misuse assessment, and also a presentation from Anchorage Project Access, which serves low-income and uninsured Alaskans meet their medical and dental needs. And the Audit Committee met last week, or actually on March 6th. You may recall that on March 5th, the body approved the award of the external audit, and the Audit Committee meeting on March 6th reviewed the award, and we voted unanimously to endorse the body's approval of that award. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Member Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Not a committee report, but I just want to quickly note that Mr. Constant and I had the pleasure of attending the National League of Cities Conference this past week in Washington, D.C. It brings together leaders from across the country to address issues that are affecting cities, so homelessness, affordable housing, economic innovation, and other such topics. We also had the pleasure of meeting with our 2 senators and talked about things we can do to make sure we have funding for the port, and also some of the FEMA issues that Mr. Falsey raised, among others. So it's a great trip.
Thank you. Member Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In my role as the AEDC representative from the body, I always attend their board meetings, and they passed a resolution in support of the alcohol tax. And I want to identify with a lot of the things that Mr. Dyson said, to the degree that homelessness and behavioral health and those kind of things are a Gordian knot. Perhaps the alcohol tax is the sword. I'm not really that optimistic, but I think it's the closest thing we have going right now. So the AEDC passed a resolution in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Weddleton?
The Community and Economic Development Committee met last week, and we started off a process to create something of a user's guide for what community meetings will be regarding land use decisions, and we have some citizens involved with that, Planning and Zoning Commission and the Planning Department, and they said they didn't want to promise anything earlier than 6 months, so we'll see, but that's something we definitely need. We also were looked at regarding marijuana transfers, kind of removing the requirement for them to tell us what their debts are. and also some changes that we'll see very soon that just match up our code with recent changes with state code regarding marijuana.
Member
Thank you.
Sborowski?
Thank you. The youth representative application is now available. Anyone ages 16 to 19 can apply. See me if you want that link. It is online. And there was a protest on Friday that a lot of the Youth Advisory Commission members went to. It was a global climate strike, basically speaking on the inactivity of progress towards bettering our environment, and wanted to give a quick shout out to Greta Thunberg. She is a 16-year-old Swedish girl nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize because of her actions with global climate issues. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. That brings us an addendum to the agenda. Mr. Vice Chair, can I get a motion to incorporate the addendum? And I believe there isn't any laid on the table? No laid on the table.
Move to incorporate the addendum.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ask for unanimous consent. Mr. Vice Chair, will you please read the items?
9A5, resolution number AR 2019-100. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly congratulating Representative Don Young on serving in the U.S. House of Representatives longer than any Republican in congressional history mayor's office. 9A6, resolution number AR 2019-102, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating Public Health Week in Anchorage, Anchorage Health Department. 9A7, resolution number AR 2019-103, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Lisa Whitmore for over 16 years of service with the Anchorage Police Department, Anchorage Police Department. 9B3, resolution number AR 2019-99, a resolution adopting the 2019 legislative program for the municipality of Anchorage, Mayor's Office. 9B4, resolution number AR 2019-101, a resolution requesting the Alaska State Legislature and Governor revise state statutes to remove the local contribution limits and allow local school districts and their taxpayers to raise additional funds for their own schools. Assemblymember Dyson. 9B5, resolution number AR 2019-104, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in support of the University of Alaska Anchorage School of Education reapplying for accreditation and continuing as their provider of initial teacher licensure and advanced programs. Assembly Chair Croft and Mayor Berkowitz. 9B6, resolution number AR 2019-106, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing the pollution caused by burning fossil fuels contributes to climate change on a global scale, and urging the United States Congress to support and pass the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act of 2019. Assemblymember Trainee and Assemblymember Constant. 9B7, resolution number AR 2019-107, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage Assembly recommending and urging the mayor, state of Alaska, and property owner to act to protect and preserve the historic values of the 4th Avenue Theater. Assemblymember Wemhoff and Assemblymember LaFrance. 9B8, resolution number AR 2019-105, a resolution opposing Governor Dunleavy's proposed FY 2020 budget. Assembly Chair Croft and Assemblymembers Dunbar and Quinn Davidson. 9D13A, information memorandum number AIM 36-2019, Alcohol and Marijuana Control Office of Violation Reports and Documents to support AM 212-2019, Municipal Clerk's Office. 9D15, Assembly Memorandum number AM 220-2019, Cooperative Purchase from Alaska Sales and Service for 6 2019 Equinox vehicles for the Municipality of Anchorage, Maintenance and Operations, Purchasing Department. 9D16, Assembly Memorandum number AM 222-2019, sole source purchase of system updates to the Anchorage Wide Area Radio Network from Motorola Solutions for the Municipality of Anchorage, Maintenance and Operations, Purchasing Department. 9E6, Information Memorandum number AIM 35-2019, Alcohol and Marijuana Control Office Notice of Violation Reports, Municipal Clerk's Office. 9E7, Information Memorandum number AIM 37-2019, Budget Advisory Commission Alcohol Tax Resolution, Office of Management and Budget. 9E8, Information Memorandum number AIM 38-2019, Municipal Budget Advisory Commission Resolution on Anchorage School District Proposed Budget for Fiscal Year 2019-2020, Office of Management and Budget. 9F9, Ordinance number AO 2019-44, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Sections 2.30.035, 2.30.060, and 2.30.065 regarding assembly procedures for agenda items. Assembly Chair Croft, public hearing 4/9/2019. F9, F10, ordinance number AO 2019-45, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly authorizing assembly members to be designated as additional members on the Board of Equalization at any time the Assembly determines by ordinance that it is reasonable and prudent to do so by amending certain sections of Title 12 of the Anchorage Municipal Code. Assembly Chair Croft, public hearing 4/9/2019. 9F11, ordinance number AO 2018-46, an ordinance approving acquisition of real property, proposed Alaska Railroad Ship Creek Tidelands Tract A, preliminary plat S12453, legally described as an approximately 20.29 acre portion within Section 7, T13N, R3W SM, for a purchase price of $1.5 million, plus closing costs for the Port of Alaska Modernization Project. Real Estate Department, public hearing 4/9/2019. 13A2, ordinance number AO 2019-26S, an ordinance amending Title 3 of the Anchorage Municipal Code to allow for municipal employees to retain their cashable leave balance upon transfer to a new employer in the event of the acquisition of a municipal enterprise or utility by such new employer. Department of Law. 13A3, Assembly Memorandum number AM 221-2019. 14N1, ordinance number AO 2019-39S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 16.65, to prohibit smoking cigarettes within a specified distance of any playground in the municipality of Anchorage while children are present. Assembly member training. 14N2, Assembly Memorandum number AM 219-2019.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We have a lot of different items, so let's go through and see what members would like to pull from the consent agenda. Member Dyson, would you like to begin?
Yeah, come back to me.
Okay. Member Wimhoff.
9B7.
9B7. Bravo or Delta?
Bravo.
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 Member Constant?
Thank you,
I'm
yes.
sorry, any more, Ms. Wimhoff? Or that's all? Yeah?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Yeah. Member Constant?
9A4 and 9B2.
9 Bravo 2, 9 Alpha 4 for Mr. Constant. Member Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Member Trainee?
No item, sir.
Member Rivera, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
I'll kind of come back at the end if there's any that I thought had to be pulled, but Member LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One item, 9 Alpha 6 for reading.
Thank you, Member LaFrance. Member Quinn Davidson.
Nothing for me, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Member Dunbar.
9 Alpha 3 for reading. And also 9 Bravo 4.
9 Bravo 4.
Stason's.
Good, thank you. Member Weddleton.
9 Alpha 2 for reading, 9 Bravo 3, 9 Bravo 6, and 9 Bravo 8.
9 Bravo 8. So
Okay.
9 Alpha 2 for reading and 9 Bravo 3, 6, and 8.
As a?
6
I think it's below A1.
and 8.
Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Falsey. Hold on, Mr. Dyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The administration would like to also ask that 9A7 be held over for the next meeting.
Yeah, I was going to get that one. So we'll pull 9 Alpha 7 honoring Officer Whitmore and have that when she's more well on the 9th, hopefully. We wish her the best. So back to Mr. Dyson.
Yeah. 9B4. I pulled that.
I think Mr. Dunbar pulled 9, Bravo 4. One second.
Okay, so the legislative program, the pop the limit, and where's the opposition to the governor's budget? Where's the opposition to the governor's budget? Is that in the agenda?
No, that's the local contribution.
I hope so.
Yeah. Okay.
Make sure that happens when he calls.
No, it did. John Weddleton did it at the bid. Bravo 8. Any others?
Mr. Chair, did anyone pull 9 Alpha 1, and do we want to?
Clerk tells me it'll be presented at her going away party, and so we were not going to pull that.
Okay,
So it
thank you.
did not and should not. I think we're set, but as I said, this was a little complicated, so I wanted to make sure. Any others? Member Training.
Somebody pulled 9E3.
9 Alpha 3 was pulled by Member Dunbar, yes.
Thank you.
Good, okay.
Mr. Chair, before we move forward,
Yeah, Member Constant.
just to keep the good of the order, I had mentioned an AM, and Mr. Gates has it prepared and just about ready to print and submit, and it might be better to do it before we do this? Or should we wait, Madam Clerk?
And that's on what item?
9B2.
9 Bravo 2. We have a number of things, the alphas to go through, so I think by the time we get there, it'll be to us.
Okay, I
Is
just
that
wanted to make sure we didn't scramble anyone's eggs. Thank you.
Okay, so I have 9 Alpha 2, 3, 4, and 6. I have 9 Bravo 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. With those items pulled, can I get a motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda?
Second.
Oh, I myself pulled 9 Alpha 7, and Mr. Rivera's reminded me of that, so that's right. So 9 Alpha 7 is pulled as well. So there's been a motion to approve the consent agenda except for those pulled items. Is there any objection to that? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved minus the pulled items. That brings us to 9 Alpha 2.
You have to vote on it, sir.
Have to vote on the consent agenda?
Yes. You have to vote on the agenda, except for the items that were pulled.
Madam Clerk, can we do it by unanimous consent, or is it better to have a vote?
It doesn't make any.
Member Training will humor you and put it up on the board.
It would be nice. Thank
Right.
you.
9 Alpha 2.
There was no objection, but we'll put the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
Backed up.
Thank you. Appreciate you humoring an old person.
Yeah, I don't see any discussion, so we can vote on the consent agenda minus the pulled items. Mr. Constant on the consent agenda, Ms. Wimhoff, Member Wimhoff on the consent agenda. That passes 11 to nothing, Mr. Trainee.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair?
You can see that on our nice big bright board that the clerk got for us that replaced our old yellow one.
Mr. Chair, I had a question.
Yes.
I was looking at all those numbers. Were those the items that were pulled or those the items that we voted on? That's what I was trying to read, because I thought I saw some that had been pulled included in there.
You know what, I'm in the wrong place on the agenda. I moved to 2, but we went back. We'll fix it.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good for you to notice that, but that was the vote on the consent agenda minus those items.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to clarify, I had very little, if anything, to do with this awesome new projector, but there were lots of people that did, and some of them are up in these little booths here, and some of them are our IT department, and Lance Wilbur is here, and Bill Falsey, and Susie Marshall and Nelson Leoncio, John Crabb. Tons of people really had a lot to do with this, and I think it's going to make watching the meetings just so much better. Is there anybody I have forgotten, Mr. Falsey?
I think we mostly covered the field. I'll give kudos to Ms. Rebecca Wint Pearson, who was also instrumental in the effort.
Yeah, that's right. That brings us to 9 Alpha 2, pulled items 9 Alpha 2, resolution number AR 2019-83, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly celebrating Dennis Shell and his 50 years of continuous public service with the Anchorage School District. Assembly Chair Croft and all members of the Assembly. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Been moved, Madam Clerk, and seconded. Any objection? Seeing no objection to this item, it has been passed. Who's reading and who's presenting?
I am ready to read. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly celebrating Dennis Shell and his 50 years of continuous public service with the Anchorage School District. Whereas Mr. Dennis Shell first began working at Diamond High School with the Anchorage School District as a temporary custodian in 1968 while he was a senior at Diamond High. And whereas, while this job began as just a way to make some good money as a kid, Mr. Shell was soon promoted to probationary custodian 1 on March 5th, 1969, and he decided to just keep going to work. And whereas Mr. Shell realized he had been working for 10 years and still couldn't find another job that would pay him enough to leave. And when the union came, he joined Public Employees Local 71 and continued working at Diamond High School. And whereas over the last 50 years, Mr. Shell has seen a lot of changes at Diamond High. Even the school was completely renovated. And whereas the dedication, loyalty, and hard work demonstrated by Mr. Shell was honored by the Anchorage School District on March 1st, 2019, and comments from ASD state that this accomplishment has never been done before, and Mr. Shell is a shining example of dedication. And whereas Mr. Shell has been part of Anchorage schools from kindergarten through the present day, and he has not thought of retirement, but plans to continue going to work every day. And whereas Local 71 offered congratulations and stated that it is honored to represent members like Mr. Shell, who are committed to public service and take pride in the work entrusted to them. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly invite the entire municipality to congratulate Mr. Shell on 50 years of public service with the Anchorage School District, and to just come in, get paid, and enjoy yourself. Take it day by day, as Mr. Shell states is the secret to making it to the 50-year mark. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 19th day of March, 2019.
No, he's not here.
Thank you. On behalf of, my name is Dr. Dina Bishop, and on behalf of the Anchorage School District, I will accept this. We had a celebration for Mr. Shell at Diamond High as well, which he only spent about 15 minutes with us because he wanted to get back to work. I do want to say that he has only missed 3 days of work in 50 years, and the first day he missed was the day that he graduated from high school. He was hired a month before his high school graduation, and that was 50 years ago. In 1969, the year for which I was born as well. So I'm quite honored to work with him. Thank you.
Mr. Weddleton?
So when do we get to meet this guy?
You know what? I will go by his school again and try to convince him, but he is a very humble man that just loves the service of students in the Anchorage School District and his job. So, but we will try.
So we could go by Diamond High School during the day.
Diamond High School, he actually works right now. He works the mid-shift. Mm-hmm. So he's working right now.
We may have to go to him, is what you're saying.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. We would love to host you at Diamond High.
That will happen.
Thank you both. Dr. Bishop, thank you. Brings us to item 9, Alpha 3, resolution number AR 2019-84, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the 22nd Annual Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute, PYLI, and celebrating the 2019 Alaska PYLI graduates by the members of the Assembly. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any objection to this item? I don't see any. Therefore, Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. Who's reading and who's presenting?
I am reading. I believe Mr. Trainee is presenting.
Excellent.
Whereas the 22nd Annual Alaska PYLI was sponsored by Jack White Real Estate, Tasty Freeze, and other sponsors in partnership with several community-based organizations, including the University of Alaska TRIO program, and was conducted over spring break, March 11 through 15, 2019, at the Atwood Center on the campus of Alaska Pacific University. And whereas since the first Alaska PYLI, held in 1998, more than 1,000 Alaskan students from across the state have graduated from 35 institutes, with one of the best and longest-running community youth trainings of its kind anywhere in the United States. And whereas the Center for Creative Leadership created the Point of Light Youth Leadership Curriculum to encourage and train young Americans to get actively involved in their community, and Robert C. Bo Bassett and Martin McKay were PYLI trainers. And whereas one of the goals of Alaska PYLI is to teach diverse middle level and high school students the important and necessary leadership skills to make a positive difference in their neighborhoods, schools, and communities, and to better the world for all. And whereas 20 outstanding youth leaders graduated from the 2019 Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute, having participated in the 40-hour community leadership training that included 5 days of skill development instruction in self and community assessment, team communication, diversity, goal setting, project planning, decision making, and service learning activities as follows. So I learned from the director that some of these folks actually weren't in the program, and at least one was. So I'm going to try to read the ones who actually were. Class of 2019 Alaska PYLI: Anna Hawkinson, Savion Bishop, Nemo Deriri, Akufor Ago Fru, Gabrielle Garrett Singh, Connor Hayward, Sierra Herr, Ethan King, Zemra Lena, Alona Lena, Genevieve Lutiera, Reagan Miller, Eli Pelletier, Levi Samuel, Lena Karim Tarar, C. Thao, Emma Waters, Nala White, and Dina Mustafa. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly applauds Jack White Real Estate, Tasty Freeze, Alaska Pacific University, Dick Lefevre, and other sponsors for their support of Anchorage youth leadership and student volunteerism, congratulates the 2019 graduates of the 22nd Annual Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute, and celebrates these distinguished students who demonstrate an unwavering dedication to improving the quality of life for all residents and serve as harbingers of a bright future within the municipality of Anchorage. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 19th day of March 2019.
Okay, so hold right there. That's great. Applause. But then parents can come up at any time you want. So some were coming and some seem like they're shy about it, but you're welcome. So freeze. Applause. Yeah. Welcome, sir. Identify yourself for the record.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Robert Clark with an E. Bo Bassett. I'm a master trainer for the Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute. I'd like to thank the chair, thank the assembly, and thank the municipal clerk and the mayor's office for making this recognition this evening possible. We started this program in 1998. This was a national leadership program, and it was founded on the Points of Light speech that George Senior Bush gave in 1990, that every American can do something in their community to help those in need. The Points of Light Foundation, of course, became the leading organization for this training, and Prudential paid for the development of the leadership training, which is essentially an adult leadership training in creative leadership to solve community problems. When you offer an adult leadership training to middle and high school students, those students become adults, and they begin to outperform their peers. They begin to outperform adults in leadership. When we first started the training, it was in a residential camp and had a great deal of social interaction. We now do a very intense 5-day during spring break training without having to supervise young people overnight, and that's a blessing. And they performed admirably over spring break at Alaska Pacific University that hosted the training. I'll just say a couple things about the training. The skills that are learned in PYLI the Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute are lifelong leadership skills in decision-making, creativity, working in diversity, goal setting, project planning, the kinds of skills that young people get hired. Young people excel in college, and they ultimately serve in their community on assemblies and civic groups. This group did admirably well. We had 18 students participate from 10 different schools, ranging in grades from 7 to 12, and we had 2 returning PILI graduates to help with the training. They worked extremely hard from 8:30 in the morning to 5 p.m. This evening is their graduation. The problems they identified as most pressing to them, first and foremost, was the lack of support for educational funding. They also identified school shooting and violence, sexual assault, pollution and climate change, and crime. They worked hard on those problems. One of the outcomes of the training is they will be doing service in the elementary schools and Head Start programs in Anchorage. Around Easter, they will be bringing some activities into those schools and helping mentor and encourage and inspire some of our young Alaskan students. So I want to thank the Assembly in our 22nd year. While this was a national program in 2012 in 42 states and 10 territories, it's now in a single state, in a single community, and it's in Anchorage, Alaska, and we can be very proud of that. We look forward to the 25th anniversary, and with your support, we'll have another 75 youth leaders. So at this point, we'll have the individuals introduce themselves and say something about themselves and their training. Levi?
Welcome, sir.
Hi, my name is Levi Campbell. Samuel, sorry. I went through a last name change, so I'm still getting used to it. Yeah, I did the Points of Light Youth Leadership Training. 5 days. It was the best thing I could have done over spring break. We got to learn so many leadership qualities. We got to meet so many great people. It was a great experience. I feel like the fact of the matter is there's 18 people. There could have been well over 40, but there was 18 of us. And each and every one of us got to know each other one-on-one, and we sort of developed a family. Even if it was 5 days, it was a remarkable 5 days. One of the things I learned that's probably going to stick with me for the rest of my life is everyone's voice matters. Everyone's perspective matters, and to be a leader, you have to recognize that. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Sierra Herb. Like Levi said, I too did training in PILI. Like he said, even though it's been 5 days, we all developed a very good bond with each other. Another big happy family for all of us, even though we never got the chance to meet each other out in the real world and from other schools. The one thing I've learned from PILI is that life can be many things. Life can give you strength, and it can also give you weakness, but it will only be useless until you try. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is C, but I prefer to go by Katessa. I am currently attending Bartlett High School as a junior. I'm just going to piggyback on what they said. Yeah, I love this training so much. It had made me a better person and made me more confident and more outgoing. I tend to hide my ideas a lot, but now I'm just out there, and I appreciate everyone being here to recognize my friends that I've made from PILI. And I just want to thank Bo Bassett for giving your time up to teach us all these amazing skills in PILI. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Connor Hayward. I attend Service High School as a freshman. I went to Pili and I learned a lot of different leadership skills. I don't have a lot of creativity, but it really brought that out in me, and we had a lot of great ideas. I would also like to thank Bo for giving us his time and all the sponsors for making Pili possible. So, thank you.
Hello, my name is Ethan King. I go to Stellar Secondary School as a freshman. I'd like to thank the Assembly for recognizing all the Pili graduates here today. They all worked very hard over spring break. I'd also like to thank Mr. Bo Bassett for making the Pili training possible. One more group of people I'd like to thank is I'd like to thank the sponsors of Pili for, again, making it possible. I'm looking forward to using what I learned over the course of spring break and Pili training to help the community. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Augur. I attend Hanshin Middle School, and I am a graduate of Pili, and it has taught me a lot of good skills of leadership and helping the community. And it really brought out the extroverts and introverts ideas and combined them into one, and it really helped all of us to learn. And I would like to thank Mr. Bo, for teaching us everything and sacrificing some of his time, and the sponsors, just as previous said.
Just bend it down, yeah.
Well, nice to meet you, everybody. I'm Nemo Diria from East High School, a senior. I would like to thanks the sponsors and Mr. Bo Bassett for taking the time of his life to teach us as much things as he can. He built a family that I never would have had if he didn't sponsor this. And I would like to thank you, every one of them, and every one of you guys for taking the time to listen to what I have to say. And I really want to appreciate these people because I would have never had to meet them if it wasn't for Mr. Bo. I made a very good friendship with them. They all supported me, whether I was not doing anything or whether I was. And I really liked them, and I thank you for getting emotional. I want to say thank you guys for becoming a part of my family. Love you guys.
Hi, my name is Lena. I'm a foreign exchange student from all the way from Pakistan, and I'm attending Bartlett High School as a senior. I'm not supposed to be a senior, but I'm a senior. And over the spring break, I think it has been the most wonderful week of my whole exchange year because I got to meet these wonderful people. Bo, who's a really amazing man. I cannot describe. I'm speechless. I cannot describe him in words. And I learned a lot, and I think I'm really proud of being placed in Alaska. And that's it. Thank you for all. Thank you all for recognizing us today, and thank you, Bo, for your time.
Hello. I had no idea we're speaking, but we're speaking. So, yeah, like I said, at first I really did not want to do this a second time. But when I came here, I got boosted up to an assistant. So, like, I don't know, it's so wonderful being with everybody here, and I feel like I gained more than what I had from the first time I did Pili, and now I'm going to use what I learned to help other people and hopefully, make them better and turn to the right direction in life because, there's people that are struggling out there and, there's like kids, there's families that don't have a home, and maybe we can help with that. And, I just don't like seeing people down or like don't have a home because it's not fair, and we all should be equal, and we all should, just be the best and like have our best selves out there and put ourselves out there, be recognized, have our voices heard, because a lot of people, they don't get to do that. So, like I said, just thank you for having me here.
What's your name, sir?
Savion Bishop, and I attend Willard Middle School. So, yeah.
Hello, I'm Anna Hawkinson. I am a freshman at West Anchorage High School, and I'd like to start out by thanking all of you for recognizing this wonderful group of students who's right here beside me. I came back as a graduate assistant this year. I attended my first PILI in 2017, and it was one of the most wonderful, life-changing experiences I ever got to participate in. I think everybody here is just so thoughtful and inspiring, and they really are going to change the world. These students are our future. So thank you for allowing us to come here and be recognized.
Hello, my name is Geneva Teria from AJ Diamond High School. And one thing that I really want to bring up about PILI is that the students behind me today had 5 days to change in a remarkable difference on who they are. It shows that when we support education, we find people that support their community, whether that education be in leadership, whether that education be in service, and most importantly, whether that education be in schools today. We all found community issues to bond over and to see where we can make a difference, and that starts with the adults behind us willing to help us out too. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dina Mustafa. I'm from Alaska Middle College. I'm a junior, and I want to thank you guys for being here, and I want to thank this group for having an amazing week over spring break. Through PILI, I learned a lot about myself, and I think that's really important because I need to know about myself before I can help other people, and yeah.
Hello. Oh, this is loud. My name is Nala White. I attend Clark Middle School. I'm an 8th grader. And I remember first joining PILI, I was kind of like, I was sheltering myself because like I didn't know anybody. I don't think I wanted to get to know anybody. And I kind of, like my mind already had a preconceived notion of what the program was like, but it was the exact opposite. And like I got the opportunity to meet so many amazing people who can teach me about so many different things. Like it's like you cannot imagine. And this program was an eye-opener for me because it showed me how everybody, despite where they come from, who they are, what you believe in, can come together for the greater good. And it shows how when adults do support a group of youth, so much positivity can come from it. And I'm just really thankful to be here. And I want to thank Mr. Bassett and the sponsors for giving us the opportunity to all come together and become better people just in general.
Hi, I'm Zemra Lena. I'm a freshman at West Anchorage High School. And over the 5 days of PILI, I've learned a lot. It's made a great impact on my life. What everyone said is true. It's definitely life-changing, and I've made such close friends. Yeah, and I'd like to thank the Assembly, Bo, for your time. Thank you.
I'm Emma Waters, and I go to East High School. And something that I really learned during PILI was about the Joe Harry window, because like if you tell more people like about yourself, then you build better relationships. And I think that's like good because like normally I'm really shy, but like if you think about it, like you can build better friendships and stuff by telling more people about yourself. And I want to thank the Assembly and Bo. Yeah.
Hello, I am Eli Pelche. I currently attend South Anchorage High School as a sophomore. So I just moved to the U.S. 2 months ago and from Copenhagen, Denmark. And Pili has given me the opportunity to build a community here in Anchorage and the U.S., a place where I've never been before. I want to thank Bo for giving us the resources in bettering our communities and fighting for a just, caring, and sustainable world. And my only regret is that other people around the world do not have this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. So wait there just a second longer. We have a couple of people in line up here. So Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I understand Mr. Bassett is retiring. Is that correct? I think we all should thank you for what you've done here, because you started this, and it's pretty remarkable.
Member Sporosky.
Thank you. I love hearing your guys' passion about this. I would just like to throw it out there again. If you're 16 to 19, y'all can come and apply to be like where I am right now with the assembly, working with these amazing folks up here and all of that fun stuff. So I'm going to have an email list, and I can email you the application link if you're interested. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Member Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I think what we're seeing here is a demonstration of what a gifted teacher and leader difference they can make in people. And also, I think we all want to be a part of a group, and the relationship that these people have built is life-changing, and it ought to be appreciated. I have a technical question. There's a number of schools that aren't on this list. Did they decline to participate?
Well, you have to have courage to step into something that's unknown. And these folks have courage, and the folks that aren't.
Bo, will you just go up and use the microphone? Just so we can get it on the record.
The program is available to all young people at all schools. So we do the best through the Anchorage School District, which is very supportive, to get the word to students, but it's quite challenging. So any way we can be more effective in reaching all the schools, we want to. So every school is invited to participate. All students are.
Yeah, thank you.
You have space for 40? You could have done, is that what
we train up to 50 students. It takes a younger person to do that. So, Mr. Croft, we would appreciate your becoming a trainer in this.
Younger than me, I think. Member Quinn Davidson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Croft. I just wanted to say thank you to Bo and to each of you. And one of you mentioned this, but you guys are our future, and hearing you speak is so inspirational. So thank you.
Thank you all. We appreciate it. Congratulations. Brings us to item 9 Alpha 4, resolution number AR 2019-81, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating March 27, 2019 as Good Friday Earthquake Remembrance Day by all members of the Assembly, including Ms. Brodsky and Mayor Berkowitz. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Been moved and seconded. Any objection to this resolution? Seeing none, that resolution passes. Who's reading and who's presenting?
I'm reading.
Mr. Dunbar's presenting.
Anchorage.
You may go ahead, Mr. Constable.
Resolution 2019-81, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating March 27, 2019 as Good Friday Earthquake Remembrance Day. Whereas on March 27, 1964, a magnitude 9.2 earthquake, the most powerful earthquake ever recorded in North America, struck Prince William Sound, and along with the subsequent tsunamis came to be known as the Good Friday earthquake. And whereas thousands of Alaskans from all walks of life became first responders, including firefighters, police, Alaska State Troopers, members of the United States Army Corps of Engineers, the Alaska Army National Guard, and the Alaska Air National Guard, medics, doctors, nurses, municipal workers, and many others selflessly served the state and their fellow Alaskans during this time of great need. And whereas citizens immediately began the process of rebuilding their devastated communities and their lives through resiliency, determination, and selflessness, and in Anchorage, the effects of the landscape can still be seen today. And whereas, because of the selfless determination of its citizens, Anchorage is today a modern city of over 300,000 people with high-rise buildings, residential developments, an international airport, an ocean port, a joint military base, hospitals, universities, sports facilities, fine arts centers, and utility and transportation infrastructures. And whereas memorials have been set up all over Alaska to remind Alaskans about their past so that they are better prepared for any future emergency. In Anchorage, part of the Turnagain Heights slide was turned into a memorial called Earthquake Park. And whereas, on November 30th, 2018, a magnitude 7.1 earthquake, the largest earthquake since the 1964 Good Friday earthquake, jolted Alaskans in south central Alaska, followed by a 5.7 aftershock. And whereas, Anchorage residents again demonstrated the can-do, community-focused, and selfless determination to rebuild after the November 2018 earthquake. Now, therefore, the municipality of Anchorage remembers, recognizes, and honors the hard work and exemplary sacrifice of the thousands of military members, including the National Guard, first responders, and citizens from all walks of life who came to the aid of countless Alaskans in the aftermath of the Good Friday earthquake, and designates March 27, 2019 as Good Friday Earthquake Remembrance Day, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 19th day of March 2019.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Mark Valenti. It's a great honor to be here this evening on behalf of my father, Charles Valenti, and able to accept this year's Good Friday Earthquake Remembrance Day resolution. My father lives in Olympia, Washington, but due to health reasons was unable to make the journey at this time. This marks the 5th year of this historical legislative day of remembrance. In support of this legislation, I give honor, recognition, and gratitude to this year's sponsor, Assemblyman Forrest Dunbar, the Assembly Chair, Mr. Eric Croft, the Assembly Body, and the Honorable Mayor Ethan Berkowitz, not here this evening, and finally, to many others who have worked behind the scenes in support of this effort, and ultimately, my wife Helen, who has stood by me and shared this journey. My further gratitude to all previous Assembly members and sponsors who have supported this legislation in the past. This legislation, as written, causes to remind the Alaskans of today regarding the greatest tragedy in Alaska state history, the Good Friday earthquake of March 27, 1964. Next Wednesday will mark the 55th anniversary of that tragic day. We remember the people of that day who displayed great care for one another, remembering all those who perished, while never forgetting the suffering that countless thousands endured. Also remembering the loss of an Alaska Air National Guard flight crew and the state's adjutant general who was on board. All made the ultimate sacrifice while flying a humanitarian relief mission to the city of Valdez. This legislation makes us mindful of what Alaskans of today face on a daily basis, the next big one. We live on the edge of the ring of fire where earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions are just waiting to transform lives and landscapes. The 7.1 Anchorage earthquake of November 30th, 2018 gives a taste of what history recorded back in 1964. Then you can only imagine what those people overcome to ultimately create the great city we live in today. Again, I am here tonight on my father's behalf, and to him I would like to express my deepest honor, love, and respect. In 1964, as an Alaska Air National Guardsman, my father was deeply involved in the recovery and relief efforts. In recent years, that is why he sought legislation, and that the Assembly body of 2015 was gracious to grant. That is his legacy. The legacy of selfless people of March 27, 1964 is found in the greatness of the city in which we live today. We should always remember and never forget those sacrifices of the past. This legislation will be a continuing source to remind and remember those who should never be forgotten. Assembly members, mayor, and citizens, you have my profound gratitude for your support and listening tonight. Thank you.
Can I see a show of hands of people who were here during the Good Friday earthquake? I kind of was in utero, but thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And tell your father we appreciate what he did as well. Brings up to item 9A6. Resolution number AR 2019-102, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating Public Health Week in Anchorage by the Anchorage Health Department. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Been moved and seconded. Any objection? Seeing none, that has passed. Welcome, Ms. Panetta.
Hello.
And who you are reading, and Ms. Quinn-Davidson is presenting. Thank you. Take it away.
AR number 2019-102, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating Public Health Week in Anchorage. Whereas since 1995, the American Public Health Association, through its sponsorship of National Public Health Week, has educated the public, policymakers, and public health professionals about issues important to improving the health of all people and communities. And whereas public health action, together with scientific and technologic advances, have played a major role in reducing and in some cases eliminating the spread of infectious diseases, while establishing today's disease surveillance and control systems. And whereas with the rise in substance use and misuse of prescription and synthetic opioids and other drugs, building a strong public health system, raising awareness, and improving law enforcement and addiction treatment programs are critical in reducing this serious issue. And whereas by creating a heightened awareness of the issues of sexual assault and violence, as well as human trafficking within our communities, solutions can be identified to reduce these occurrences and the silence that comes with them. And whereas through strengthening our local food systems, our communities can provide accessible and affordable nutritious food, free from harmful contaminants for improving the health of our residents. And whereas by embedding a health and all policies approach into decision-making, these influences can address social determinants of health and improve population health through all sectors and at all levels. Through collaborative efforts, priorities can focus on designing healthy and safe communities. And whereas the Alaska Public Health Association, ALPHA, endorses this resolution as consistent with its mission, goals, and values, and whereas the Anchorage Health Department's vision is to be the healthiest and safest community in the United States, and endorses this resolution as consistent with its vision, values, and purpose. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves to recognize April 1 through 7, 2019 as Public Health Week in Anchorage, calling upon all local citizens to observe this week by connecting with our communities to better understand the importance of public health in light of this year's theme, creating the healthiest nation for science, for action, for health, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 19th day of March, 2019.
Welcome.
I just wanted to say thank you and let you know that our department will be working on a variety of different activities that will be available to the public, trainings and clinics and other things, as well as coordinating with the State of Alaska and the University of Alaska's MPH program on events. And I just wanted to give Professor Gabe Garcia an opportunity to address the Assembly as well.
Welcome, Professor Garcia.
Good evening. Thank you for this recognition, members of the Assembly. On behalf of the Master Public Health Program at UAA. Thank you. Also, I'm a member of the Health Commission in this municipality, so on behalf of the commissioners, thank you for this recognition. And I know that in your agenda, there's a couple of health-related items that affects our community. And so as you think and decide about these issues and debate about these issues, I would just say that may the spirit of the National Public Health Week be with you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. It brings us to 9 Alpha 7, resolution number AR 2019-103, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Lisa Whitmore for over 16 years of service with the Anchorage Police Department. I talked to Chief Dahl today, and Lisa, Officer Whitmore, is not healthy enough to come here. We pray that she will be by the 9th. So can I get a motion to move consideration of this to April 9th?
Move to postpone to the meeting of April 9th? Is that the preferred time, Mr. Chair?
That's what Chief Dahl said today. Yep. That's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we'll consider that item, and hopefully she'll be able to join us on the 9th. Brings us to item 9, Bravo 2, resolution number AR 2019-94, a resolution appropriating $100,000 as a contribution from the Port of Alaska Fund to the Area-Wide General Fund Assembly Department for the purpose of entering into one or more contracts for port analysis. Assembly Member Constant, an Assembly memorandum that has been distributed, or you want us to delay it?
It is, I think maybe the clerk has it. Oh, thank you.
It's coming now, Mr. Constant.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, what's the will of the body?
I move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant, why don't we have discussion?
Should I move to incorporate or move to introduce the AM now?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, so I move to, is it introduce or, okay, move to introduce the AM that is being passed out.
Okay.
Thank you. And the intent of the AM, I had a question from a fellow member of the Assembly that came through Mr. Falsey and asked basically, how did you come up with this and what's the plan? And so I decided in the last minute to draft an AM that would accompany the underlying matter that just kind of spells out what the short-term plan would be. And so that is now before you. And it just lays out a very preliminary scope of work, and should this item be adopted, should the underlying item be adopted, then at the committee meeting on Thursday, we would have a deep dive into what the scope would be that we would then forward off to Mr. Haddon in the procurement department. So.
Okay, so 2 items before us, just, and I have Mr. Member Weddleton and Dunbar in the queue, but is there any objection to just the aim, that is introducing the memorandum to accompany it? And then we can get to the merits. Okay, no objection to that, Madam Clerk, so that's been introduced. Now on the merits of the resolution, the underlying resolution, Mr. Weddleton.
So this is fine. I think it's a good thing. But I was just curious regarding the budget. So at some point we have first quarter budget revisions. Is this like the starting volley in that? No, this changes the budget, or what have we done?
So I would need Mr. Falsey to help with this. We'd preliminarily had a discussion about funding it out of fund balance, and then there was a follow-on conversation that, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry I didn't dive in, but there's a follow-on conversation about, well, maybe there won't be a fund balance, and maybe the actual natural proper place to take it from is the port operating funds. And so we're taking from the port to investigate the port. And so it isn't a first quarter budget revision.
It's out of the port funds, and we can have Mr. Falsey address that. Mr. Dunbar, did you want to talk on that issue or another?
No, I have a separate question.
Great. Mr. Falsey, anything to add to the source of funds?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I think Assembly Member Constant pretty much nailed that. And if you were looking on your packet on page 24, you can see that the fund certification shows the money coming from the Port Capital Project funding line.
And I didn't mean to cut you off, Member Weldon. Did that raise any more questions or concerns, or you want to get back on later?
No, that's fine. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
So a question for Mr. Constant. I understand we'll have a much longer discussion potentially on Thursday, but that would come after we approve this, right?
Right.
And I'm wondering if $100,000 is or it's $45,000 what we end up spending, if that is sort of in the sort of ballpark even of what we would need. And the reason I ask that is because my understanding is there's been hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, spent studying this exact issue, right? And we have the CH2M Hill with this extremely long piece of work. And granted, it's easier to analyze something than it is to create it. But again, I'm sort of wondering, I want to do this, but I only want to do this if it's going to make a meaningful difference. If we can actually get analysis from this amount of money that might potentially change our mind, yay or nay. Can you speak to that a little?
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. If you look at item number 9 on the bulleted list of the scope, I think it's really important that that is referenced, that the selected contractor or contractors can't have any financial interest in the future work at the port. So when we talk about the amount of money that may be required to get to the bottom of the question of what are we doing, how are we moving forward, it could be more. But we need to start somewhere, and I don't feel comfortable coming forward and asking for a ton of money when we don't know where we're going. So this could, in fact, only set the course for a future in-depth dive if it needs to be, if that proves to be the case. But I think that we can get pretty far with a third-party analyst that works closely with the committee and comes up with the answer to these questions and whatever we hammer out on Tuesday, and who is independent of the port contractors and all the people we've spent millions and millions of dollars with. And so really the point is to give us a professional expert who has a clean perspective and no hands in the pie. And I think we can get there for this amount of money, and if not, we'll come back for that question in the orderly budgetary process and figure it out there.
That bring anything else to mind, Member Dunbar?
I'll let my colleagues ask the questions next.
Member Trainee.
Chris, I'll support this because it's much like we did with SAP, where we hired a contractor. It was enough money, so we gave him a little bit extra as we went on. But we need an independent person to tell the assembly where reality is. We've heard so many different numbers on this port. No one really knows what the right number is. So I'll support this. I think we need to go forward as an independent body and take a look at this, give us numbers we can relate to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Member Trainee. Member Weddleton.
Oh, thanks. I guess just in response to Mr. Dunbar, and building on Mr. Trainee said, is when Zig helped us with the SAP program, he didn't really do independent research. He kind of sifted through what was there and helped show us what was important and summarize it. And, especially because there's so much documentation on this port. So that's my expectation here, not really them going out and doing new studies, but helping us with what's there. Is that, Mr. Constant, is that your vision?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you look at the list, it's independently confirm how the costs have raised, identify options for development, identify engineering issues, practical matters, not go out and do research of engineering, identify priorities for port users, have, like we're doing, conversations with them, and publish the list and get the details in order for us that we've heard. So I would argue that it isn't to go out and conduct massive engineering studies, but to analyze what we've been presented and ensure that what we are understanding is with fidelity with reality.
Member Quinn Davidson, it already passed 11-0. But you still want to speak? No, we're not sure what that is. Member Quinn Davidson.
Well, we talk a lot of times, even if we know things are going to be,
right.
So I'm just joining. Thank you, Mr. Croft. I just wanted to echo some things Mr. Constant said and harken back to a week ago when we were in D.C. and we were talking with Senator Sullivan and Senator Murkowski, and they were both really supportive of us sort of getting to the bottom of what we need at the port. And after doing that, being more able to help us with federal funding. So I think it's important for that purpose as well. My only question is just sort of same question as Mr. Dunbar, and I know you and I had talked about this before. Where does $100,000 come from? I think your answer makes sense for now. But then you did mention in the AIM the $45,000. So are you just sort of picking these numbers like this is an estimate, or do you have an idea that that's the amount we'll need to get started?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. So two things. First, I wanted to thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson, for asking that question at just the right time that kind of focused me to get these questions on paper. Otherwise, we'd have been having a more amorphous conversation right now. So the procurement rules have tiers of requirements depending on the sum of money appropriated. And the $100,000 came out of a conversation in the last 2 weeks with the membership. There's a tier in the charter that says $100,000 and below you can do certain procedures. So that's where we started. But under the procurement rules, there is an RFI, which is a $30,000 ceiling, which is very low bar for procurement. Between $30,000 and $1 up to $50,000, it's an RFI, which is a request for, or RFQ, a request for qualifications. And then the RFP process is above and beyond $50,000. And the RFP process is, it's very laborious and intensive and can take a lot more time than we have for. But the RFI was too squishy. And so we settled on a number that wasn't at the ceiling of the RFQ tier, right? So it's 45 was where we came to, and that was really basically the rationale. We will surely get our money's worth, and it will also be work on our parts because we are going to have to do the homework that that person gives us. So.
Mr. Constant, member training.
Just on the SAP, that was sold to the Assembly by the administration at that time at $9.6 million. Then it approximated at $92 to $94 million, depends on who you talk to. But our independent person we had working on here was dead on his numbers. He said, this is what's going to run you guys by the time this is done. And we were at about 20 to 30 million at that time. He said, you guys aren't even there yet. He was accurate. I hope this person with a port will be accurate, because we need to figure out exactly how deep this hole we call a port is. Because we can't afford another SAP for this town.
Member training, was it about $5,000 a month? That's what the clerk remembers, but
somewhere
for
around there, yeah.
So a year was 60 for that. Now, whether this is more, I think the numbers were thrown around are more, so it might be, but it seems to get us in the ballpark of what we were doing before. Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I guess I would flag for my colleagues that this is orders of magnitude larger as a project than SAP. Even on the low end, we're talking 5 times larger. On the high end, we're talking 20 times larger or more. And I think that does speak to the fact that we need something like this, but I'm still not sure it'll be sufficient. I commend Mr. Constant for trying this, and I will support this because of the work you've done. The last thing I'll just say is, in speaking with some folks, and I don't know if your talks with the senators went this way, but there's this distrust of the number, the $2 billion number that the administration brought forward. I've been told by people in the legislature, that's not a real number. We might go through this process and find that, no, that is indeed a real number. There was real research done. And so I'm glad we're doing this, but I don't think we should get people's hopes up too much that this is going to discover a huge amount of savings. I certainly hope that it does, but rebuilding a port is a very expensive endeavor, and this is just one small step. Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Further discussion on the underlying AR number 2019-94. Are you ready for the question? Let's put this on the board, Madam Clerk. That item passes 11 to nothing. Under our procedures, and I think even ordinance, appearance requests are to begin no earlier than 5:30 and no later than 6:30. Mr. Vice Chair Rivera pointed that out to me. So we will take now, there are 2 actually, one's on the agenda, the Airport Heights Community Council representatives. So Mr. Rivera was watching out for you on Fire Station 3. And then the Crittendens are here as well. I talked to them on Friday, and I didn't put their request through correctly, so I'd like to hear from them as well under appearance requests. Are there representatives from Airport Heights Community Council here? Welcome. Good to see you again. And as representatives of the Community Council, you have 5 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you very much, Chairman Croft, members of the Assembly. My name is Carolyn Ramsey. I'm president of the Airport Heights Community Council. With me is Carla Burkhead tonight, who is also a member of our executive board. We are here tonight because of Fire Station 3. Fire Station 3 was moved about 3 years ago from its previous location on Airport Heights Drive over to Burgass Street. There is a hill on each side of Fire Station 3. To the north of Fire Station 3 is a much steeper hill going up to the overpass that goes over top of the Glen. To the south of Fire Station 3 is a much smaller hill, but still a hill nonetheless. And to the south, we also have the Native Charter School for the younger kids, 1 through 6, something like that. Anyway, so from there, our problem is the fact that we asked for an Opticon to be put in so that the trucks can get in and out. Airport Heights Community Council passed a resolution. It was on the bond last year. It passed on the bond last year, allocated $600,000. Nothing has happened. At the transportation fair this year, when I was there, I did not see anything in that transportation fair talking about this being put forth as a project this summer. There is video evidence of vehicles trying to get out of the way of the fire trucks when they're trying to get out. They have skidded across the road, up onto sidewalks, back and forth, almost taking out other cars. The people of Anchorage want to get out of the way of our emergency services. They're doing everything they can to the point of almost causing accidents themselves, not intentionally. We put this in a year ago. It needs to be done, and we want to know why it hasn't been done. So that is our main reason for being here. We have the carpool lanes that back up from the Native Charter School with people dropping their kids on and off because they don't have bus service there. When the fire department is responding to a code yellow, they do not use lights. They just pull up and expect to hopefully get out. They've waited over a minute and a half trying to get out. A code yellow will give them something like a broken arm, broken leg, something like that that's not technically life or death, but it still hurts when you're laying there. So this is taking them longer to get out and to be able to get there. Did I miss anything?
No, I think the most important thing that we want to really point out is that $600,000 were the citizens of Anchorage already agreed to pay for this. They bought it. Why isn't it there? If we spent the time looking into what it would cost, we did the research, we got it on the bond, why isn't it there?
Can I get your name too? She mentioned it. But...
My name is Carla Burkhead. I'm a member of the Airport Heights Community Council Executive Team.
Thank you both for reminding. And we have Mr. Cheney and Member Peterson. Yeah.
Mr. Falsey, representing the administration, where's the money at and when is the Opticon getting put in?
Through the chair, I was scanning the crowd to see if I could find John Craps, who was supposed to be here. I'm going to use the phone a friend and vamp a little as he is walking up to the microphone. The money has been passed by the voters, and I believe it is design money, not full construction money, but John will correct me as he makes his way to the podium. There are a lot of right-of-way challenges with installing a full Opticon in this location. Now that we have the new projectors, maybe at some point I could even pull up the Google image street map and show you that there is a retaining wall directly across from the Fire Station 3. We'd have to condemn a lot of property to make that happen. But now that John has made it to the podium, I will stop vamping and let the real subject matter expert give you the answer.
Welcome.
So the answer to the question is we're still in progress of taking a look at the situation out on Airport Heights. We're working closely with the...
Who are you for the record?
I am John Craps. I'm the Associate Traffic Engineer with the department.
Will you work with the Community Council because they need to know where it's at right now? I would appreciate if the administration would come out monthly and talk to them when they meet to at least let them know where this thing is at because they're right. The city approved the money and they don't see it yet and they want to know why. I attend their community councils, as did my colleague, monthly, and they ask us, and we can't tell them what's going on. We need to know, besides talking to them, let us know where this Opticon is. If it's not enough money, then we need to figure out how we can get more money, but at least we need to let them know what's going on with it. No answer to them is not an answer, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Member
Chairman.
Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And 4 years ago, when we had identified a property where we were going to build the new Fire Station 3, former East Anchorage Assemblyman Paul Honeman and myself went and walked around that property, and the only problem we saw was a potential traffic hazard with people not being able to see the vehicles, emergency vehicles pulling out, and we said at that time we may need to put up a signal here. So this is not a surprise. We've known about this for a long time, and it's public safety. It's got to be a top priority. I think we need to get moving forward and get that light put up. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to echo a lot of the sentiments of Mr. Trainey and Mr. Peterson. I also want to clarify something that Mr. Falsey said. So is it correct that the $600,000 that was approved in the bonds for last year was just for design?
Yes, that's not clear. Clearly, that's not enough money to put a
so then, is there a plan to put this back on the bonds for construction?
Not at this time. We're still looking at. There's significant right-of-way issues along Woodrow there. We're built out right to the edge of the right-of-way.
Okay. So then it's an accurate statement that it's not in the capital improvement plan, or in our 6-year plan then?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Then I will just echo what Mr. Peterson just said, that this is, I think, a critical public safety issue, and we should put this on the 6-year plan and get this done sooner rather than later. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Mr. Cheney's back in the queue.
Mr. Chairman, my concern is, what's this going to cost us when we have somebody killed there?
$5 million.
Or a fire truck is hit by somebody and somebody killed. I think a fire truck is going to take somebody out. I've been there before. I've seen them throw on their brakes. We need to deal with this rather than just push this down the street. If this isn't enough money, obviously it's not, then we need to get this on the bond package, get this to voters. It's a critical street that we've got to deal with, sir.
Okay, you've heard them. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Falsey's heard you. The Crittenden still there? Oh, wait, did you want to?
I wanted to add one more thing, just as an FYI, and I'm sure all of you guys know it, the muni is self-insured. Each one of those rigs you're looking at over $1 million for. At what point in time are those rigs worth it, as well as everybody's lives in town that travel Burgaw?
Great, thank you. Appreciate your testimony on this. Mr. Crittenden, welcome. You as an individual member of the public have 3 minutes.
I'm here representing my family. Good evening, Assembly members. My name's Jim Crittenden, and I wish to address the
Sir,
Assembly.
could you speak into the mic?
Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
That'll work. Thank you. My name's Jim Crittenden. I wish to address the Assembly regarding the lack of sufficient regulations pertaining to animal control, Title 17. As you're probably aware, Title 17 establishes regulations for animals addressing everything from poultry to breeding. However, the section regulating boarding and kennel facilities is very vague. And specifically, my concerns are focused on Title 17 10.050, which establishes standards for operating an animal facility here in Anchorage. In addition, the licensing for animal facilities and the denial of application for license. So the reason I'm actually here is while being boarded at a local kennel, our 15-year-old dog Salty was killed by other dogs. This was not an isolated incident, and it was preventable. Had there been specific regulations in place, our pet would still be part of our family. The current facility standards, as they're written up, lack specific guidelines and leave pets vulnerable to the kennel operator's own interpretation of the rules and standards. Animal control has, to our knowledge and public records, investigated at least 2 deaths of pets while being boarded at the animal daycare and boarding facility. Our dog Salty was killed in early December 2018, and another pet was killed in a similar manner, was killed 3 years earlier. Both dogs were small breeds. Both were mauled and killed by much larger dogs, both at the same facilities. In Salty's case, a minor $100 fine was issued to animal daycare and boarding for lack of following the, quote, facility standards. Our question is how many more dogs have to die at this facility before somebody decides that 2 dogs is enough, 2, 3, or more. So responsible pet owners, we take our pets to boarding facilities because we want our pets to be safe and free from harm while they're away. While we are away. Unfortunately, the pets and the owners are the only ones that end up suffering from this lack of regulation. A $100 fine is not going to change anything. Without adequate regulations in place, we find our only recourse is to seek justice on our own, and at the very least, this is a consumer protection issue. Anchorage already has an animal control department and the staffing, but what they are lacking is clearly defined, strict regulations that specifically state what a dog boarding facility here in Anchorage can and cannot do. The current facility standards are woefully inadequate. The operators are not even required to obtain a professional animal care certificate, which is an industry standard elsewhere. The death of a pet at a licensed facility should be a deal breaker, a cause for license revocation. These pets are trusting, active members of our families, loved and respected. They deserve to be given our protection, which is the least we can do for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crittenden. I appreciate your testimony. I'm sorry for your loss.
Yes.
Brings us back to the consent agenda pulled items to 9 Bravo 3, resolution number AR 2019-99, a resolution adopting the 2019 legislative program for the municipality of Anchorage by the mayor's office. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
So I pulled this, and I won't support it. It makes me miss the days when our sole item on the legislative thing was $300 million for the port, which I think is actually more appropriate for these things. I mean, to me, this is just a kind of political poke in the eye, and that's not going to help us and feels inappropriate. And then also I read in the paper that the governor is coming to do town halls on his own anyway. And so it's kind of a moot point. So we could poke him in the eye and pretend we made him do something. I don't know what this achieves. So I'd urge a no vote along with me.
Member Weddleton. Or member, thank you, Member Weddleton. Member Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to respectfully disagree with my colleague from South Anchorage. I urge a yes vote. I, too, believed that our action here perhaps had slightly moved the governor or had, led him to maybe influence him a little bit to start his to do a town hall. But then I found out that actually that public town hall might be closed to the public, that it's an Americans for Prosperity event, and it's the only event he's holding here in Anchorage to explain his budget. So I think we should pass this and say you need to come to Anchorage and explain this devastating budget. And I'll have a lot more to say about it when we get to the resolution at B8. But I urge approval of this resolution. Thank you.
Member Trainee.
I think we need to support this because, quite frankly, other towns that feel what's coming in the future with this. I appreciate the governor's finally looking at reality and coming to our town. But I want that to be an open meeting. Like I told you guys at that work session we're at, we can give them the Sullivan to speak to. We've got 60% of the population here. Why not come and talk to us about this budget? Because it's our public, our constituents are going to be negatively impacted by this proposed budget. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Member Trainee. I don't see any further debate on this resolution. Are you ready for the question? Members may proceed to vote. That item passes 9-2. Brings us to 9 Bravo 4. Resolution number AR 2019-101, a resolution requesting the Alaska State Legislature and Governor revise state statutes to remove the local contribution limits and allow local school districts and their taxpayers to raise additional funds for their own schools by Assembly Member Dyson. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move Amendment 1.
Been moved and seconded to approve, and we have Amendment 1 before us, Mr. Dyson.
Yes, sir.
There has
Second.
been, so that amendment, number 1, has been moved and seconded. There has been some discussion of having a work session on it. Do you want to propose action today on it or just amending?
I had this same question. Time is an important issue. I think that I think it's unlikely to happen, what we're proposing. I think it's a discussion needs to happen. I suspect that I would recommend we accept this amendment and at your discretion set a work session on it. And as I remember what our decision process is, if we pass this, then it goes over to the school board and they will perhaps do something similar. And I'm hoping that the mayor and the administration will get on board with this. And I'd like, if both bodies agree, that it become a part of the municipality's legislative priorities. So yeah, I'll let your discretion, Mr. Chairman, on having a work session.
We have the amendment before us. I have members in the queue. Are those on the amendment or on the underlying? And then there was in our packet, I thought, at least an email that we got that the school board endorsed what you're trying to do here, endorse this resolution, I think unanimously, but I'm looking for it. I believe that was an amendment. How about, let's consider the amendment and then consider whether we have a work session. So what does your amendment do, amendment number one?
It's just a couple of technical corrections on the numbers that we had put on there, and I think we got full feedback from the school.
Any objection to amendment number one?
I would like to speak to it briefly.
Okay. Member Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to, there's sort of a general practice. You don't amend something that you don't intend to support. But because this is just clarifying and improving the numbers, I'm going to vote for your amendment, but I don't want that to be taken as my support for the underlying resolution, and be clear about that, because I have some real qualms with this approach, and perhaps I'll be convinced at the work session. I'm definitely going to keep an open mind, but I wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
It's on the record. Is there any objection, Member Trainor?
Not an objection, just, Fred, would you ask legal to take a look to see if it's a federal law? Because in talking to the school board, they tell me it's a federal law that doesn't allow us to increase the contribution we give, not the state of Alaska. Even though the state changed it, because of federal law, we couldn't increase the amount of money we give them. There's no disparity between school districts. So I'd like to know from the administration, please check with the federal government to see if that is the block to us.
I'll
be supporting this. I just want to know if the block is out there.
Yeah, we had some of that discussion, and at least one impact is that our federal impact aid could no longer be used in the formula, would go directly to the affected districts. The federal government, in effect, says, we will give you, the state, the impact aid if you have a system that has relatively tight between the poorest and the richest districts. If you don't, we're going to give it to the individual districts. And there may be other impacts as well. Did you want to comment on that, Mr. Gates?
I have not had time to adequately research the federal law impacts and the federal aid, federal impact aid that you're talking about. So that would be an issue definitely to look into further. I requested to speak because I have an email from our Assembly Budget and Program Analyst that says the school board at their meeting last night voted unanimously to support this resolution that Mr. Dyson has. I haven't independently verified that. I'm just reading the email.
Good. And I've asked the school district to tell us, both the school district and Ms. Camacho, to communicate with the State Department of Education to figure out the fiscal impact of doing this, who the winners and losers for want of a better approach. Mr. Dyson.
Thank you. It was my intention that we would point out that there are unique reasons for our school district should be allowed to make more of a local contribution. And it has to do with the argument I've been making at this table for quite a while, and that is that there are a lot of special needs people who come to Anchorage from other parts of the state, and because we taxpayers here are supporting the amelioration of a lot of issues and so on that didn't originate here, that we look at, is there a way that we the taxpayers, if we choose, can tax ourselves more for the schools? And I was hoping that the combination of ours and the districts and the state's legal experts might find a way that could be done without impacting either the federal grants or to the detriment of other schools.
Can I just, we have some more in the queue, but can I clarify, there's no objection to amendment number one, is there? So, Madam Clerk, that amendment number one passes without objection. Member Trainee.
Mr. Chairman, what I'd just like to see, if we're going to have a work session on this, I'd like to have that analysis in front of us. So next time that this comes up on the 9th of April, we could pass this knowing full well what the federal consequences are.
I want to know both the legal constraints and the fiscal consequences. Member Constant.
Thank you. I work in a field that is substantially funded by state grants, and I also live in a city that has seen the recession of state funds at every opportunity. And conceptually, this is an interesting idea, but like Mr. Dunbar, the devil is in the details, I believe. I see it that way. And there is a threat here that if we position ourselves to be allowed to spend additional money for our education system, then the state's tide of funding will diminish and disappear in Anchorage, and we will find ourselves not just increasing what we spend, but decreasing our educational inputs, because that's what the state is doing at this time, is finding ways to cut money where they can. And so if we say we've got more, they're going to say they have less. That's at least a threat that we need to contemplate in the moving of this. So think deeply about this question, because it may come with a Trojan horse gift.
Member Dunbar, and then if I could get a motion to postpone action until...
That's what I was going to do.
Good.
I was going to agree with Mr. Constant, just identified. That is my primary concern, is the state permanent cost shifting upon us. But yeah, I will make a motion to delay consideration until April 9th.
Been moved and seconded. No objection from the sponsor. Any objection from any other member? Then we will postpone action on this resolution until April 9th. Unanimously. Brings us to item 9 Bravo 6, a resolution number AR 2019-106, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing the pollution caused by burning fossil fuels contributes to global climate change on a global scale, and urging the United States Congress to support and pass the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act of 2019. Assembly members Trainee and Constant.
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Got a motion on the floor.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Member Weddleton.
Well, I hate to be so negative. I will not support this. And, you know, I have a degree in resource economics, and I learned one thing is that in support of this concept is that the worst thing for a free market is free stuff. And when you can dump stuff in the air for free, that's a bad thing. And we see that. So a carbon tax kind of wants to fix that. I don't know if it's simple as it suggests here. It'd be very complicated. But my fear in this is we say, okay, pass this act. And I don't really fully understand how they worked at the federal level. But my understanding on very popular legislation, such as this might be, that they attach all kinds of other stuff that we may not support. So we may look at it now, but it could be months down the road something very, very different. And that's a risk, that we would be supporting something that we don't really want to support. So I won't do that, and I recommend you don't either.
Member Trainee.
I think we do need to pass this. For any of us that lived in Anchorage any amount of time at all, we used to take our children down to Portage Glacier, and we'd put them icebergs down there, and they would play on icebergs like it was a slide. When's the last time you saw an iceberg on Portage Lake? It's been years. So to say we don't have global warming going on, as much like sticking your head in the sand is going on. The question is, how do we deal with it? I want the federal government on a national level to address this. And we're talking about a carbon tax. We passed the carbon tax here. It was 10 cents a gallon on motor fuels. And it was passed by this body. It went into effect. That is, in fact, a carbon tax. We've already gone down that step. Now what we're asking the federal government is to get on board, because this is an issue for our children and our grandchildren. What type of world do we want to give them? Ask the young people. We could fill this room with people that think there's a problem out there. We're asking the federal government with this, simply address the issue. Don't stick your head in the sand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The always inscrutable Member Trainee. Member Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the sponsors for bringing this forward. I like the idea. I have a question about the mechanics and how it works. So carbon emitters are taxed, and then a dividend is given to the American people. In what format, how, why isn't it used for renewables or for somehow combating the effects of climate change? I'm just not clear on how it works.
Any sponsor of it want to address that before
Just
we
that's
move on?
something Congress is going to have to work out. What we're trying to do is get some movement, both on the House and the Senate level. Right now, there's no movement. As, who was it? Nancy Pelosi, I think it was, or it was one of the other ones in California, was telling people, we don't want to deal with this right now. We have other issues going on. We need to deal with this issue now. Our generation needs to deal with this. We've potentially caused this as our parents did. And what it's going to cost, we'll find out when the document finally gets in front of Congress. But if we don't push them to take action on it, they won't do anything. That's the normal modus operandi for them.
Member Quinn Davis?
Can I follow up? Just to be clear, I completely believe in climate change and support efforts to save our state, but I'm confused at what the act does, and I think in order to support it, I need to understand what this dividend portion, which is even in the name, does. So if someone could explain that to me, whether it's one of the sponsors or our attorney, I would be appreciative.
Member Constant?
You know, I read the law, but it's very much in a draft format, and I'm not an attorney. And so I had forwarded, I believe, to all the members the underlying law. Did it get shared with you? And so the best I can say is that if we're at the point where we need more information, it would be wise for us to postpone and schedule a work session so we can get an expert to bring that to us.
Is that what the members
I don't want
would
to
like?
pretend like I'm an expert.
We have a motion to approve on the floor, but we can entertain a motion to postpone. Member Sprosky.
Thank you. 100 people on Friday gathered in support of things like this. We need the ball to be rolling. We need action to be taken because we haven't seen action taken. The United Nations Health Organization found that in 12 years, if we don't change what we do and we don't fix what we're doing, we may not be able to see the next generations. So I urge support on this to keep us going, y'all.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sprosky. Member Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's my understanding that many of the world's largest oil companies have already put this into their future budget because they are planning or expecting that it'll pass and is already passed in some European countries, I understand. But if we actually do need to get some more information, I'm willing to postpone this till our next meeting so that we can answer some members' questions about what the congressional bill would actually do and how it would actually function.
Would you like to make a motion to do so?
I'll make that motion. I'd move to postpone this to our next meeting of April 9th, I believe it is.
Motion to postpone
Second.
April 9th.
Mr. Chairman?
There's a second from, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Trainee.
On a motion to postpone, I've got no problem with that. But let's have a work session, but I want this to come in as an agenda item the public can testify on. I guarantee we'll fill this room with people who think this is important to do, rather than this body. Let's fill this room with people that think this is the right way for this city to go. I'm more than happy to postpone it, but I want this to be a public hearing item in our next meeting, sir.
Excellent. Got that request noted. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah. I worry about, I don't want to use that populist issues retain credibility. Certainly in my lifetime, we were told that the world would not be able to support and feed its population when it was half of what it is now. It was only 45 years ago that we were afraid we were going to freeze with global cooling. The indisputable facts are that we've been in a warming period since the Wisconsin Ice Age, 8.5 to 9.6 million years ago, and or 1,000 years ago, I'm sorry, and that there was a little ice age in the early 1800s, when temperature took a huge dip. The deforestation that Homo sapiens precipitated, certainly in Europe, South America, parts of Southeast Asia, far outweigh the so-called greenhouse gases that are in our atmosphere. I will not support this when it says, I think it's line 38 on page 2, is a primary cause. If you want to change that to significant cause, I'm on board. And I would just encourage us to think about not only using long levers, or we think are a long lever to get something done, but to also think about our credibility and to be careful of overstating issues and jumping on bandwagons. This is a legitimate issue. Lots has been done, and we're making progress. Technology's on our side, but yeah. So anyways, I've said what I wanted. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Constant, and then we can address the motion to postpone.
Thank you. And I would just add, in my lifetime, rivers in Ohio and in New York caught on fire, and they don't anymore. And rivers in Detroit are used for water, and they're poisoning people, and we can change that. And like this question, we have an opportunity to speak that it's time to change and things can get better. And so I think we have the duty to pass this, and I'm happy that we'll have a work session and figure it out. Thank you.
Any objection to the motion to postpone to April 9th? Anyone at all?
With the public hearing.
For public hearing and postpone action and public hearing until April 9th.
We have public testimony too on April 9th?
There will be a public hearing. You can invite all your friends, Mr. Trainee.
I will.
I know you will. We have two items that might take a little bit of discussion. It is 7 o'clock. Do members want about a 5 or 10-minute break? You want to push through? I'm seeing a little. Miss LaFrance wants a break. Okay, so we'll, I guess the consensus is push through. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, Miss LaFrance. You and I will step out. That brings us to 9 Bravo 7, resolution number AR 2019-107, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage recommending and urging the mayor, state of Alaska, and property owner to act to protect and preserve the historic values of the 4th Avenue Theater. Assembly Member Wemhoff and Assembly Member LaFrance. What's the will of the body?
Move to.
Been moved, and Mr. Vice Chair?
Second.
Moved and seconded. It is before us. Mr. Dunbar.
Don't I get
Actually,
to speak?
I'd let Ms. Wemhoff go first.
That makes sense as a sponsor, Ms. Wemhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar, and thank you, Mr. Chair. A few weeks ago, a new group, Friends of the 4th Avenue Theater, came and spoke to us, and one of their goals was to facilitate or initiate some communication with our current owners of the building, of the 4th Avenue Theater. And in that process, they are attempting, of course, to preserve the 4th Avenue Theater in the best way that they can find. And since that time, communication has begun to start, and that's a good sign that the communication is starting. And members of this body have mentioned to me that they have some questions and would actually like to know more about some of the history. And so I am actually going to move to postpone this for that very sake, to perhaps allow some communication to occur and also to allow some education on our end. If that's okay, I would like to move to postpone this.
Do we have a second?
Until April 6th.
And what's the date set?
I will leave that to the chair. If it's important that I am here, it should be to April 9th.
I'm sorry, April 9th.
So, Ms. Wemhoff, if you are okay, we'll go ahead and set it for April 9th.
That is fine. Thank you very much.
And did we have a second for that motion? Was that Member
Second.
Dunbar? Thank you. So Member Dunbar on the motion?
No, I support the motion to postpone. I'd like to have a work session before we consider this.
Thank you, Member Dunbar. Member Trainee on the motion?
The motion, this thing needs killed off. We dealt with this in 2006. We had night of public testimony. We sent this to voters, and the voters voted against saving this theater. The vote was 58.7% against it, 41.8% for 3.39% to try and save it. That was $2 million. We sent the voters. The voters said no. The voters of Anchorage said no. So now we're going to try and redo what the voters did. Makes no sense to me, sir. Not to spend one more minute of this. I've got the minutes from that meeting. I was here. I've got the minutes from the meeting. I understand the debate. What went on at that meeting? The vote was to send it to the public. The public said no. I heard many people come that night. Do you remember Jane Anvik? She was here. She said, I'll raise $2 million to go along with that $2 million. Not one penny was raised. The city had its chance to buy that piece of property and didn't. I don't want us now to tell the owner of it, well, you can own it, but not quite. We want to put some restrictions on what you do. They own the property, sir. I won't be supporting anything other than getting rid of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Trainee. Member Dyson on the motion.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to identify with the remarks of Mr. Trainee. History is a great passion of mine, and once artifacts and locations and buildings are gone, they're gone. My efforts have been preserving historic ships. All of them came to nothing. Ultimately, it's a great deal of money. All we well-meaning volunteers talk a lot, but when it comes to coughing up hundreds of thousands of dollars, it doesn't happen. And Mr. Trainee is exactly right. This has been an issue that's been before the citizens for 25 years, and I don't want the owners of the property to suffer once again of being able to act in their own behalf. I hope that somebody saves the murals and the other artifacts that are there, but I identify with the remarks of Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Member Dyson. Member Wemhoff on the motion to postpone.
I actually do know that we've mentioned that the murals are already planned to be saved. I am understanding Mr. Trainee mentioned that earlier. What I'm understanding from the group that approached me about this motion, they're not looking for money. They want to work with the owners to see what the owners are planning and just see if they can offer some suggestions and input. So perhaps this memorandum or this resolution doesn't address that as directly, but if Mr. Levy, are you able to answer a question or two for me, just to make sure I'm saying the right things here? So, Mr. Levy, you're the Friends of the Fourth Avenue Theater, and could you just briefly, what was the main focus of your group coming together on this? The main focus.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I appreciate this opportunity. We are the Friends of the Fourth Avenue Theater. We're looking to work in partnership with the owners and stakeholders and the community as a whole to try to figure out a way how to preserve this Anchorage landmark. We're not asking for money from the city. We're not asking for government money. We recognize that this is in private ownership, and we recognize that there have been creative ways throughout the country in terms to preserve our history. And we'd like to do that. And we'd like to work with the owners in terms of whether taking some of the murals, looking at working with them, advocating for whatever resources they might need to make that building a success. Our client is that building. And so whatever we can do to preserve that Anchorage landmark, we want to do.
Have you made contact attempts, or have you? How's the communication going? Is it starting to rev up at all?
Good question. We have. We're a relatively new organization. We've just been around for a couple of months. We've had email communication between ourselves and the owners, and we hope to continue that, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity in the near future to have a face-to-face meeting and talk about how we can help them and help them succeed in preserving the building in some effort.
Okay, thank you. If anyone else has questions for Mr. Levy.
Any other questions for Mr. Levy, Mr. Trainee?
No, it's nice to see you back again, sir.
Yes. Thank you.
It's just that the same groups come together every time this concept of theater comes up. But nobody's got the money, sir, except the people that bought the property. was for sale. The city didn't. The voters decided not to buy it. So now we've got another group, many of the same people that want to try and save it. I know you guys went to see Wizard of Oz and everything else at that theater. It's a touchstone for many of you. But in reality is the theater has left out its life expectancy. And it's now up to the owners to decide what they want to do with it, not this body to try and step in and mediate what the owners are trying to do with it. I won't be voting anything other than letting the owners do what they want to do with this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Did you want to briefly respond, Mr.
Sure, I'd be happy to if I could, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your concerns, and Mr. Traney, I know you've been a long-time member of the Assembly, and you have a lot of historical experience. As I said earlier, there's a lot of passion around the Fourth Avenue Theater. Our goal is not necessarily to circumvent, to replace, to undercut the private owners. We recognize that there are private owners, but we also recognize that there are opportunities that the public and the community as a whole can help them, and that's what we want to do. We don't want to see, and I hope you don't want to see, a vacant building that's been sitting downtown for 10 years, and we want to be able to figure out a way to house that as a productive member of our downtown community.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Member Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And when the owner of the building, Mr. Fang, presented his last plan to us approximately, I think it was 4.5 years ago or something like that, I actually got him on the record that night saying that he would work with the Alaska Historical Society to save as much of the heritage of that building as possible. And so I'm glad that your group is willing to work with him. But I just wanted to make sure everyone remind those who weren't here on that body back then that he is on the record saying he will work with you. So
appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion on the, I stepped out for a second, but there's a motion on the floor to postpone to the 9th. Ms. Wimhoff,
Yes.
is that from you?
That is the motion at the time.
Okay. One of the benefits of postponing is we don't have to talk about it right now. Do you want to talk about it right now, Mr. Dice? Yes.
Maybe what I was going to say has already been covered when I was talking to Mr. Falsey, but Mr. Falsey assures me that the administration is glad to work with anybody, make it a priority, and do what can be done from the city's perspective to make a good outcome. So I agree that I believe what we're doing here is superfluous. We're telling the mayor to get busy and do this, and the mayor is already willing and able to do what they can. Thank you.
Further debate on postponing a superfluous motion.
Mr. Chairman, I know you're not going to recognize me.
Well, then don't come up to the podium, Mr.
There
Potter.
was a question asked of Mr. Levy, and I think that it's appropriate for government to actually reach out to the owner or the representative of the owner of the property.
Mr. Potter, sit down. We have a motion to postpone to April 9th. Is there a discussion on that motion, not on the underlying merits, not on anything else, on postponing?
I would like to keep discussing it after you and Mr. Traney. Mr. Traney, did you still want to speak?
On whether we postpone or not.
Right,
Mr.
correct.
Traney, should we postpone? Okay. Ms. Wimhoff, on whether we should postpone or not.
I'm thinking that you could probably postpone it beyond the 9th if necessary, but
Was your motion to postpone to the 9th?
Yeah, it was to postpone to the 9th.
That's on the floor. Are you still?
So I'm offering my own amendment.
Okay, what is your amendment?
That if Mr. Levy, do you think that some communication could occur if we postpone this, that it may or may not come from, I'm tempted to withdraw is what I'm tempted to do, and come back a different time after more communication has occurred.
I already
I guess
asked,
the motion, so would that mean we would vote it down, say no not to approve, and then I'm a little green at this, sir.
Swimhoff, I already told the representative of the FANGs that they can't respond. Let's not, we normally don't have public testimony on resolutions.
Okay.
Do you want to amend your motion or keep it on the floor? That is to do till the 9th, postpone till the 9th.
I would like to remove my motion.
So there is now no longer a motion to postpone. We have the merits before us.
And
you were the second? Forrest was the second? Mr. Dunbar?
No, I don't withdraw my second.
Yeah.
Let's vote on this motion, and we'll come on the 9th, and if we want to do another motion to postpone again, we can. But let's just vote on this motion and postpone this thing. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Good. So
Wait. There's still a queue.
we have now a restored motion to postpone to the 9th. It retains its second. It is on the floor. Comments on whether or not we should postpone till the 9th, Mr. Constant.
Yep. I am going to just go on the record here and say that the process by which a member is allowed to invite up a member of the public to speak, and then the representative of the other party who wasn't even notified that this matter would be on the agenda is told to sit down and shut up, is really bad government. And so I think the question is before us, but I think we're doing an abuse to the process by engaging in it this way.
Member Constant, nobody had asked Mr. Potter to get up, and that's not our procedure.
There was actually someone in the queue.
If you want to, you can at any time, but he can't come up unrequested or recognized. So you have the power as an individual member of this body, but that had not happened. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to briefly apologize to Ms. Wemhoff. I think my tone might have been inappropriate. It wasn't meant as a critique of you at all. I just believe that we could postpone to the 9th, and then you'll still be here, and we can potentially postpone as well. But I just wanted to apologize.
Through the chair, not a problem.
Ms. Member Trainee.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Mr. Potter.
You are welcome to ask.
Thank you. Mr. Potter, you're allowed now to come to the podium. So tell me, has the owner been approached at all? Or what's the owner's position on that? You represent the owner, I assume.
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, before I start, my name is Tim Potter, for the record, representing Peach Investments and the Fang family, who could not be here tonight. And here and provide hopefully a little bit of humor so that I can contain my frustration with the process. On this shoulder, I have Haberman saying open public process, and on this shoulder I have Ron Aleva going nuts because of bad government. So with these voices in my head, I just want to echo that, in fact, having been asked by the Assembly, some of not you, but to sit on a committee to evaluate the public process and how the Assembly does its business, and having had public meetings and hearings to get information and input from the community, and then providing the Assembly recommendations on appropriateness of public process and how it should be done, I want to go on the record that I am terribly frustrated that the property owners, which are the focus of this legislation, were not contacted, reached out to by the makers of this legislation. I did not find out myself until 5:39 Friday evening, and only because there was a good, hard-working representative of the clerk's office still in her office that could answer the question for me, because I had heard a rumor. I was not given that information by Mr. Levy, although I will go on the record and say that between Mr. Levy and Ms. Lovegreen, we have had an exchange of a couple of emails. I have also posted questions to them about what the form of their organization was. But quite frankly, the language in here, although it does not say it specifically, it does say all possible means. And at the governor's level, there is an opportunity, and it's been brought up by the Friends of the Fourth Avenue Theater before in its previous makeup, and one of those items is to take eminent domain taking process forward. And if we're going to suggest that, and an Assembly resolution is going to go forward, in the addendum to the agenda, at the very last minute, no notification to the property owner, and there's no public hearing, and the property owner's representative can't get up while the representative of another organization who has obviously influenced this legislation coming forward, not good government, not good process. You know, for this second, when the metronome hits at the top, Haberman and Aleva make all the sense in the world to me. Now, think about that. So with that, I'll close. We are more than happy. Mr. Peterson is correct. Mr. Fang went on the record. We will do it, and we will save as much as we can. Our intent is to try and preserve as much as we can. It's an important feature, but everybody needs to recognize that it needs to be at the property owner's schedule. We are more than happy to work. I asked Ms. LaFrance if there was a possibility of having...
Mr. Potter.
I will wrap up right now. A working committee report to the Economic Development and Land Use Committee, Mr. Weddleton's committee, so that we, the FANGs and Peach Investments, can come on a regular basis and report to that committee and have interface with Mr. Lovey and Ms. Lovegreen. Not a problem.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Any further questions of Mr. Potter? Ms. LaFrance has more questions, if you don't mind staying.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tim, you and I talked this morning, and I appreciate the time in explaining some of the backstory, and I apologize that we did not reach out in a timely manner. It was my intent as a co-sponsor of this, observing that there seemed to be a deep community need to have some kind of discussion to actually help facilitate some, kind of meeting, fact gathering, where folks could get together and maybe not even necessarily move the resolution forward. So I do apologize with how the mechanics of this worked out, and as I mentioned to you this morning, I should have known, though I don't have the benefit of living through all the history of other members, that you were the person to contact in this. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Potter. Ms. Wimhoff, did you have questions for him?
I actually want to echo that of Ms. LaFrance. I'm just green enough to quit in a couple weeks, but or be gone in a few weeks. But I do apologize for not personally contacting you. Although I will admit I was not sure, and I was hoping that the community and you, as you have mentioned, you and Mr. Levy, Ms. Lovegreen, have had some good conversations. So I apologize for that angst and frustration. And I no longer need to address him, but I would like to now move to postpone this indefinitely.
Second.
Mr. Potter, apologize for being rude to you. I didn't write this resolution, but I am charged with keeping order here. And on a resolution that does not have the force of law, we have testimony by request, and no one had yet requested, though they did. So that's my charge. On ordinances, we're required to and do have public testimony. You had a motion before to postpone till the 9th. You're changing that to a motion to postpone indefinitely?
Yes, sir.
I'll change my second.
There was the second from Mr. Dunbar.
I'll change it.
The second, so there's now a motion to postpone indefinitely. Is there discussion on that motion? Is there any objection to that motion? Do you want to vote or postpone indefinitely without objection? I'm seeing no objection, so we're going to postpone indefinitely if I don't hear anything else. That item has been postponed indefinitely. Brings us to our final consent agenda item. Item 9, Bravo 8, resolution number AR 2019-105, a resolution opposing Governor Dunleavy's proposed fiscal year 2020 budget by Member Croft, Austin Quinn Davidson, Member Quinn Davidson, and Dunbar, I believe. Those three?
Yep.
Yes, and because of the sensitive nature of this, of course, any member who wants to add their name can. You can, under debate, or let us know, but we didn't want to presume that. Mr. Dunbar.
Well, first, do we have a motion to approve? I move to approve.
Oh, yeah.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Dunbar, seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. So this is a resolution that lays out in detail the kind of harm that the Dunleavy budget will do to the municipality of Anchorage. I urge my colleagues to pass this and to pass it tonight. I have long resisted political resolutions except in extraordinary circumstances. Well, this is an extraordinary circumstance. The budget as currently proposed is immoral. It is immoral to cut the senior benefit and potentially throw elders out of pioneer homes. It is immoral to slash by more than $100 million the school budget and cause 31 kids in a kindergarten class. It is immoral to cut funding to the Awake Shelter for survivors of domestic abuse. And it's particularly immoral to do so while leaving the oil industry and the oil tax credits at more than $1.3 billion. At a time when ConocoPhillips has some of the highest profits in the world here in Alaska, twice as much money per barrel of oil here in Alaska than anywhere else. It's immoral also because when Governor Dunleavy was campaigning in 2018, he went to Ketchikan and promised them, I'm not going to cut the Marine Highway System. He went to AFN and said, I'm not going to cut rural schools. He went on KTVA and said specifically, I'm not going to cut the senior benefit. Now there's an argument that, well, now he's in office, he has new information, but pardon my French, but that's bullpucky. He was in the legislature. He was on the finance committee. This was obvious for anyone who was following the budget. If he was promising a larger PFD with no restructure of the oil taxes, we were going to end up in a situation like this. In addition to being immoral, this budget is probably also unconstitutional. Unlike the federal Constitution, the Alaska Constitution has an affirmative duty to provide for adequate public education. This budget does not do so. Finally, there's an argument that this is just the starting point. This is just to get it out there, to get us all talking about that. But that's not how budgets work with the governor. The governor has line item veto authority. It will take 45 votes to override his veto. I've had people ask me, Fairbanks and Juneau, they've passed resolutions. Why isn't Anchorage? Why hasn't Anchorage lent our voice to the other Alaskans saying we need to resist this budget? We need to start again. So it's time for us to join them and to join the Municipal League, the AEDC, and so many other organizations all around Alaska. I urge my colleagues to pass this resolution and pass it tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thank you, Member Dunbar. Member Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have similar sentiment to Mr. Dunbar. A budget is your vision for the future, right? It's where you flesh out all your priorities, you decide what matters for that year, and you set yourself up for what matters in future years. And it's your roadmap. And at home, my wife and I set goals for our personal budget, what we want each year, and sort of where that's leading us to the future. And I could only hope that the governor sat around at the table with his advisors and did the same thing, deciding what they felt was critical to Alaskans and what was extra. But there's no evidence to suggest that he did. On the list of things that he decided don't matter are pre-K education, in fact, education in general. To give you an idea of the scale of his proposed cuts, even if every elementary school teacher in this city were laid off, we still would have to cut more in education to get to the cuts proposed by the governor's budget. Every elementary school teacher. On top of that, he wants to eliminate about half of the university, forcing our bright young people to flee their home state to pursue their dreams and contribute to some healthy economy elsewhere. He's also decided that women, children, and the poor don't matter. He wants to take services from 800 vulnerable and homeless individuals, including 100 youth who will no longer receive services from Covenant House, and more than 200 women and children who will no longer have shelter at night. He's decided that public health doesn't matter, proposing to cut those services, and wants to eliminate the Alaska Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault Intervention Program. He's also decided that Alaskans' health doesn't matter. His proposed cuts to Medicaid would make us unable to take advantage of free money from the federal government to care for our citizens and would result in higher costs to all Alaskans, Since we know that as fewer folks are covered, emergency services are in higher demand since preventative needs aren't being met, and those of us lucky enough to have health insurance end up footing the bill to compensate for the uninsured. There's so much more that this governor thinks doesn't matter. Services in rural Alaska, the Marine Highway Ferry System, our elders. His proposed budget would cut housing for the elderly, turning some of them onto the street. I echo Mr. Dunbar's comment that this budget is immoral. So what exactly does matter to this governor? He has proposed that the municipality no longer be able to tax oil and gas properties within its jurisdiction, leading to a loss of $2.6 million of revenue to the muni. Does this proposed budget reflect the future we want for our state, where oil companies pay even less of their share, but kids can't go to school, our elders are on the street, and women who don't have somewhere to turn when they experience, through no fault of their own, sexual assault and domestic violence? I refuse to believe that this is how Alaskans see the state's future. On top of the error in judgment on what matters, the governor's proposed budget is just dangerous for our city. Credit rating agencies have warned that the budget would have serious credit implications in Anchorage, leading us to default on bonds and or potentially forcing us to raise taxes significantly on the local level. Not to mention the spikes in crime we'd see without these many services and the outmigration of those looking to live and work in a thriving city and state. The governor's proposed budget envisions a dark future for Alaska, one where we don't care for our neighbors and family members and we don't plan ahead. This type of budget that doesn't provide for our basic needs wouldn't fly in my home, and it makes just as little sense for Alaska. My colleagues, Mr. Croft and Mr. Dunbar, and I see a different future for Alaska and for this city, and I strongly oppose the proposed budget and urge my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Member Quinn Davidson. Member Sporosky.
I urge this resolution to pass. This Dunleavy's proposed budget has people terrified. It has schools terrified. It has children and potential university goers terrified. Hearing what the heads of universities are saying, it makes me scared to go to college next year, honestly. So I urge this to pass in order for us to have an effective budget, and I urge everyone here to talk to your representatives at the House level, at our state level, and make sure that they know what your stance on Governor Dunleavy's budget is. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Weddleton.
Oh, thanks. So I've lived here for 37 years and saw this day coming. We all saw this day coming. My friend Scott Goldsmith has told us for all those years, this day's coming. We need to prepare. And the time to be scared and terrified was 37 years ago, 36 years ago, 35 years ago. We put this off, not just Dunleavy, all of us, legislators, whoever, put this off until today. And it's going to be tough. The dark future could have been avoided way back then, but it is here now. Now, there's lots. I don't like this budget. I don't think it'll pass through the legislature. I hope it doesn't. It's devastating. I think all the whereases in this are absolutely correct. The statements of my colleagues are absolutely correct. But we sat aside while this day came. And if it wasn't this, it's going to be something else ugly. It's just the way it is. So I agree with them on this view. This is a bad budget. I don't want to see that budget come to us. But this resolution, like the previous one, is simply just trying to poke the governor in the eye. It's going to be ineffective. The power is with you and us as individuals. And all of us should read this, see what's coming, and this would be a little more powerful when we get an outline of the cost coming directly to us in Anchorage. And if we don't see it before then, when we do budget revisions, and you see how your property taxes will necessarily be increased because of this raining down on us, you will be even more motivated to contact the governor and the legislators. So I won't support this because I think it's just a political poke in the eye, but I do support every single one of you taking this, turn it into your own letter to every legislator and to the governor. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Member Trainee.
I'm going to support this because we need to send a message to Juneau. Let's take a look at school buildings. For years, we've gone with the school district to the public and said, hey, we want $50 million of school bonds, and guess what? The state's going to participate in that. Subject to annual appropriation. I love the weasel words they put in there. Subject to annual appropriation. This new budget stops doing that. And that means I won't be here, you guys will. You're probably going to have to raise the school budget up, their taxation, up about $300 to $400 million to cover the cost of those money. The money is not going to come out of Juneau. I feel sorry for you, because when the taxpayers understand what their tax bill is going to be with that huge increase, they're not going to go to Juneau and scream. They're going to come here and yell at you guys, and that day is coming. Now, I've heard people say, well, we knew this day was coming. But the people that down in Juneau that wrote this knew this day was coming, and they did nothing. They simply approved every budget to include the current governor. He approved it, didn't say anything. Now all of a sudden the sky's falling. We knew the sky was falling a long time ago, but none of them wanted to admit it because they had the constitutional budget reserve they could always strip money out of. Those days are now gone. So it'll be interesting for this body when this bill comes due and the taxpayers are coming here saying, why did my property tax go up by that much money? I thought it was going down. Because we now have to pay for the school bonds. I mean, this budget, this bond proposal of $59 million, at least they're being told the state's not going to participate. Even though we had Weasel Woods put into it before, in their minds, they thought, well, the state's always participated. They're going to keep doing that. No, they're not. That's a bill the city of Anchorage has to pay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be supporting this.
Thank you. Member LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will also be supporting this resolution. I think it's important for Anchorage to speak up. Some people have mentioned that, hey, this has been a great conversation starter, this proposed budget. I don't think it's been a productive conversation in a lot of ways. It's also very costly given all the analyses and the focus that it's taking away from other things in running the business of the city and the state and so on. This budget pits Alaskans against each other. As my colleagues have said, it doesn't have a vision of the future for Alaska. It was created without input from stakeholders. It will raise local taxes, so it is an increase to taxes. And it also could be averted, I believe, with a $400 PFD. So this budget, as I understand it, includes the supersized PFD, and I will be supporting this resolution. I'm happy to add my name to it.
Madam Clerk, will please add Ms. LaFrance's name to the resolution. Member Dyson.
It's been a pretty uncomfortable discussion for me. The resolution I actually have no problems with, and I really like the be it resolved ones. I'm very uncomfortable with the tenor of the discussion here. I appreciate the passion, and I hope the governor never is confronted with what was said at this table, because it'll damage the section 1 of the therefores, which is to be more collaborative. And so I'd like to identify with remarks of Mr. Weddleton, and I'm really torn because as written, it was okay and maybe even good. And in this last week, as I understood the communications in the press, and the governor is he's looking for other ideas and suggestions. And we have some here. I would have added the section 3, a reconsideration of the dividend and so on. But all right, but I'm torn because I'm so I guess disquieted by the discussion here, and so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Member Constant.
Thank you. I have the fortune to represent District 1, downtown Government Hill, South Addition, Fairview, and Mountain View. And in my district, it's an amazing thing. My neighbors consistently, at all the events and outreach that I go to, say they have a refrain, and this will make some of my more conservative peers, wonder how does this place exist? They say, tax me. They say, I want to do my part. I want to do something to get us over the hump of this problem. Tax me. They say it. I hear it every single day. And I know that Alaskans are committed to figuring out our way through this crisis that Mr. Welton aptly points out that has been coming for a long time. And so I understand that people of goodwill on all sides of the question are looking at the problem and wondering how are we going to make it through. And I think staying in the question is how we're going to get there. And so I understand the passion on the sides of the movers, and I also understand Mr. Dyson's reticence. But I would tell you that in Anchorage, just like we responded to that earthquake, people are looking for a way to fix the problem that we're in, and will show up to do their part. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anyone else in the queue. Are members ready for the vote? Members may proceed to vote. That item passes 9-2. Brings us to the end of our consent agenda, the easy part of our agenda. Yeah, so I'm showing that it is 7:35. Can we take just 15 minutes and get back here? Can people be back in 15 minutes? 20 minutes then, so we'll try and get back before 8. 5 minutes to 8 is our goal. We'll stand and Proceed with the agenda. We'll proceed with item 11A. 11B, we had closed the public hearing, but I said at that time that I would reopen it today and will. So there will be public testimony on item 11B, which is the flame retardant issue. But we'll start with item 11A, resolution number AR 2019-36, as amended, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a $200,000 contribution from the 2019 Maintenance and Operations Department and Operating Budget Area-Wide General Fund to the Area-Wide General Capital Improvement Program Maintenance and Operations Department to establish a capital reserve for future roof repairs at the George M. Sullivan Arena, Anchorage Museum at Rasmussen Center, and Z.J. Lusac Library, Public Works Administration, and Associated Assembly Memorandum 83. Public hearing was closed. And there's a motion on the floor to approve, Madam Clerk?
There is. Mr. Constant moved and Mr. Dunbar seconded that motion.
Mr. Constant moved, Mr. Dunbar seconded approval. Is there any discussion of this resolution? Yeah, we closed public hearing on 226. No discussion. Are you ready for the vote? No one in the queue. Members may proceed to vote. That item passes 10-0. Ms. Wimhoff is absent, but we'll be back, in fact, shortly. Nothing on height, I meant there. Member 11, item 11B, ordinance number AO 2019-15S, as amended, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to protect the health of children and firefighters by amending the Anchorage Municipal Code to add a new chapter, 15100, consumer products, and a new section to prohibit certain consumer products containing flame retardants, chemicals harmful to human health and development, by Assembly Members LaFrance, Croft, and Dunbar. As I said, we closed public testimony on February 26th. We had a number of work sessions. I'll reopen public testimony now. Any member of the public like to testify on this item, ordinance number 2019-15, the S version? Welcome, sir.
Hi, I'm John Kenish, live in South Anchorage. I just want to let you know that I've been a chemist for 50 years now, and one of the things that you should be aware of, that chemistry has done a lot of wonderful things for us, changed our lives tremendously. However, lots of errors have been made along the way. One of the key errors is the fact that people are now exposed to chemicals which have never existed before, and those chemicals can have a negative impact on human health. Just this week, for example, the American Chemical Society issued a report that says that persistent chemicals are affecting the immune system, even in vitro. So that means that these chemicals are a real hazard. So my recommendation is that you consider not approving those last three amendments, because I think we want to eliminate these chemicals from people being exposed. And I think that unfortunately you're going to be facing these same issues down the road with many other contaminants out there in the city of Anchorage. So I think this is not going to end, and I think you should take a stronger position and hold the standard. That is the standard of not allowing people in the community to be exposed to these chemicals.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Any other public testimony? Welcome.
Hi, my name is Carol Daly-Bacon. Sorry. I'm a retired Anchorage firefighter, and I had a rewarding 25-year career with AFD. Shortly after I retired, I was diagnosed with a rare blood cancer. I am one of many firefighters who have had cancer. Flame retardants generate excessive smoke and toxic chemical byproducts that expose firefighters to toxic soup when a structure fire is burning. Even with our training and protective gear, firefighters are exposed to toxins that have been linked to cancer. Preventative gear does not completely protect firefighters. Toxins may accumulate inside the protective gear and enter firefighters' bodies through dermal contact. Firefighters are diagnosed with cancer at a much higher rate than the general public. A survey conducted by San Francisco Fire Department found that the rate of breast cancer among female female firefighters aged 40 to 50 is 6 times greater than the national average. It was estimated that my bone marrow transplant cost close to $1 million. I spent 6 weeks in the hospital and 4 months living near the hospital in Seattle. Although my treatment was mentally and physically taxing, fortunately I did not have to cover the cost. Instead, the burden fell on the taxpayers. Cancer is the biggest killer of American firefighters. Toxic flame retardants are one of the leading culprits contributing to firefighter cancer. I support the Toxic-Free Children's Ordinance to protect children and firefighters. I urge the city to be more proactive in banning flame retardant for the safety of the Anchorage firefighters and our community. It is a preventative step to address the cancer epidemic that has become the fate of my occupation. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol, Mr. Dunbar, do you have a question for her? You're hard to kill, Carol. I wanted to brag on you. Carol was one of the first female firefighters in the department, really took some skeptics in the males that thought it was just a male place and just outworked them, outsmarted them, outperformed them to where now you can't find any voice who doesn't say fabulous things about her. Nice to see you again.
That's very sweet. Thank you.
Further public testimony on this item. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for allowing public testimony on this amended S version. My name is Tom Lockish. Address is 1450 Muldoon Road, Suite 312, 99504. I'd like to address the generations and request that you protect generations where these fire retardants are also mutagenic. Our building standards requiring fire sensors, smoke detectors, and carbon monoxide detectors have taken the place of what fire retardants were supposed to do to protect our children and from burns. We have improved our building standards and our fire protection standards and now have to deal with a problem of mutagenic and carcinogenic materials that are in 90% of the people who are subject to these toxins. I might note that that the Assembly has been presented with competent studies, peer-reviewed studies on these issues of the toxicity, mutagenicity, and carcinogenicity of these products, and that I urge all of the Assembly members to protect our present and future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Further testimony. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. Okay. My name is Samantha Englishu, and I'm a local registered nurse and lifelong Anchorage resident. I'm here to testify in support of ordinance number AO 2019-15. As a maternal child health nurse, I promote family wellness through education, patient advocacy, and direct clinical care to newborn babies and postpartum women. Exposure to health-harming and unnecessary chemicals goes against the public health message I try to enforce, and daily contact to widespread chemicals found in consumer products in our homes, schools, businesses, and hospitals should be emphasized as an urgent public health issue in Alaska. It is clear that in order to protect public health more effectively, we need policies that eliminate or reduce the causes of potential health problems. This is known as primary prevention. By not taking action today, we are condoning the source of these harmful chemicals. Alternatively, by voting to support this ordinance, Anchorage could seek to prevent health effects from exposures before they occur. This is a complex issue, but I believe our city and the Anchorage Assembly have the ability to make difficult decisions to protect the health of our current and future generations. Thank you in advance for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Further public testimony. Welcome, sir.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I live in the Mat-Su Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, the decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. First, I appreciate providing an opportunity for additional comments, but I am concerned when looking at the agenda here. When you open for public hearing, it says public hearing closed. Anyone reading that agenda would have no clue that you're allowing public comment on this issue tonight. The appropriate thing is you're allowing some people who are in the audience right now to speak, and I'm not questioning that. But in fairness, in the way it was published, an agenda for this particular item is creating a confusion in the public, including people who work in government, assembly members and respectively. And the end result is it's not fairly allowing the public to be engaged. And had they known, who else would have been able to speak here on this item? Okay, and in closing, I'd like to say this, because I didn't have a chance at the last meeting to respond to comments by assembly members regarding to my comments before you on this issue. I'd like to remind you all, the idea of public comment and you are hearing what the public has to say, you need to be respectful to the public. You need to give them a fair chance to speak. You need not to criticize their comments. Respectfully, you can question what they say, but while they're doing their testimony, allow them to speak, and after they finish speaking, they go ahead and ask them questions. But when assembly members, it's not just me, but other members, have other members of the public I've witnessed, where there's been criticism of what they're saying and the character of what they do. And it's inappropriate. It's also creating a situation, with all due respect, telling people in the audience and the municipality of Anchorage or anyone who's wishing to speak, should I go through that situation? And there's creating a situation where it's saying, maybe I'll hold back and not go behind the microphone and speak to you all. And that's all I have to say, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Further public testimony on this item? Welcome.
Oops, sorry. Thank you for giving me the time to speak today. My name is Jessica Thornton, and I am a community organizer. I work for Cook Inlet Keeper, and I live here in Anchorage and Spenard. I want to start off by thanking Alaska Community Action on Toxics for their work and everyone who is here today. I know it has taken a lot of time and effort to get to this point. And looking at a bigger picture, the system itself is set up to protect industry over the health of people. On pretty much all levels, chemical policy in this country rejects the precautionary principle, which means that the burden really lies with nonprofits like ACAT, with concerned community members like myself, and with local governments like this assembly to fight for the health of our communities. It shouldn't be that way. Parents should be able to buy products that they know are safe for their children, and in this case, their children's children, because we are talking about endocrine-disrupting chemicals. And firefighters who dedicate their lives to keep us safe should not have to pay for that with their health. So I urge you to pass this ordinance today and do so with the highest level of protection. I would urge you to pass the version that includes toys, car seats, and electronics, because this is common sense policy aimed at doing what good policy does, protecting our communities and creating a safer place for us to live and raise our families. I do have a process concern that I feel obliged to raise, and I do so with the greatest respect to all of you. The municipality's code of ethics requires assembly members to disclose potential conflicts of interest before comment, deliberation, or vote on a matter in which she or he may have a financial or private interest. Although Assembly Member Weddleton has mentioned in a work session on AO 2019-15 that he owns a retail store that sells toys and children's products that would have been affected by this ordinance in its previous form, he has not done so during either of the Assembly meetings at which this ordinance has been considered, tonight being the third such meeting, and I was alarmed to see that toys are no longer included in this ordinance. I would therefore encourage respectfully that Assemblymember Weddleton comply with the procedure for disclosure set out in Municipal Code 1.15.060F to permit the Assembly to determine if his interest is substantial and thus disqualifying. Again, I raise this with the utmost of respect. I would like to see a version that includes toys, car seats, and electronics. And I want to thank you all for letting me speak today and for your work on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're still under public testimony, but I'll get you first, Mr. Weddleton, when we're done. Continuing public testimony. Anyone wish to testify? They're being very deferential. Yes, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Marge Stone King. I am a mother and a public health professional. I'd like to speak in support of this ordinance, and especially on behalf of children who pound for pound breathe in twice as much air as the rest of us and therefore have higher exposure levels to all indoor pollutants. And I'd like to speak in favor of the inclusion of toys, electronics, and car seats as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Oops. Welcome, Ms. Miller.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Pamela Miller and I represent Alaska Community Action on Toxics. We're a nonprofit public interest environmental health and justice research and advocacy organization based here in Anchorage. First of all, I'd like to thank the Assembly for your careful deliberation, the several public hearings and work sessions that have happened on this ordinance protecting the health of firefighters and children. We have three key messages to support passage of the S version of the ordinance. We know that flame retardants are hazardous, babies and toddlers have higher exposures than adults, and these chemicals can cause lifelong harm. Toxic flame retardant chemicals do not provide proven fire safety benefits, and fire safety standards can be met without them. Flame retardant chemicals make the products more toxic and hazardous while in use, and more toxic when they do catch fire. Flame retardants increase the risk of cancer, as we've heard, and other diseases in firefighters because they make fires more toxic. We need to do what we can to protect the health of our firefighters. According to the Consumer Product Safety Commission, when toxic flame retardants are used in these product categories, including children's toys, child care articles, mattresses and mattress pads, upholstered household furniture, and plastic casings for electronics, the chemicals migrate out, leading to widespread human exposure to mixtures of these chemicals. The S version of this ordinance is strong, but it currently excludes categories of products that we're concerned about, including toys, plastic casings, and car seats. Anchorage has the opportunity to lead and build on the foundation of laws passed in other local jurisdictions. For reasons stated at the last public hearing, we support Amendments 3, 4, and 5. Amendment 3 would include electronic casings, and we note that the San Francisco ordinance does not exempt electronics. Amendment 4 would include toys explicitly in the definition of juvenile products, and Amendment 5 would ensure that car seats are not excluded from the definition of covered products. We urge you to pass the S version with Amendments 3, 4, and 5 to include these product categories. Toxic flame retardants in toys, electronics, and car seats not only present hazards to children, but they also create more hazardous conditions for our firefighters. And again, thank you for consideration of our views, and we think it would be auspicious to pass this during Public Health Week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Any further public testimony on this item? Any at all? Then we'll close public testimony.
I do.
There's a motion to approve on the floor?
Move to approve.
I think there's already a motion to approve on the floor. Mr. Weddleton?
Sure, I'd like to speak to the comment that was made. I do not believe I have any kind of conflict in any way, shape, or form, but I'll address her points. I'd say in one case, we have an S version in front of us that, is it appropriate to speak on this now?
Yes,
okay.
please.
That excludes electronics and toys. I had no role in making the S version that has those exclusions. My business, Bosco's, we do sell a small amount of toys. I have no idea if they have flame retardants in them in any way, shape, or form, and my comments at the work sessions were just that. I don't even know how to check. The electronics we sell are a very small amount of used video games, and my understanding is no version of this ordinance ever included used products. So I guess you can decide if I have a conflict or not.
Sell any furniture? Sell any car seats?
None of the above.
Yeah, my conclusion as chair is that you don't have a conflict and that you can vote on this, including any amendments. Mr. Dunbar? Well, any member can challenge that, of course, if they want to. Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I don't want to challenge that. I'll commend my colleague, Mr. Weddleton, for very calmly addressing that. I was going to make the same point he did, which is the S version. I'm trying to remember exactly what its genesis was. I believe it was the sponsors, myself and Ms. LaFrance and Mr. Croft, who worked on it the most, along with, I'm sure, Mr. Gates, but I don't recall any input except for general comments at the work session from Mr. Weddleton. I think that I like the S version as it is. When we went down this path, the things that we were really thinking about was primarily furniture, also mattresses, which I believe is included, and those other kind of larger products that we think are driving the exposure. We received a lot of feedback that some of the internal electronics and electronics casings might even be mandated to have some of these chemicals. And I know we've gone back and forth on that. We got conflicting reports from different organizations. But I think this ordinance is a good start. It's a novel concept for this city, and I commend the folks who have brought it forward and have championed it over the last couple of years. I'll say also that we've tried to reach out to the furniture industry, and we've heard from Mr. Cavett in particular, and he has sort of indicated that if we follow the California rules, then we are likely to not adversely impact his business. And I know that that can seem a little callous. We're talking about children, we're talking about firefighters, we're talking about cancer, but we want to do this in a way that also doesn't unduly harm small business owners in Anchorage. And I think we can do both. I think we can strike that balance. But again, I want to commend the folks that brought it forward. I want to, again, sort of defend, not that he needs defending my colleague, Mr. Weddleton, because I think he always offers what I would consider unbiased opinions, and I urge approval of the S version. Thank you.
Are we on general comment?
Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, well, I didn't know we were on general comments. I would do this. I do support this, and I appreciate, I'm careful about what I eat and drink, and I don't want to eat and drink poisons, but I'm too lazy to do research on it. So I really appreciate those of you who do. Pam and the others, it's been a great education, and I thank you for it. And while Pam's here, I think you were just inducted in the Athena Society the other day. Is that right? Congratulations.
Okay.
So it has. So I will support the S version, and I'm glad this came forward. One thing that we got a lot of information from the ACAT people pretty early. They've been working on this for a while and educating us, and there were holes in the argument. Why do we use flame retardants? And what we heard was because of the greed of the chemical industry. And I just think, how's that quite work? If I'm making furniture, I'm not going to buy something that doesn't add value to my product. Why would I do this? So I never got an answer to that until the paid lobbyists came in. And that phrase, paid lobbyists, is said with such venom by some people. They were very, very helpful in this process. They brought information. They explained that the reason was people were burning up years ago, so the government made rules so that people wouldn't burn up. And the scientists like Mr. Kenish figured out, hey, these certain chemicals will help prevent things from burning up. Now, lo and behold, we learned later those were bad chemicals, and we're getting rid of them, and that's a good thing. But I appreciate all the information we got from ACAT, their friends, and also the industry is very, very helpful. We got a well-rounded view of this, and I'm glad we had, I think, 3 local furniture people weigh in, and they were generally supportive, which was really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Member Constant.
Thank you. It's rare when supporters of a cause that I support make my support for that cause less. And I had a moment of that here just a few minutes ago when one of my peers, who I have found to be inscrutably transparent, and so I'm not going to let that cloud my judgment on this issue, that this issue is worth supporting. And there's a lot of hard work. Maybe this is one of the more in-depth items that's been worked on since I've been on the body. This has been going on for 8 months or 10 months or something. And to Mr. Dunbar, it's not quite unprecedented. On September 15th, we will ban plastic bags. So thank you.
Thank you. Member Trainee.
I want to thank my colleagues that brought this forward. It's a good piece of legislation. And Suzanne, sometimes you and I have talked about this. You wondered if you can accomplish anything while being on the assembly. And with this piece of legislation, you have. This helps the kids, helps adults. It's a needed piece of legislation. Thanks for your work on this, Suzanne. It's important to have this passed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I have no one else in the queue. Are you ready for the vote? Members may proceed to vote on the underlying ordinance. That ordinance passes unanimously, 11-0. We did appearance requests earlier, which brings us to item 13A, continued public hearings. Ordinance number AO 2019-26, an ordinance amending Title III of the Anchorage Municipal Code to allow for municipal employees to retain their cashable leave balance upon transfer to a new employer in the event of acquisition of a municipal enterprise or utility by such new employer from the Department of Law and Associated AM 118. Yeah, S on the agenda. I made a note of that myself. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So now the S 13A2 on your addendum is the S version.
What are we on?
Do we need a motion to approve the S version then, since we're not? No motion pending, and we need a motion to approve the S version.
Yep. Public hearing continued.
Okay, we're continued public hearing on this ordinance. Is there any member of the public who'd like to testify on item 13A and A2, ordinance number AO 2019-26? S.
Where's the S version?
You're welcome to anyone at all. Seeing no one now, public testimony is closed. Can I get a motion to approve the S version?
Move to approve the S version.
Moved and seconded. We're now under discussion on the S version. Third?
Oh, that's right.
Do you need a third on that?
Yeah, I got it.
Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say I appreciate the administration bringing this forward, and it's been my desire that every bargaining unit have the same right for their benefit package to be portable wherever they are, and I look forward to the day that we have a chance to work on that issue. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. I don't have anyone else in the queue. Are you ready for the question? Members may proceed to vote. That item passes 11-0. Brings us to item 13B under continued public hearings, ordinance number AO 2018-114, ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to require rotation of a single-member assembly election district at least every 10 years by amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 2.25 to add a new section. Sponsored by myself, we continued public testimony from December. Public testimony is open on this ordinance. Is there any member of the public who'd like to testify? Welcome, Mr. McGrath.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, I really appreciate Mr. Croft bringing this forward, and I also appreciate Mr. Constant bringing AO 2018-115 forward. But both of these are the wrong way to go. What you really need to do is do a charter change. I know I trust all of you, but I couldn't trust past assemblies, and I'm not sure I can trust future assemblies. Originally, we were going to have 5 two-member districts and a single-member district. We had that in Eagle River initially. And about 10 years in the 80s, we moved that single member to downtown. And every once in a while it comes up, and I've testified probably 5 or 6 times over the years since then that we were going to move that single member district. We never have. Even though I've talked to Darrell Hess, the Anchorage ombudsman, and he said, he's pulled a pile of the different ordinances and the different AOs and ARs saying, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. You never have. So what you really need to do is take it out of your hands by putting it before the voters of Anchorage, have a charter change, and either go to single-member districts or a defined system so that we make sure this happens every 10 years when we have a census in Alaska. Because, like I say, past assemblies have not lived up to their bargain. We don't know if future assemblies will. I call on this assembly to put it before the voters and settle this so that we know in the future that, it's going to happen in 10 years, but 10 years never really happens. Thank you.
What do you think, Tom, about 6 doubles? Like having 6 double-member districts and everyone just be doubles, not having to trade this around?
That would be as good as probably 12 singles or 11 singles. But a consistent method where all of the citizens of Anchorage know what this system is going to be, rather than myself saying, well, I have 1 assemblyman, but within a 10-year period, I'm going to have 2 assemblymen. Well, I've had 1 assemblyman, and Mr. Constant does a great job, but we don't know about the next guy, and because we have 1 assemblyman downtown, there's not near as much power as a district with 2 assemblymen.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So, Mr. McGrath, tomorrow night I'll be speaking at the FCC around 7 p.m. or 7 or 8, depends when I get on the agenda. And Mr. Dunbar has drafted a charter amendment proposal to codify 6 double-member districts. So I'll be bringing forward all of these for the conversation tomorrow night at the FCC. And so know that your request is actually already in process. Good. And the first step, I think, is to look at Mr. Dunbar's, because fair is fair and 2 is better than 1, because you may not like me, and it's better that you can go to someone else, or I may be sick and unavailable. And so please, if you can be there tomorrow, great. And if
FCC at
Fireweed and and so at the FCC Center.
What time?
I believe it's 7, but I may be on the agenda at 8, and so I'll be halfway through the meeting. And I believe the intent tonight is to move to postpone once the public hearing is closed.
Right.
And so we'll move it forward and come back to the question after more outreach.
Great, thank you.
It is to get all these 3 ideas together somehow and have a debate about them. Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Mr. Trainee wants to talk to you, Mr. McGrath.
Good to see you again.
Thanks.
One of the things you're talking about is having 6 dual-member districts, but letting the mayor have a vote on that body too, in case of a tie. Would you support giving the mayor a vote in case of a tie when he's already got veto authority?
No, because he has veto authority. And so I think a tie loses. It's typically the way it's done in other legislative bodies. To have the mayor have a vote on the legislative body as well as the administrative body, just it would be like, should the governor have a vote in the House or the Senate? I don't think that anybody would go along with that.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Further public testimony?
Mr. Dunbar, yes.
Just very briefly, I wanted to note for Mr. Trainee, the current version, which is now the Dunbar-Weddleton proposal, takes out the mayor's tie-breaking vote.
Is that drafted?
Thank you, sir. I hadn't seen this latest version.
Yeah, it's Mr. Gates is working on drafting because we were also trying to deal with the timing issue, which is a little more complicated.
Yeah, but I agree. It's got to go to the voters of Anchorage.
Further public testimony. Welcome, sir.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I live in the Mendocino Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, the decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. If there's anyone in the public in this room that's been monitoring how the people are voting, election process and so forth, since April 4th, 2012, it's been me. I've been there. I witnessed what's been going on. But let's go on these items that are before you tonight. And with all due respect, I appreciate the chair and Rivera listen to public testimony, not be engaged in conversation. What I'm proposing to you tonight is scrap what you got before you tonight. Remember this, I asked the administration prior to me going up here, and what I understand is that 11 Assembly members were present in the municipality of Anchorage when George Sullivan was mayor. 11 Assembly members are present in 2019. What's changed as far as the number of seats? What's changed in this situation is how many people you are representing, because the population has substantially changed. What I'm saying to you is this. You need to divide and add one more, 12 Assembly members. You need to divide it by numbers of people. And with the data that you do not have, because when is the next census? We do not have real numbers. You can't go that direction as far as breaking up, because you have to wait for real numbers, the real census. But you can change, and you can go to the people and say, what the system you've got right now is not really fair to you. You're representing many of you now, compared to when George Sullivan was mayor, you're representing a lot more people. The end result is, does that give you a fair chance to connect with the people who you represent? And does that give the chance for the public to connect with you? So what I'm saying to you tonight is scrap this whole thing that you got before here. Obviously, remember I said over the years, the more complex and complicated an issue is, the more notice, the more opportunity the public will be heard. And we're dealing with what? The change in connection with the people and who you are representing and giving a fair chance. And is this fair? So what I'm saying to you is postpone this indefinitely, kill it right now, yes, and come up with what I'm proposing here is a total thing of a structure of 12 seats with each person representing X number of people, because I witnessed at these meetings at City Hall with you all, where you were changing boundaries and we're over here and this is going to be this number and this was going to be that number, and there was going to be someone who had a less number. And that can't happen if it's for fairness. You need to have reality, and everyone needs to be treated fairly, and all the voters and the residents of Anchorage need to be treated fairly and respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. I don't see any questions. Further public testimony on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone to June 18th.
Motion to postpone consideration to June 18, the public hearing or the consideration?
I say consideration. We may choose to reopen public hearing at that time, and we may choose to let it die. We'll know when we get closer.
Okay. June 18th, any objection to postponing consideration of this item to June 18th? You'll need a new sponsor,
Can I talk about that?
Yes, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can I get a second on that from somebody so we can?
Second.
There, thank you, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think this is something that we could take up in the Ethics and Election Committee and get down in the nitty-gritty with some details and decide what we think might be the best path forward. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any objection to that motion to postpone, Mr. Weddleton?
I just want to make clear, so we're postponing but also closing the public hearing?
We've closed public hearing. You can reopen at any time, but we've closed it.
All right, thanks.
I'm not seeing any objection to the motion to postpone to June 18th. So without objection, that'll be postponed till that date. Brings item 13C up, ordinance number AO 2018-115, an ordinance in the Anchorage Assembly to require the next reapportionment of assembly districts to establish 11 single-member districts by amending Anchorage Municipal Code 2.25 to add a new section by Assemblymember Constant. It was held over from the same date, December 18th, and there's an informational memorandum as well. What's the, is there a pending motion to approve? Oh, we're still in public hearing. Yeah, that's right. So public hearing is reopened or continued. So public hearing is open. Any member of the public who'd like to testify on this item, 2018-115? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, you got to move faster for me, Mr. Haberman. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I live in the Matson Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, the decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. You could take those remarks I just said in the previous item, and they pertain with this item too. So that will make a short statement, but you add these words to this. I'm concerned when you break up on these particular items or whenever, and you say, well, wait a minute, we may have a public hearing later if we decide. And this idea of you as chair, and it's not just you, respectively, it's been continued over chairs, is on this item or any other item, you need to ask if there's any objection for closing public hearing, and that gives a chance as you all decide you want to have continued public hearing. But what has happened in this regard or any other item is a situation where you're going to go back, and as it was mentioned, ethics and election committee meetings and work sessions or whatever, and that creates a prejudice situation because when you go back in and then you want to hear from the public, you already have your opinions out. When you close public hearing and you have your opinions, fine. But when you're opening it, you already have that prejudice, and that makes the thing basically has to start all over. So this is a continued problem, and then what are we talking about? We're talking about the idea of how you're going to have how many people, voters, and how many assembly seats and so forth. What more important thing next to certification of the election can there be? And showing fairness. And I'm concerned over the years, and I've said my concerns over the years, and the end result is it continues to continue year after year, and you go your way. With all due respect, I plead with you to take this moment and realize these two items that you had before you tonight, this one and the other one, are very important issues. You're talking about redistricting. This is not something simple. You're also talking about who's going to be in charge of changing and doing the boundaries. You're talking about not having data right now. We don't even have, a recent census is going to be happening shortly. We're not on the edge of it just happened. So why do this whole thing now? Now, if it's an issue of simply saying 12 seats, then you need to, and go to the voters, have a change of charter, all that, but give it time for that discussion, that dialogue, because it's not a simple issue. This is something the city of Anchorage, the municipality of Anchorage is going to have to live with election after election, and can't be an easy change. And I remind you, most importantly, when you do connect with the people appropriately, and you connect with them, and not this backdoor rooms in City Hall, even though you put a notice out, you connect with them, and you hear them, and you have that dialogue. The end result, the public will be more comfortable with the decision and more supportive. And when those laws go out, and when a change of charter is asked, they will understand it better, and then we will more likely get a good decision from the public and yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Further public comment on this item, 13C AO 2018-115. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Sean Ryan. It's Seanryan. Here speaking for nobody but myself, and I live in Fairview. I'd like to speak in opposition to this. When I first came to Alaska, we had a state legislature that was apportioned based on broad community and geographic areas, and in the urban areas, the districts were composed of multiple members with no designated seats, and various redistrictings. The move we've had towards the present, I see legislatures that have gone from reflecting the citizenry and the communities towards legislatures that reflect the interests of political parties and other political interests. If I can give an example of this, during the early years when the legislature had 40 single-member districts, Mr. Croft and Mr. Dyson served in the State House with my father. And he was elected to a single term as a Republican from a Democratic-leaning district. and in between a couple of Democratic members who both served over a decade on in the legislature. And from what I saw, the state Republican Party was greatly behind its candidates in 1996, but wasn't in 1998, which explains his election and subsequent losing a re-election. And so I can see the exact same thing happening here with the Assembly, and considering that the Assembly is considered a nonpartisan body, I'd hate to see it go even further in the direction of reflecting partisanship. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Representative Joe Ryan was your dad?
Yes.
Is he still around?
No, he passed away in November 2016.
Very interesting, cool guy. Nice. Thank you for your
Thank
testimony.
you.
Further public testimony on this item? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. Do we have a motion on the floor? So what's the will
Move
of the
to
body?
postpone.
Second.
And that would be to June the 18th.
Postpone to the same date, June 18th?
Yes.
Any objection to that?
Before we close, I would just offer again to the members of the public that the intent of this process is to ensure that the conversation is early and ongoing, so that when we do come to the point where we're mandated to ask the question, are we malapportioned, we have a consolidated and well-versed public on the question. And so the whole purpose of this, and in June and every subsequent meeting after that, is to raise the public awareness that this change is coming, whatever it might be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. That's right, and we'll get this third proposal from Mr. Weddleton and Dunbar, so we can have a discussion about which of the three, if any, change ought to happen. Any objection to that motion to postpone to 6/18? I'm not seeing any, so we will, by unanimous consent, postpone action until June 18th. Brings us to new public hearings and item 14A, ordinance number 2019-28, an ordinance determining and approving the total amount of the annual operating budget of the Anchorage School District for its fiscal 2019-2020 fiscal year, and determining and appropriating portion of the Assembly approved budget amount to be made available from local sources, Anchorage School District and associated AM 126. Public testimony is now open. Any member of the public may testify. Please give your name, affiliation, if any, and your testimony. Yeah, you're welcome, Dr. Bishop. Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Dina Bishop, and I represent the Anchorage School District and 47,000 students, 6,000 employees. I live in South Addition with one representative. I would like to share with the Assembly that I encourage you to pass this budget. It is a good budget. It is built off of the assumptions for which we started the year in the budget process, which is the state foundation formula for 5930 is the BSA, if you've base student allocation, as well as House Bill 287, providing an additional $30 million statewide. Those are divided in the budget separately for local contribution purposes, but we have planned well. I'm standing here in support as well with our business official as well as the board president. And we're glad to answer any questions, but we believe we have an outstanding school district. We've oriented ourselves to the future. This budget reflects investment into students and investment into their future. Thank you.
There's a number of questions. I put myself on the list. So, Dr. Bishop, there's been some criticism, I don't think I share it, but some criticism that you should have started with the governor's proposed budget. You and the school board should have proposed a budget and started implementing what the governor has proposed. Why didn't you guys do that, and what briefly would that have looked like?
To the chair, Mr. Croft, I want to let you know that we would have started with a 25% reduction. We begin our budget process with the past legislation, the legislation that is active, not past, but present legislation that has passed. And we do that every year. That is how we start our budget process, with the given information that is out there. The February 13th budget that changed was the governor's budget, and as long as I've been operating as an assistant superintendent and a superintendent, which is 13 years, generally the governor's budget is not the state budget. There is a public process. People speak out. We take a look at all different indicators. So we started with what was known and assumed that what was known is how we can move forward. Consequently, that happens every year. Every year, we actually are in Juneau advocating for the students of Alaska and the students for Anchorage specifically and the municipality. So this process hasn't changed, and I know that the number out there is so huge that it's caught everyone's attention. However, the process by which we budget has not changed, nor has the process by which we continue to go down and advocate in Juneau, because there is not forward funding. The process and the whole procedure is set up for each year to go. So every year we base it on the assumptions from the prior year.
So in years where the governor has proposed an increment, you didn't incorporate that proposed increment to the budget. You might have a section that said what you would do with it if you got it, but you didn't make that your baseline.
That is correct. Thank you for mentioning that. In fact, last year, we set our budget at a certain amount, and when June rolled around, we had an additional approximately $6 million of state money that was not incorporated in our budget at the time. And in April, the Assembly had already set their taxes, and so the local money that was attributed with that was not collected. We did reapportion some of that money to reductions that were already made, and then we saved half of the money in case our enrollment didn't meet its mark. So we used it very efficiently. But again, the example was last year, the increase from the state, we received an increase from the state, but we did not originally budget that in. We amended our budget in June when all the facts were known. As you know, we only receive money, we don't generate it ourselves, and so the process for us only ends when the legislature has come to a close.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Weddleton. Yeah.
All right, thanks. Thanks. Yeah, it is tough, though. I mean, the order of magnitude difference is so much bigger this year than normal years, but we're in the same predicament, except I think smaller numbers, and we'll be in a few weeks. So I actually had a question. So this is about $100 million bigger than last year's, but a huge amount of that, about $86 million, was grants. Is that what you think you called them? Yeah, grants. And so are those the dollar amount that you're asking for was quite a bit more than typical, and what are those for, and what happens if you don't get those?
Sure. Through the chair to Member Weddleton, our board did vote and passed on amendments to the budget for grants that demonstrated the actual need based on an evidence-based model of educators and classroom numbers, the teacher-to-student ratio, as well as other inputs and counselors and things like that. So the budget did increase. I believe it's $82 million? 89. 82 was for teachers. We made some other adjustments as well.
For teachers, pre-K, then other things.
Pre-K, safety, and teachers. And so it did increase by $89 million, but it was selected and set aside as a grant, which would not affect either our hiring unless the grant came in, or reductions, nor would it affect the local contributions. So your support in that isn't affected in that area.
Okay, so I think you've used the phrase that this budget is to show what you need, not just what you expect, and that's reflected in those grants. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think that worked very well, actually. Made it clear. Thanks.
Can I speak on that?
Star Marset, Anchorage, President of Anchorage School Board. I think for the first time we realized that we have been asking for what is being given to us, and it's not necessarily what is needed for adequate funding. And based off the Picus-Odom study that was done about 3 years ago, we included those grants so that we are actually advocating for our students for smaller classrooms and for preschool and safety measures. So as a board, our job is to advocate for students, and that's exactly what we did this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Marset. Member Sporosky.
Thank you. So my question is involving school population. Over the years, we've seen that Anchorage School District population is going down. How is that affecting our regular neighborhood schools like Clark, Bartlett, stuff like that?
Sure. Through the chair to Member Sporosky, we actually have seen a decrease in certain areas of town for which other housing is being built up. Overall, we have seen a decrease. As far as neighborhood schools, I want to share that our staffing of teachers follows students. So that's adjusted every year according to where students enroll. We have seen some increases in certain programs, increases in certain schools. Certainly, baggage continues to grow. And we have an open enrollment policy and lottery so that you can, if there's space in a school, you can go there. So we've adjusted staffing over time. As far as neighborhood schools, I believe that we have made some changes because we have a belief in choice, but each of our neighborhood schools also has a specialty. We have for instance, Campbell Elementary, they're a STEM. Others are also selecting just things that they are going to be the best in to attract and retain their students and their community.
Thank you. I've heard some rumors floating around, so I wanted to just clear things up and make sure everything's all good.
Thank you. Member Trainee.
Hi, Superintendent. Question for you. This is just a preliminary budget, isn't it? Because you're not going to really know how much money you've got until the state comes and tells you what June or July, depends upon when they finally get their house in order down there. Then you're going to come back to this body with a new budget that says exactly how much money you're working off of. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Member Trainee, that is correct. That you stated the process well. When the state closes out, we'll readjust. We'll go to our board and adjust the budget, and then we'll present any new budgets. We also do that at the time of our enrollment count. The first 20 days of October is when they certify or when they count enrollment. They'll certify it by November. If we are below enrollment in our projections, that will be we will share that with the Assembly. If we're above that, we share that as well. So our budget is strictly based off of an enrollment projection, and when those come in October, November, we also adjust it. So we make several adjustments throughout the process.
I just want my colleagues to know that because it's a large number, but it's not the final statement on this budget. When do you have to send notice out to teachers that they may a pink slip, basically?
Sure. So our reduction in force is really originally it's by statutory requirements that state May 15th. Our policy is to notify by May 14th, prior to the very last day. And that is what makes this job difficult because we, over half of our employees, the majority of our employees, our district, we know that the business of education is done by educators. The notice to our employees comes well before many times the state has finalized its budget.
Just a couple more questions, Mr. Chairman. I'll knock it off. Sorry. How many special ed teachers do you think you're going to have to lay off? I was seeing some number with 269. Is that close to the right number?
Through the chair to Member Trainee, we did place, that is a correct number that we have posted. What we did was take, if we were to overlay a 25% reduction equally into our expenses now proportionally, that would equate to that. In the end, I believe that if we had such a significant reduction, the place that we would try to go the last would be our classrooms. However, if you think about a school, supports to teachers are the aides, are the front office folks. And so the job will just become more difficult when we don't have support staff to support the classrooms as well.
You even begin to figure out how many teachers you're going to have to give layout notices to? besides special ed?
Yes.
Which has their own federal requirements on that, but any idea on how many teachers we're talking about?
Our teachers and special education would be about 800.
And it's 800 people that have a job right now that might not come when this budget's finalized. You were talking to us about some town in Alaska that's going to bring the students in here for some sort of education. It was in the paper today. Can you tell me what school district that is, that they're going to go to West King Career Center or something?
Through the chair to Member Trini, yes, we really have a partnership with Lower Yukon, and our board and their board met, our board president rather, and what we have in Anchorage is economy of scale. We have excellent facilities that aren't used after the school day. In addition, we have the human resources that have the skills to teach the many different career and technical education courses. In Lower Yukon, their per pupil is 2.5 times our amount. It's about $23,000. They have the cash flow, but not the resources, the human resources and the capital resources to educate their children. So we've come into an agreement that they purchased the Longhouse in Anchorage, a hotel out Spenard area, I believe, by the airport, and they are going to house students in a variable time limit of 9 weeks, and we're going to compact courses. What it does for us is brings in revenue, but it also opens our schools for our own students who have to make choices, and their just day is full. If they would like to take those courses as well, they can join in the classes. So we want to be able to utilize our capital and human resources to really help the state in what we can, and it also brings additional revenue to the Anchorage School District.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask Mr. Falsey one quick question?
Yes, sir.
Relative to this. Mr. Falsey, this house or lodge that the school district built, is that taxable? Or because they're a municipal entity, does that go off our tax rolls?
Through the chair, I'll have to look into that. That's one that we'll...
I'd appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Okay, you bet. I see no others in the queue.
Comment of some kind, sir.
But you're welcome to comment. Welcome, President Marshall.
I just wanted to say something about the pink slips. The last time we did there was about 250, and I was just speaking to Mr. Todd Hess, our Director of HR, and he informed me that out of those 250 pink slips, we lost about 10% of our teachers. So you can imagine if we have to give more, what the percentage will be. That's a loss also.
We'll also you've got the problem of dislocated workers, dislocated teachers. That is terrible for a teacher to find out they can't go back to their school. And it's not a process of them being able to pick where they want to go. They have to go through an interview with the principal and decide if that principal wants to pick them up. Some of the dislocated workers, it's very disturbing to them to be thrown out into the wilderness for them to find a principal that wants to take them. It's not a good process.
Appreciate that, Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
Cheney. Member Wimhoff.
Yes, thank you very much. Do you imagine that there are some employees of yours, teachers, who are concerned enough that they're starting to take their own future decisions, anticipating potential layoff, rather than, in fact, being proactive rather than waiting to see? Is that something you see?
Through the chair to Member Wimhoff, absolutely. And in fact, we have received some resignations that maybe this was and early retirements was that pushed them over. In addition, it is administrators, it's nurses, it's counselors, and it's actually people in the administrative building as well. We've seen two people on my team as well that are looking elsewhere.
Could I follow up with that, please? Yeah. So in that case, then, just the mere thought, threat, possibility is causing loss of employees, skilled employees, that would need to be replaced if they do find other employment somewhere else.
Through the chair, that is correct. And it's we're trying to remain as calm as we can be. We don't have the House and Senate budgets yet, so I have to inform, yet not alarm. I'm generally a calm person, so this is okay, but it's all around the news. If your head would have to be in the sand if you didn't think that our state has a crisis with its budget. So, we're working with our folks trying to answer the questions that we can, but this is an opportunity for people to make a decision based on their families, and we're losing qualified, effective employees.
Thank you. And I do realize that having to do a budget several times also is costly. So thank you for all you're trying to do with what little you have to work with.
Thank you all, Dr. Bishop, President Starr, Mr. Ratliff. I don't see any more people in the queue to ask you questions. Any more public testimony on the school district operating budget? Welcome, Mr. Holloman.
My name is Andy Holloman, and current school board member and former president of the Anchorage Education Association. I was just going to follow up with Member Wimhoff's questions. I know several people that have made plans to leave the state already this spring, just based on the uncertainty of it. Because of my background, I have an unusual number of associates that are in education, as you do too. And any uncertainty just sends a certain level of shockwave. And I'll say that in reference to what Mr. Trainey said, if we are going to lay off, say, 50 people from the certificated staff in the school district, that usually generates more like 200 involuntary displacements or involuntary transfers. So the ripple effect is much bigger than what you see on the surface from the people who are directly losing their job. And uncertainty just has a really bad effect. Most teachers want to find the place they want to be, and they want to be there for a decade or two, and they really want to be part of the building, so to speak. When it looks like that's not going to be an option, they do start making other plans. And right now, the lower 48 looks very stable. Salaries are increasing, and class sizes are going down as they expand staff. And so we're fighting that anyway. It's helpful that the Assembly's taken the stance they have. The presentation of the budget by the governor and the continued uncertainty by the legislature is a huge negative. So we do appreciate your support on this and your continued support for education. Thank you.
Hold on, Mr. Holloman. Mr. Trainey had a question.
And getting back to dislocated teachers, they feel very alone because if they're dislocated, then they've got to go to another school, find a principal that wants them. Maybe they've been teaching for 14 years. They still have to go to multiple interviews to get hired by that school. And come the next year, they get dislocated again. It's not good for the workforce out there. Their job is to teach kids, not trying to save their job every couple of years. Doesn't work.
And I think a lot of people lose sight of the fact, a lot of times we think of it as teachers and classes, but the reality is our best schools work as a building. The faculty functions as a team, and people find a comfortable place in that team. And that's part of why you see people move around a lot in the early part of their careers. But once they find a place, you definitely have a situation of where it's the whole is bigger than the pieces that put it together. And the involuntary transfers, unfortunately, can't consider that. It wrecks a lot of things.
I've been talking to a lot of teachers that are now getting emails and flyers from other school districts to pick them up. I was talking to one teacher from Florida. She said, they send me an email and the flyer, they want me back. She said, I teach here, but I may go back there because of uncertainty here. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you both. Any further public testimony?
Hi there, I'm Dina Mitchell, also Vice President of the School Board. And I just wanted to follow up, not to beat a dead horse, but not only is there the cost to the humans involved in all of this, but there is a big financial cost as well. As you all know, there is a teacher shortage in the lower 48. Andy alluded to that with the higher salaries that we're seeing in the lower 48 and defined benefit plans down there. And ICER a few years ago did a study and estimated that it costs about $20,000. At that point, it costed about $20,000 to recruit a teacher up here. And now, when we go down to job fairs, there are very few candidates even to interview. So every teacher we lose is not just somebody who's connected to the district, somebody who has relationships with their colleagues and their students, but it's also somebody we may not really be able to replace very effectively. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Further testimony on this item. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is David Carter. Last name is spelled C-A-R-T-E-R. I was not planning on talking about this subject at all, and I'll make it very short because I'm here for something else. But this is obviously a real no-brainer. We need to fund education, not cut funding for it. We need to increase the funding for it. I urge you all, of course, to get people to communicate with your legislators and representatives in Juneau. They're the ones that are dealing with this issue. That's what I'm doing. But I would encourage you all to do that, and tell your neighbors and friends to do that too, because now's the time. We need to change the state's thinking about how we fund the state and what kind of state we want to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody wish to testify? Seeing no one? Got to be here, Mr. Haberman. Your time has started.
No, my time is not starting. He's trying to break the law like you normally do. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. One, I live in the Mat-Su Valley. I appreciate the questions that were asked by Assemblymember Trainee before here tonight on this issue. Thank you very much. But what I keep on seeing is a lack of facing reality. And what I also see is, as far as the school board is concerned, they're definitely not facing reality. You had a meeting with the school board recently, the assembly and the school board, and I told people prior to the meeting the day before, I expect to see a real boxing match go on. But what I didn't see was a boxing match, and pretty much a calmness among you all. Though after that meeting, I went down with you, assembly members, and boy, was more enlightening to see of concern about what's happening with the budget proposed by the governor, the potential of vetoes, all that. There was a real reality check. But it didn't happen upstairs. But it was different downstairs in that Assembly City Hall meeting. And I wish you all came out together and talked like you did, one downstairs and one upstairs. But that didn't happen. But if someone has to bring a little bit of reality talk to both of your parties, number one is that we've had this situation, this crisis for years. We've had billions and billions of dollars year after year. We've had opportunities. We were the one state in the union that didn't have to be in this situation. And we keep on saying, well, the next time it won't happen. We're going to do better. But we're not dealing with reality. But I'm talking about reality and connecting with the public, and with all due respect, I'd like to bring a line said last week. Some of you know what that line is. It was a statement made by the president of the school board at a community council when I raised concern of a school board meeting, special school board meeting that happened the week before Monday, and it was held on around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I raised concern at that community council. Why do it then? Proper engagement. And the line by the president of the school board said the following words: school board meetings are not for the public. I repeat that. School board meetings are not for the public. After the meeting, assembly members present that were there, one said she cringed at those words. There was no tape, but a community council representative said to me, if asked, I will say that's what happened. This is a situation. You're not hearing from the public, you're not connected, and we've got a school board president saying the word school board meetings are not for the public. How much wrong can we do? How much failure are we going to connect with the people and do the right thing and face reality? And you've got a situation that the school board's not facing reality, and you need all of us need to face reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public testimony on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Been moved and seconded. We could be under debate, or there's also an amendment number 1 proposed by Member LaFrance. Member Wimhoff, under debate or under the amendment?
Under declaring a potential conflict of interest.
Oh, yes. Continue.
Okay. I am a part-time employee of the Anchorage School District, and I feel I should declare that and let the Assembly decide if I should participate in this portion.
How many employees, Dr. Bishop, does the school district have?
Approximately 6,000 employees.
Mr. Trainee?
I teach both for the University of Alaska and I teach for the Anchorage School District.
You get a check basically from ASD also?
Yes.
Right there. Mr. Chair, could I comment on this? I don't know if we have a, if you're going
Yeah,
through
I'm
these.
considering it, but I'd love advice of the members. So, Mr. Dunbar.
Well, Mr. Welton wisely pointed out that Ms. Demboski, when she was on the body, declared basically every time we voted on the fire department budget that her husband was an Anchorage firefighter. I think in that case, whether you're a spouse or the primary person, it's your household income. And we ultimately found that Ms. Demboski had to disclose, but was not conflicted out. And I think she had a Board of Ethics opinion on it too, and I feel a similar logic applies in Ms. Wemhoff's case.
Number 5 on our list of factors is the financial or private interest, a type which is generally possessed by the public or a large class of persons to which the elected official or household member belongs.
6,000 people.
Yeah, so I'll rule that big, if this budget is what proposed by the governor, there will be an impact all through the system, but voting on this budget, Ms. Wimhoff is part of a large class of persons, and therefore it's not an interest that would disqualify her from voting. Thank you for putting that on the record. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move amendment number 1.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Member LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment is to publicly acknowledge the ASD's efforts to plan for significant cuts to State of Alaska funding. And the intent is to help clarify to the public what we're doing when we approve the ASD operating budget, that we're approving the upper spending limit, which, as we know, the ASD and school board have based on need when they presented the budget documents. So there are 2 whereas statements. Do you want me to read those into the record, or is that necessary?
They're pretty short. On the other hand, the members can read them. Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so the first one, whereas this ordinance sets the upper limit spending authorization for the annual operating budget of the Anchorage School District for its fiscal year 2019-2020 and determines and appropriates the portion of the Assembly-approved budget amount to be made available from local sources, and whereas given the potential reductions in the State of Alaska's contribution to education funding, the Anchorage School District has developed 3 additional budget scenarios that illustrate the depth of the cuts. And Mr. Chair, if you would allow, I would like to get Dr. Bishop's input and perhaps Ms. Marcette or Mr. Radcliffe's, Ms. Mitchell or Mr. Holloman's perspective if this is something that they support. I know it's putting you all on the spot.
Do you have a copy, Dr. Bishop? Or you can see it on the
I can see
very
it on
nice
the
whiteboard. It used to be
beautiful
yellow. Yeah.
Things, yeah. So the question is in regard to our support for this, and I believe it's clarifying language about how we operate and with the upper limit. So this supports actions that are at this time possibly unknown in regard to the state budget.
You don't have an objection to it?
No.
Okay. Further discussion on amendment number 1? Mr. Trainee.
Just that I'm looking at the second whereas where it talks about the portions of the city money going to the school district. Keep in mind that is subject to change if, in fact, the foundation formula is reduced, that we may be able to give them less money.
Right.
So just keep that in mind.
We will keep that in mind. I have members in the queue, but any member that wants to discuss amendment number 1, Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, I appreciate this. Ms. LaFrance did a good job with this because, we had someone state and I looked at it, I said, this is really a fantasy budget, but it's not your fault. I mean, what are you going to do, And Eugene said, face reality. What reality will we be facing? And it's just too many unknowns. The order of magnitude is so big now, it's huge. But this really is the bottom line. We just set the upper limit, and you will be facing over the next 3 or 4 months with dealing with whatever reality unfolds. So this is great. We should make this boilerplate for all future ASD budgets. Thanks.
Further questions or discussion on amendment number 1? Ms. Broski.
I know ASD has been cooperative with charter schools, especially mine, with working out the scenarios of the budget and how that would affect our personal budgets. So I completely support this because I think that this clarity is extremely beneficial to families and people with kids in ASD. So thank you, and I support this.
It's been moved and seconded, discussed. Is there any, I'm sorry, School Board Member Mitchell, did you want to comment on it?
I just wanted to say the one thing that I might suggest is this amendment is to publicly acknowledge the ASD's efforts to plan for possible significant cuts or potential significant cuts. Would be my only comment there.
Under the purpose summary statement, Dina? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that purpose statement, but it's a more accurate statement that you said, but possible significant cuts. Those may not happen, but it doesn't go in the actual document. Further discussion on amendment number 1. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to amendment number 1 having been explained? If seeing none, then it'll be approved unanimously. So there's no objection to amendment number 1. It has been adopted. Brings the underlying motion before us, and I assume that's what people are in the queue for. Were you for that or for your amendment, Ms. LaFrance? I had you there, but was it just for the amendment, or would you like to speak? Okay, good. Mr. Peterson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, we talked a decent amount of time about what effect this is going to have on the teachers and how it could affect their future and whether they may stay here in Anchorage or move on or look for work out of state or in other districts in Alaska. But what we didn't mention is what effect it's going to have on the students. Many students and teachers make a personal connection, and a student will follow a teacher and take classes from a teacher if they feel that that teacher cares about them, and they will do better in that teacher's class. If you lose those kind of teachers, sometimes you lose the students as well. And maybe Ms. Borowski might have an opinion to add about that subject as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Dice.
Yeah, thank you. I was in the queue a while ago. I just wanted to, in disclosure, I have a family member that works for the district. I do not believe I have a conflict.
I don't believe you do either. Mr. Trainee.
Just that I'll be approving this budget, and I don't have a conflict. My wife doesn't work for the district anymore. She retired, and she's a lot happier being retired. But what's interesting is I always hear from state legislators, we need to have better product. We need to test the teachers more to make sure they're getting the information out to students. Maybe we need to test the state legislators too, because I always hear them saying, well, we need to test the teachers. We need to test our legislators we've got down there in Juneau. I'll be approving this, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further discussion on ordinance number AO 2019-28. I promised Mr. Dunbar that we would not vote without him. And
we vote anyway, and just let him know that when he gets here.
I see. I will keep that promise.
You leave at your own risk.
Take a couple minute break then.
Yeah, probably for everybody, but very brief, 1 or 2 minute break, and we'll come back and we'll have the vote on this item. To the taxi? I think we're going to postpone it anyway. All right. We were up to the vote on item 14A, AO 2019-28, and we had waited because everybody wanted to be here, and I think everyone is here. Is there any discussion? I don't see any discussion. Members may proceed to vote on this item. That motion passes 11-0. How many people are here to hear or talk about the taxi ordinance? The taxi cab ordinance. Would members consider finish school district first, and then move O? Okay. The next item is the school board related as well, and then we'll entertain a motion to move the taxi cab up to them. Item 14B, ordinance number AO 2019-38, an ordinance in the municipality of Anchorage providing for a revision of the Anchorage School District budget for fiscal year 2018-19 by the Anchorage School District and associated AM 189. Public testimony is now open on this item. Any member of the public may testify. We'll start with Dr. Bishop. Welcome again, and Mr. Ratliff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dina Bishop, B-I-S-H-O-P. And once again, I am in South Addition resident, and I am here to represent Anchorage School District. This is actually a good example of a reference made by Member Trainee in discussing our budget and how we come back often. This year, due to the earthquake, as you know, our fiscal year is July 1 to June 30th, and in the middle of that fiscal year, after our budget was approved, we experienced the earthquake. Our board approved in December to increase spending in the interim to get schools back online, and we are working through a few revenue sources to do that. But in that approval, we need to come back to the Assembly to ask that our upper limit increases as well, so that you approve the funds that we expend. We are presently working in regard to bond debt, prior unsold bonds to be able to recover some of those finances. Insurance. Many of our buildings were damaged by water, and that is covered in insurance. While we didn't have earthquake insurance, we had other insurance to cover property damage, as well as similar to the Assembly, and the municipality rather, we're working with FEMA.
Thank you. Member Trainee.
Superintendent, how is FEMA working with you on this?
Through the chair to Member Trainee, we the board approved some work last night, and we have some plans to really assess only 2 schools. While we have 14 with damage, we are really not interested in turning in all of our schools because of, as you know, when you take federal money, there's generally strings attached to it. And so some of the expenses that we would incur in regard to accepting the money would actually increase our expenses for the damage. And so on many of our properties, we are looking at alternate revenue sources to support that work at the smaller. The only 2 that we continue to work on with FEMA are Greening Middle School and Eagle River Elementary School. So they're here till Tuesday, we understand. They're going to give us a review. They give you feedback, kind of like edit papers, and will give us feedback in regard to that. But our board is not committed at all to accept any money. We really need to look at the provisions for which you accept FEMA. And a couple of those that worry us. Number 1, we totally accept the mitigation, the seismic upgrades that need to go in it. Those are the right things to do. However, if it is tied to a certain kind of insurance that we need, the premiums as well as the deductible over time might not be worth the expenditure. So we really have to take a look at that over time to make the best decisions for the city of Anchorage, our taxpayers.
When it gets down to you guys actually have the numbers that FEMA is going to give you, would you let the Assembly know?
Through the chair, absolutely.
Even if I'm not on here, the body needs to know what the money is coming in from FEMA, because so many people think FEMA is some golden pig out there with lots of money, and they're not. So I just want to make sure that somebody knows the response from FEMA when it comes time. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Member Quinn Davidson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Croft. My questions are sort of along the same lines. So do you have, it sounds like you're just sort of still figuring it out, Dr. Bishop, but do you have a percentage maybe of that 26 or so million that you anticipate coming back from FEMA? Will some of it then be covered by insurance? If you're not covered, what will we do?
Through the chair, originally FEMA has a potential to cover up to 75%, but it really depends on the usability of the building and the life safety, everything that they acknowledge, and you basically have to fix it to their specs. So it is a potential up to 75% reimbursement of the project. We will find out that information. However, again, the funds involved in 75% of the total cost, if we had to turn around and carry insurance for a certain amount of time, say over 10 years, earthquake insurance, that the money received from FEMA might be much less than the cost of the insurance in the future. So we really have to weigh that, but the FEMA is 75% in the state, has a fund that they're debating now, which would cover 25% of possible disaster relief as well.
Can I ask a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, please.
So if you either don't get or don't take advantage of the FEMA aid and there's a gap, where do you get the money for the rest of this?
Through the chair, that's a great question. We look to use, we have different funding sources depending on the size of that. We are looking at our own fund balance. We do have some capital funds. We presently have a bond out that's on the ballot. Interestingly enough, Eagle River Elementary School was already on the bond for a $6 million upgrade. It had roofing in there, but the fine print is it was a seismic upgrade. So the actual damage that was caused with the roofs at many of our schools, you'll see, was actually to put the seismic upgrades and mitigation on the roofs to bring them up to code, because the buildings that were built 60s to 80s didn't have some of those provisions. So the bond is out, and then we also were provided approval for unsold prior bonds, so projects in the past. The bond authority was granted immediately after the earthquake through deed and the bond council that unspent prior bonds could be sold to take care of earthquake emergencies and so in other needs of the district. So we're continuing to assess, and the unsold bonds are really those that of all the bonds that we've had over the last 20 years, if there was something that came under budget and there was money, the bond was not sold because it wasn't needed at that time, if it's sitting there indeed, that they could reappropriate it.
Thank you.
One quick question, I promised him. Superintendent, have you heard anything from FEMA on deferred maintenance they would not cover? Because in talking to the mayor of New Orleans, when they got hit and FEMA came in, they said they would discount certain things because of deferred maintenance. I know we had a lot of deferred maintenance here. Are you finding that with FEMA as they did New Orleans?
Through the president to Mr. Trainee, that is absolutely correct. Any deferred maintenance that would not be included. That's absolutely correct. That's the same information.
What magnitude are we talking about money-wise? Any idea?
It would depend on the deferred maintenance that wasn't covered, but what was passed the other day to understand what is needed was a little over $12 million for Eagle River Elementary School, and I believe $24 million for greening. And what that included was fix what was wrong, mitigate the damage, have seismic upgrades, and then we also did place in any kind of deferred maintenance, major maintenance, that if you were working on the roof and that wasn't covered, to include that. So just because the building was going to be opened up. So.
Thank you. To the body, what this means to us is we need to make sure our deferred maintenance for the city is taken care of and for the school district, because FEMA is going to come in and discount deferred maintenance on the theory if you didn't care enough to take care of yourself, the feds aren't going to.
Thank you, for your testimony. Would you like to give some more? No.
I just wanted to, in answer to Representative or Member Quinn Davidson, also in our bond that's out there now to be voted on, we did go back and ask bond counsel if we could have a little leeway with that bond. If we found that we had earthquake repairs that were not covered, that we could use part of that bond money for those earthquake repairs.
Thank you. Any other public testimony on this item? Thank you.
Really, you're not as tired as I am, I'm sure. Okay. Wait a minute, I mistimed this thing. Do you get the clock right? I shortchanged myself. My name is Eugene Carl Haveman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, the decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. I live in the Mat-Su Valley. Where do I begin on this thing? Almost everything continuously you heard was the word earthquake. And I remind you also that I was at the school board meeting last night when they addressed that issue to the schools, and that concerned me greatly. Now, number one, we've all received reports of how the feds are handling what monies for those applicants from residents, and it's becoming more and more disappointing. And there's a big question is really how much is FEMA going to come in and help out Anchorage residents or those in Alaska that have suffered from the earthquake, commercial and residential. And it's distressing. So what I appreciate, again, saying Member Trainee on the reality of FEMA is, can we really depend on FEMA in bailing out the situation dealing with the earthquake and the costs? And the reality is one shouldn't expect the worst and plan for the worst and deal with it. But how are we dealing with the issue, dealing with rebuilding and dealing with the damage of the earthquake? The question I raised 40 years ago and still not addressed and answered, the question of liability and all that on the earthquake has not been answered. But here's the thing I said is, and I said the first thing 5 days after the earthquake, we needed to address the issue of high-risk building. We needed to know where the schools are they in high-risk areas? And what's coming out up to this date is this situation. Proposals and monies to rebuild schools without reality. I heard numbers last night that says, well, we're going to rebuild those schools, repair them in real reality to a 6-something coming from school officials. Not public. But as you know, the earthquake was a 7 or more, and the 64 earthquake was substantially higher. So we're not even rebuilding and putting monies out and facing reality. We need to stop this right now. And the thing is, I'll also remind you how the school district handled the issue on the earthquake, because this is what is being addressed to you on monies, is they set up an ad hoc committee, and they had a school board meeting a week on Monday, and a report of the ad hoc committee, a couple of pages, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and last night they took the action on it 7 days later. 7 days later to deal with a complicated, serious issue, and the attendance in that meeting, there was hardly anyone in that room, and hardly anyone testifying, and the press only spoke
your time
to...
is up.
Can I finish this line?
This line, yes.
And the press only basically reported what the politician, the bureaucrat said in that meeting, and not the public on that issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Further public testimony on 14B, Ordinance AO 2019-38. Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any continuing discussion, Mr. Trainee?
Page 1, line 13. Change the number from 7.0 to 7.1. The last estimate, federal estimate, was 7.1. May not be much, but let's make it accurate. 7.0, 7.1.
Heard the amendment. Any objection to Mr. Trainee's amendment?
Mr. Wilson, what I could hear.
Yeah, seconding is still open if you want to get in on it, Mr. Weddleton. It's been moved. Mr. Weddleton seconds, yes?
I wouldn't miss the chance.
Yeah, good. Trainee moves, Weddleton seconds to change it to 7.1. Any objection? Would you like to discuss the amendment? No. It passes by unanimous consent. Now, as amended, we have 14B, AO 2019-38. That was on the amendment, Madam Clerk? Now, on the underlying as amended ordinance, you ready for the question? Members may proceed to vote on the underlying ordinance as amended. Yep. And so that passes 11-0. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 14O, that's the taxi cab ordinance, after 14C.
So the administration asked us to do 14C, so we'll do C and then 14O. Any objection to that, changing the order of the day? You object? Yes, Mr. Weddleton.
We've had some really tough, contentious ones. The taxi will be the same, and I recommend to cleanse the palate a bit. We have a simple, very nice one, 14L, and move that after 14C.
Is there some reason that has to, oh, I saw I-L. Oh, I see. So the members interested, or for the members of the public interested on the taxi ordinance, I'm at least, though it's in possession of the body and they may do with it what they will, I'm at least going to recommend that we hold it over till the 9th and probably for an amendment that would propose some lightened form of regulation as opposed to the current proposal that there be none at all. But it'll be up for public testimony. You're welcome to testify now or later. What, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, today.
There was a second, Mr. Constant.
So, okay, the clerk asking order, so we have a motion on the floor to move 14O up after C. Is there any, and Mr. Weddleton, after that, you could make another motion to change it. Are you objecting to that and you want to vote on it?
I beg your pardon. So we're going to do 14C.
And then there's a motion to put O after C. And then do you want you want to force a vote on that or then later make some other motion on L?
Well, I think it's pretty simple. Let's move L after C. We'll take care of that pretty quick, and then we can spend all evening on taxis if we want.
Okay, but the motion on the floor is to move O there. So, O.
O after C.
Yes.
That's the motion. Then I make a motion to do something different. I'm happy to do that.
You want to do it afterwards or try and change Mr. Rivera's amendment?
Mr. Rivera, I'm looking at you. C then O? We have a number of people here on C as well.
So my preference would be to make as minimal changes as possible.
We have a number of
to the
people on
agenda.
L. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What was that? I spoke over you.
So do you object to his... I propose we vote on Mr. Rivera's amendment to move after O, and after that, Mr. Weddleton, you can move L anywhere on the calendar you want. That you can have 6 votes to do it. So on the present motion to move 14O after C, is there an objection? Seeing none, it'll go 14C, O, and D. Mr. Weddleton, do you have some other motion?
I'd like to move to put 14L after 14C.
So that would jump ahead of it.
Or we could do 14L now. I move to do 14L now.
No, let's do C. We have to get C done.
I withdraw that. 14L after C.
That's the motion.
Chairman, point of order, you've got a motion on the floor to deal with these 3. Let's deal with these 3 and then move on from there, sir.
No, we do not. We resolve the motion to move. And now 14C, after 14C is 14O.
Do we need another break?
Is there a second to Mr. Weddleton's motion to jump 14L ahead of it?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there an objection to that?
I would like a vote.
Yeah, there is an objection, so we'll vote on whether to move L after C and before O.
He went.
What I do?
That passes 6-5. So our order of business now is C, L, O, and then D, and back on our calendar.
Claude. I think Claude is the perfect word.
Brings us to 14.
That wasn't to you, that was to the process.
14. Wait. Do members want to be recognized? Or just talk? Item 14C, ordinance number AO 2019-30, an ordinance authorizing the sale of properties foreclosed on for delinquent taxes and/or special assessments from the Real Estate Department and associated memorandum 146. Public testimony is now open on this item. Any member of the public who wishes to testify can come forward. You made it. The promised land.
Thank you, Chair and body. Mark Nussbaum, NUSBAUM, Anchorage, Chugiak, Eagle River resident. I'm with Vincent English.
The contractor of the Chugiak, Eagle River, Anchorage area, and a resident in Peters Creek.
Are you guys combining your testimony?
Can we?
Yeah, it'll still be 3 minutes, but sure.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
go
it
ahead.
shouldn't. I don't want to take up any more minutes than that. Vinny and I have worked tirelessly for the last few years in ridding our community of a known drug house, more so a criminal campground. There was no utilities, water, sewer, electricity, anything like that. To this property, 24238 Rambler Road. Through the Chugiak Community Council, we have gained unanimous support in trying to pursue using this land for a community park to be built. We've taken several different approaches through the Anchorage Park Foundation, Rasmussen Foundation, and several conversations are ongoing, and I'll let Vinny speak a little more to that.
The ongoing conversation about this parcel, just a quick background, it is a 3/4 acre parcel, and it is in an area where there are no parks specifically for young children. It exists about 1,000 feet away in the same neighborhood as a large middle school, the Mirror Lake Middle School in the area. Per our community outreach, we've seen 225 signatures of support, and including all neighbors in the surrounding area that do agree that a park that features playground features for young kids is appropriate in the area. The closest one is at least a 2-hour walking distance, and you typically have to cross the highway where there is no walking path to do so. So when our conversations, Robin Ward is aware of of what we are attempting to do, but wanted the council's weigh-in on our ability to do so. And per John Rada and the Parks Department, there is a disconnect between Anchorage as well as Chugiak Eagle River. So we're just continuing to pursue just funding aspects of how we're going to do this. We're just hoping, and what we're asking for tonight is that you guys table or defer on lot 051-105-22-000 for a later date until we can further find out what is possible. Kaufman Engineers is currently entertaining at a no-cost design for us.
Okay, appreciate it. And you guys got in under 2.5 minutes, so that's great. Question, Mr. Dunbar?
It's more for the administration. It could wait until discussion if you prefer.
Yeah, that would be great.
Although it's directly related to what they're trying to do.
Well, yeah, thank you. We'll call you back up. So is there further public testimony on this item or any questions for these?
My
Mr.
question for the
Trainor.
administration, I want to know if Robin Ward's here.
She is.
Okay.
Hey.
I'll ask you a question later on this item of property, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Ms. Wimhoff.
Yes, and my question is, I know you guys did work awful hard, and I know the community is very grateful, and that has been several decades long issue. And I appreciate that you're thinking of working to make it something that the whole community can enjoy and have some happiness and pleasure and some good, healthy fun on that. So the question is, of course, the neighbors surrounding that area. Have you polled them? Have you talked with the next-door neighbors?
We have
Okay.
40 other signatures right
Okay,
here, including every neighboring.
Which item is it on our list?
It is, I believe it's number 18.
Fourth from the bottom. Yeah,
Glen Court and Chugia?
number 17.
Number 17.
Number 17.
Rambler Road?
Yeah.
Rambler Road, correct.
That's correct. 2423
Thank you
at
both.
Rambler. Yeah.
Did you have more, or?
Can I share this with you guys? Can I
Yeah,
share
share it
this
with the
you
clerk, that'd be fine. Further public testimony on this item, on the retention of tax foreclosure parcels. Anyone at all? Yeah, thank you. We'll get back to you. Appreciate your work, though. Seeing no public,
You got one person coming up, sir.
are you coming to testify on this? Yeah, sorry.
Not on the same issue, home on
a different.
But it's on the list?
Yeah.
Yeah, then sure, welcome.
My name is Ferry Richardson, and I'm requesting my home be removed from the list for sale in April. I'm referring to the home number 8 on the list.
Yes, number 7.
Sorry.
Number 7. Beaver Place.
006-176-17000.
Great, ma'am. I think that's, Ferry Richardson, it's number 7 on my list, but anyway, on Beaver Place?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead, yeah.
I would like for my home not to be put on for sale. I have disability, and I'm going in for my Social Security hearing in June, on June 4th. So I do have that scheduled. It's going to be retroactive, and I will have funds from that to pay my back taxes.
Okay.
I've lived in my home for 26 years. I do not smoke, I do drugs or alcohol.
Any questions of Ms. Richardson? Okay. Will you help her with her?
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Peterson, I couldn't tell who was in the list for questions, but Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move that we remove this from the list, and we could possibly add it back next year.
Okay, well, we're under public testimony now, but we'll get to action on it.
Thank you.
I'll second it when you do that.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, then.
Thank you very much.
Further public testimony on the foreclosed property ordinance. AO 2019-30, any at all? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. Ms. Ward, on those two items, then, items 7 and 17, and then we may have further questions. Do I? Sure. You're right, Madam Clerk.
I would move to approve.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have it before us then for action. On number 7, the Beaver Place, how much is it in arrears?
I'm sorry, I don't have those tax amounts with me. We do hold, Robin Ward with the Real Estate Department, we do hold clerk's deed. We have foreclosed on these properties. We do hold clerk's deed on all of these properties. And we go through the process to determine, if they should be retained for public purpose, which is your next ordinance, I think it's D, or if they go to sale. The Assembly certainly has every right to determine which of these you want to pull from the sale. But the property owners will need to pay all of the delinquent property taxes, penalties, interest, administrative fees, and in the case like the Rambler, I believe that the municipalities paid close to $20,000 for cleaning up the property and hauling everything off and so on. So I just wanted to let everyone know that.
I have a number of members on the list, and I think for this, Mr. Dunbar, is that what you wanted? Mr. Dunbar, then.
So I know we've done this before, Ms. Ward, and I'm trying to recall, it feels I mean, it's been at least a year, but it feels like maybe 2 since we have done the specific bifurcation. And I was wondering if you walk us through how we would do that, and then also, do we have to put it off for a full year, or could we delay it just a month or 2 months? What's the time frame if we wanted to push it off, but maybe not too far? Could we do that?
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, you absolutely can. You can request that any of these be pulled off for a time certain. I think that what you were talking about was maybe Member Demboski pulled one off and allowed like 6 months for that property owner to be able to repurchase their property. So yes, you can do that. You can bifurcate these and do, set a time certain that they would either go to sale if they haven't, if the delinquent taxes and everything has been paid.
Thank you. Can I ask a quick follow-up, Mr. Cross?
Yes.
So actually, I apologize. I didn't take notes for the 2 testifiers. The woman on Beaver Place, you said there was a certain time. Could you say what month was it that you expected to have your disability?
June.
Okay, so that puts it into August or so. And then for the gentleman trying to establish the park, what time frame are you looking at?
To be completely honest, we don't know. We're green to this kind of thing. This is the first attempt I've never been in front of the assembly in this capacity before.
Yeah.
However, in my conversation with Anchorage Park Foundation through the Challenge Grant, they had told us that Anchorage Parks and Chugiak Eagle River Parks are completely different.
Yep.
They've never granted.
Come on back up, sir. Sorry, I had you go back down, but we'd like this on the record.
In my conversations with Anchorage Parks Foundation for their challenge, the community challenge grant that we were pursuing, I was told that as far as their grant funding goes, they've never awarded grants to Chugiak Eagle River because Chugiak Eagle River is their own parks department. There was some information in there that I was too green to understand, but from what I got from it was Anchorage Parks and Rec is different than Chugiak Eagle River Parks. This particular parcel would fall under Chugiak Eagle River Parks, so they said that they would gold star us and tap Rasmussen on the shoulder to see if they would help us out. So that is where our current conversation rests. Mr. English and I are both new to this. This is just a passionate forward motion for us to see this community have a park, something that they can enjoy. So we don't know this process very well. So I would love to say 4 months or 6 months, but I have no idea.
Thank you. Let me just real quickly follow up with Ms. Ward. So, there's the time value of money, right? It costs the city to hold these properties and not sell them, right? I mean, because we would have revenues now and we have to manage them and all that too. So my preference would be, and this is a recommendation for my colleagues, I'm not making the motion to bifurcate right now, but if for the one on Beaver Place, I would suggest September. That would be 6 months. And do you have any suggestion for these gentlemen for the Eagle River properties or for the Chugiak properties?
May I bring Mr. Rada up? Maybe he can help us with that
It's up
determination.
to Mr. Croft. I certainly wouldn't
Yeah,
propose.
Mr. Rada, welcome. What can we do that balances those two, give them an opportunity to do it, but not unnecessarily waste resources?
Through the chair, Mr. Croft and Mr. Dunbar, it's a little more complicated. I understand the good intent from the area. Unfortunately, we've had these discussions based on what's reality now for the Chugiak Eagle River Parks and Recreation budget, specifically with the assessed valuation going down in our collections. That has decreased our capital funding by about $720,000 a year. There is a long list of other priorities ahead of this particular request. The board has discussed it. They are not in a position of putting money into the park at this time. We're going to revisit the whole capital budget in September. So if you wanted to delay, that would be appropriate until that discussion occurs. The challenge that we have is that we've got some very large projects. One specifically is the Chugiak Pool, which is probably going to cost our service area over $800,000. And we have commitments to other projects already in the queue. I've seen the proposal. I do understand, and it is well intended. I do understand, and in fact, although Robin's been involved with some of this before, actually Parks and Recreation 6 or 7 years ago went to the Yates compound and tried to help out as well, just by cleaning up some of the junk. The back of the napkin, without getting specific, although the drawing that they submitted is not a low-cost park development. It's actually probably somewhere in the area of $400,000 to $450,000. That is not money we have in hand or have dedicated or even considered at this point, but we're willing to take a look at it this fall.
So, Mr. Dunbar, I appreciate that whole thing. October, delay both of these to October 1 to give time for the meeting?
I was going to say September for Beaver, but October is fine too. I just, I really, there is really a value to allowing these to be sold. Forget developing the whole park. How much would it cost just to buy the property? The property out in Chugach.
To buy it? Well, we would have to make Real Estate Services whole. That's
No. For them to buy it, right? Because
I don't have the answers.
We normally put these, through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, we normally put these out for competitive bid.
Yeah.
And the minimum bid will be what is owed on the property. We don't normally do sole source, but perhaps the assembly would want to do that.
No, I was just thinking if they wanted to use a nonprofit or something like that. But no, to go back to your point, Mr. Croft, I'm fine with either September or October.
Okay.
Well, I do have a number of people in the queue, and it was hard to tell before whether it was on this or others. Mr. Peterson, was that, you still want in?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And we have different circumstances with these two properties that we're talking about here. And I actually think that the property on Beaver Place, we should give the lady a year's time to pay her back taxes so she doesn't lose her home. The park property, maybe 6 months will do them, maybe a year would be better for them as well. We generally only bring these forward once every year. And so if we just postpone those both till next year, might be appropriate.
Mr. Trainee.
Robin, item 4 on here, Terry Stallman. For those who have been here any period of time, we know Mr. Stallman. Does he owe us other money? Because
he's gone.
We've cleaned up some of his buildings over the years. Is this particular one, does he own this one? We'll get all the proceeds from this one, do you know?
Through the chair, Mr. Trainee, Mr. Solomon is no longer with us, so it's his estate. So we do know exactly what's owed on this. I believe most of the rest of his properties have already been sold.
Okay.
The only issue, I don't know if he owes anything on land use, right-of-way, or code enforcement fines. We just didn't have the ability to look those up tonight.
If you do me a favor, before we sell this property, figure it out, because the old Big Timber hotel at one time, and I just want to make sure we recover all the costs we possibly can for this particular individual.
Through the chair, Mr. Trainee, unfortunately, legally, we cannot do that in this sale. The only thing that we can recoup is delinquent taxes and any cost, the penalties, interest, and administrative fees, and any costs that the city itself performs on the properties as far as cleanup and repairs.
Okay, thank you, Robin.
Member Quinn David.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention, maybe you all saw this, but we got a letter in our packet about a third property that were you going to speak to that, Fred? Okay, I'll let Mr. Dyson cover that.
Member Dyson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It is item 16, and we'll just talk with Robin a bit about this. So, as I understand it, you've gotten a letter and a picture and so on. 40 years ago, this land was acquired and subdivided and so on, and subsequent, as has happened several places in the area, Ms. Weemoff and I represent, the original property owners, for whatever reason, were not able to develop it as they want. The city's zoning and everything, property taxes went up, and they lost the land. So that the owner, the person who originally homesteaded this or acquired it, it called me, and so he represents that, I think it was the telephone company ran a telephone line down the ditch and buried it, and then whoever it was at the time, maybe the road board, maybe it predated that, came along and filled the ditch, and then another ditch blocked the road, and then the city put up a berm that kept him from getting to the end of the road and the two pieces of properties 8 and 9 on your picture here. So he represents that they wanted to sell it, but nobody would buy it because of the blocked road and alders and willow that have grown up there. So when I talked with Robin said, as she said here, the city owns us. They've already foreclosed, and so, but she said, if you get the assembly to support it, she said, I will not sell it for some periods certain. She suggested a year, and my response was, this person who called me and sent this letter, it's up to them, I think, to produce evidence that they asked the city to remedy the blocked road situation and to remedy what prohibited the sale, which will let them pay their bills. So I'm going to ask you to delay this one 3 or 4 months to give the owner, and one of whom is out of state, chance to prove that the city had a component in their ability to sell the land and satisfy the debt. So that's the story on this one. Back to the point here was just made, the lady who's been living in the house for 26 years and is delinquent on the taxes, I would suggest we give her more than a month. She gets her Social Security and so on. She has clear title to the house. She can go to a bank and perhaps augment it with the Social Security money and satisfy the delinquent taxes and all the fees and so on to give her at least a chance. But a month isn't enough time. August, when she gets her check, is not enough time. And
Thank
you,
Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant.
I was going to point out the same thing, but instead I would like to move to bifurcate all three of these items. It's items on my 7, 16, and 7 are items 006-176-17-000, physically known as 1550 Beaver Place. Also 050-661-16-00, no description for its physical address, but Lot 6, Block 4, Mountain Valley Estates Number 1. And also item number 051-053-07-000, its physical address 24238 Rambler Road, from these and extend this for 1 year.
That has been bifurcated into the original and those 3 lots extended for a year. Clerk, understand the amendment? Or so we now have, any objection to bifurcating them in that way? So we can do them in either order, but let's take the remaining.
Wait.
Yes?
So it's 2 motions. He had a motion to bifurcate and then a motion to extend for a year.
That's why I think it's easiest to do the one, we bifurcate. So now.
That's done.
Take the ones that were non-objectionable, if you will, the others, of the 18, the 15 that remained, the ones that weren't pulled out. Any objection to that? Do we pass those?
So I think the question is, he's bifurcated, but he did say bifurcate for 1 year. And I think that probably needs to be a separate.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You can just
So
step it
we're
back
gonna
to
do
move
the-
to bifurcate. It's fine.
So we're just doing bifurcate first?
And then we'll get to the
There's
second
no
question.
objection to that. So they've been bifurcated. Now we have 2 things before us. On the one, any objection to the remaining items being as presented to us? That is, authority for Ms. Ward to sell on the remaining item.
I think we should take a recorded vote only because this is a serious property rights issue.
I think you're right.
Yep.
So, Madam Clerk, you can catch up. So this is on the remaining items, kind of like the consent agenda remaining, but we'll have a recorded vote on approving the authority to sell those items.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm recording the vote right now on the bifurcation. There was no objection.
No objection to the bifurcation. It is bifurcated. And then we'll have a recorded vote on the remaining items. Members may proceed to vote on the items that will be giving authority, the 15-odd items that will be giving authority to sell. And that passes 11-0. And then for the three items, number as described by Mr. Constant, but number 7, 16, and 17 on our list, the motion is that they be that authority not be granted for a year.
That is the motion.
And I second it.
All three.
Eric?
Treated all the same, all 1 year, and put off authority for a year. All right. Mr. Constant's
Thank
already
you.
been in. Mr. Dunbar.
On to the motion, though,
Did
Mr.
you
Chair.
still want in? Yeah.
Just to the motion, if I might quickly.
Oh, yeah. Then Mr. Constant.
Thank you. There are a number of reasons why it could be less or it could be a year. The fact is real estate transactions are challenging and they take a lot of time, and they're very complex and stressful for people, and we only see these items irregularly, and I think taking it back up next year in our regular order makes more sense than coming up with three processes over the next year, which we come back to this question. And so I understand there's a cost to it. I think that the challenge to the members who want to see a park is, and I'd be happy to help you with my experience working with communities and parks, but find the money to make this happen and find it quick. The challenge to the lady is, may God be with you on this one and get it together if you can. And to the property that is referenced here from Mary Gross, I think Mr. Dyson is right to the point that that individual in that time needs to establish the chain of title and figure out if the muni in fact has a liability there. And that's it.
I have three in the queue, and it's 10:15, people, and we have still a lot of agenda. Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to Ms. Ward again really quickly. I know this is very hard to do, but is there any way you could calculate what it costs for us to hold these three properties for an additional year without selling them?
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, there is a cost to holding them, but remember that the taxes continue to accrue along with penalties and interest. I would say if there is a concern that I have, well, first of all, I think you all know the last thing I want to do is sell somebody's property and take it away from them. So we do everything we can to avoid that. On the other hand, it is our responsibility to do that at some point in time. But it's the liability that concerns me. Because as long as we have clerk's deed, the municipality is liable for anything that happens on any of these properties or inside any of these homes. So to be frank, if I get authority to sell, I will sell them as quickly as possible to get the municipality out of that position.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. And just a real quick follow-up. Do you recommend that we hold these for an additional year? And if not, what's a time frame you would recommend?
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, remember, two of them are vacant lots. There's a lot less liability with that than there is with someone's home. However, it appears that homeowner lives in that home, which decreases our liability again. I'm really not concerned. And if you did extend it for less time, I can really only afford to do a sale one time a year because it takes a lot of time and effort to do that. So a year is fine because we'll just put it on their list for next year and then take it to our sale next year. So it works fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cheney.
Thank you. To the lady that lives in Beaver Place, this gives you 1 year. Please understand that the interest keeps growing. That's not doing away with the interest.
That's right.
You'll still owe the bill, and however it's magnified by a year from now. So please, ma'am, take care of it. Thank you, Robin.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
So, Ms. Ward, so we said 1 year, and that's pretty loose. That means March 19th. Is that going to work, or should we say within 13 months or something?
Well, I heard the motion to be no sooner than 1 year.
And okay, is that what we have?
Well, you know, if I might, Mr. Chair, maybe we briefly amend it to be in the 2020 real estate filing process. And in that way, we ensure it's tied to the process, not to a date specific.
What makes it most convenient for you, Ms. Ward?
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, probably what the easiest would be is just to remove them from the list, and they will come back automatically next year in my list.
Good enough.
Good. Any objection to doing that? Any objection to modifying your motion to do that? So really, what we did was passed it without it. I'm not sure we need to do anything because we passed it with just those 15. So there's nothing left to do on the bifurcation. Does that make sense to you, Ms. Ward? We bifurcated it and took them out and passed the 15 that were remaining. Okay. Any objection to that's what we intended to do? Good.
No, I guess I have a question for the clerk. Do we need to actually vote it down because it was introduced, or can we just move on and it disappears?
You do not. Through the chair, the motion will show that you moved to approve those for 3 years, and it did not come to a vote. So it will show exactly what you want, that those 3 are just done, and Ms. Ward will get to do what she wishes with them.
Okay, we've approved the others and not approved those 3. Good luck to all of you. We've moved the agenda so that now 14L is before us. Ordinance number AO 2019-34, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Titles 14, 17, and 25 to enact a prohibition on dogs and other domesticated animals from the Campbell Creek Estuary Natural Park and provide for fines. Assembly Member Weddleton, Associated Assembly Memorandum AM 181. Public testimony is now open on this item. Any public testimony? Welcome, ma'am. Thank you for your patience.
Barbara Svarny Carlson, SVARNY CARLSON. Chair Croft, Vice Chair Rivera, and Assembly members. As the long version of my testimony emailed last week states, I seek your support of the ordinance to prohibit dogs and other domesticated animals at the Campbell Creek Estuary Natural Area and provide for fines. This will be a year-round prohibition with no seasonal exceptions. Responsibility for enforcement will rest with animal control on a low priority basis. This unique municipal asset created for visitors to be able to observe and respect nature in perpetuity is also known as SENA. I am Executive Director of Friends of the Anchorage Coastal Wildlife Refuge, also known as FAR. FAR volunteers help the city and Greatland Trust take care of SENA. Greatland Trust asked me to help them identify wildlife important to protect on these lands from my notes as a naturalist, before they sent some of their conservation grant applications, which eventually came through to fund this natural area. I was honored to assist, and FAR continued by collecting needed baseline data and addressing preliminary signs to protect SENA. We also pick up trash, help visitors learn about wildlife, help repair and replace vandalized signs, and educate visitors who do not appear to be aware of posted rules. The most frequent rule we have had to bring to the attention of visitors is dogs and other pets are not allowed at the Campbell Creek Estuary Natural Area. At the May Parks and Recreation Commission meeting in 2012, the city opted to wait and see if a law would be needed because it would be necessary to amend municipal code to enact this law. Over 7 years of stewardship and collaboration with the city and Greatland Trust, FAR has shown that the rule has been consistently ignored by enough people bringing dogs to SENA to contribute to the displacement of wildlife, the degradation of the resource, and diminishment of the enjoyment of visitors who come to SENA to observe and appreciate nature in an undisturbed state as intended. It is time to enact this law, and we seek your support. Thanks to Assemblyman Weddleton for sponsoring this ordinance and for his gracious mentorship, and to the municipal staff for all their collaborative work. In order for Sena to be here for future generations to enjoy the grand vistas, to observe and learn about wildlife and plants, we must take mindful care, or Sena will become just another open space. When visitors remark to stewards how delighted they are to visit such a special natural area, it reminds us that Sena is worth the effort it takes to protect.
Ma'am, you said that Animal Control Advisory Board, Animal Control is going to pick the animals up there. Did you talk to Animal Control Advisory Board on this? Do they know that's a responsibility?
They are here to testify.
But
yes,
they know? Okay.
Yes.
To administration, do we receive money? Do they pay taxes on this property? Or is this property, because it's a not-for-profit organization, do they pay taxes at all on this, sir?
Through the chair, I believe we own this property. The Kamloops Creek Natural Estuary was given to us.
They didn't buy it, we own it?
Correct. Well, I think the Great Land Trust facilitated an arrangement, and it was donated to the municipality, and we took it as now parkland.
Okay.
That's correct.
Mr. Falsey's
All you
correct,
didn't
as
know.
usual.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Thank you,
Don't know what happened to yours.
My name is Barbara Wild, last name spelled W-I-L-D. I'm in support of AO 2019-34. I'm a pet owner, but I leave the dogs at home when I visit Kamloops Creek Estuary Natural Area, and I'll call it Sena for the rest of my testimony. Like most dog walkers, I put a very high value on walking dogs in a place as beautiful as Sena. However, when I take the family dogs for a walk, I drive right past this natural area and go to an Anchorage dog park. I'm just perplexed, though, when time after time I see visitors ignoring the posted rule to bring their dogs there. To not bring their dogs there, If they were to read that sign, they would learn that the dog ban stemmed from a multi-stage process during which mandates of setting up a land transfer with a conservation easement and obligations to honor public comment asking to ban dogs led to the ruling. This is not unusual to ban dogs from natural areas. Studies show that wildlife see dogs as potential predators, causing them to abandon their natural habitats, and this can lead to a 35% reduction in bird diversity and a 41% reduction in bird abundance. Any of these changes can have impacts on important recreation activities such as bird watching and ecotourism, where visitor satisfaction shows a strong relationship to number of species seen. So we just can't ignore that dogs behave as carnivores and are capable of chasing prey and even catching and killing smaller mammals and birds. They may not be as efficient at hunting as their wild canine cousins, but they are still avid chasers because they have their food needs met at home and have plenty of energy left for chasing. Even if the dogs don't chase potential prey, the prey perceive dogs as predators and may exhibit fear physiology such as increased heart rate and fleeing behavior. And even without that chase, just the scent of a dog repels wildlife long after the dog has departed. Other factors that make dogs such a detrimental force when they visit natural areas are their visits are usually daytime, which is often a resting time for prey. Trails with a lot of dog scent could appear to wild carnivores to be other canine territories to be avoided. Dogs transmit diseases to and from wildlife, and dog waste pollutes runoff to streams and wetlands. These are the reasons why I support AO 2019-34. And I've included sources used to prepare this testimony in the email submission I sent last Friday. Thank you.
Good evening, Dave Carter, C-A-R-T-E-R, and I am also here to support AO 2019-34. I'm a long-term resident of Anchorage. I've lived in South Anchorage for quite a while, and I've worked on this property, which was the Kaiser's old homestead property. And the Great Land Trust, of course, basically got the money together and paid for the property. So it is public property. The easement really, and the idea was that there wouldn't be any domesticated animals on this property. It is a wonderful opportunity for people to walk on a trail out to an overlook out over the Anchorage Coastal Wildlife Refuge. And unfortunately, we still have issues with people ignoring the signs saying that dogs are not allowed. So that's why this ordinance is proposed, and it's a good ordinance. And I want to say here that we want to have this ordinance a year-round ordinance, not just a summertime thing too. People use this natural area year-round. We don't want to be having people to deal with, domesticated animals and tracks and their fecal matter. And of course, we want to have a year-round ordinance so that, again, people will understand that dogs aren't supposed to be there at any time of the year. A whole lot of work has gone into this, as you can well expect. It's well documented by the supportive materials you have. This is just kind of the end of the road, hopefully, for this, and we'll get this done. And I hope you can all find time to visit and take your visitors out there during the summer. It's really a beautiful place, winter too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. For the public and for the members of the Assembly, it's 10:30. What we don't get done today, we'll schedule for tomorrow, starting at 6. So we'll have a Wednesday special meeting. Welcome, ma'am.
My name is Allegra Hamer. I am the current chair of the Animal Control Advisory Board. And I just wanted to speak to the passion of the people that have come here. They came to us to present their desire to have a change in the ordinance. At first, we said while we supported what they were trying to do, we did not feel it belonged totally in Title 17. And with Assemblymember Wendleton's help, it got also incorporated into 14 and 25 as well. We support normally we'd say where dogs can go rather than where they can't. But there are many, many dog parks in the city of Anchorage, and there are also, with leash laws, dogs can go most places that they want to go. The enforcement of this will fall to Title 17 animal control officers, but it will be a very low priority and must be, and they understand that. What they hope to have is a rule that they could point to that would say that dogs were prohibited. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Traney has a question. Or did. I guess he does. Do you still? No? No. Then thank you for your testimony. Appreciate your work on that board. Further testimony on AO 2019-34. Welcome.
Good evening. Long night for you all. My name is Marilyn Hauser, Houser. I became an accidental adult dog owner in Alaska for the first time in 1985. He was a forlorn-looking stray sitting in the parking lot of the Sears Mall. I have happily shared my life with one or more dogs ever since. I enjoy going for walks with my dogs, sometimes in my neighborhood, sometimes in an Anchorage park. They are always on leash for their safety, my safety, well-being of wildlife and birds, and of course, the municipality of Anchorage has a leash law. I am also very grateful the Campbell Creek Estuary Natural Area has been set aside for protection of its natural values, and visit this quiet spot as often as I can without my dogs. This important habitat is adjacent to the Anchorage Coastal Wildlife Refuge. The Parks and Recreation Department Master Plan for the Campbell Creek Estuary Natural Area, published in October 2012 after extensive community involvement, calls for the prohibition of dogs and other domesticated animals to preserve this important area. I wouldn't dream of bringing my dogs there. There is no reason for any dog or any other domesticated animal to use the natural area. There are ample opportunities throughout Anchorage, whether it's walking in a neighborhood, in a park or greenbelt, or even one of Anchorage's designated off-leash areas, of which there are 6 with more planned. I do not support allowing dogs or other domestic animals in the natural area during the winter months. I'm not sure what we even mean by winter anymore in these times of a changing climate. The calendar months that we call winter, when everything is frozen and there is snow on the ground, how much snow? Damage can still be done. dog feces left behind, moose being chased, etc. It would be too confusing for the public to make enforcement, and make enforcement extremely difficult. I support AO 2019-34 and encourage its passage. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony. Further testimony on this item? Thanks. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Wayne Hall. That's Hall. I live in Midtown. I want to make clear from the start that I love dogs and have had dogs most of my adult life. The ones I have now visit Muni Parks on leash almost every day, and I always clean up after them. I also love to visit the Camel Creek Estuary Natural Area throughout the year. I visited that area many times, both before and after its designation as a natural area, and I testified in support of its establishment previously before the Assembly. Even though I love my dogs and the natural area, I gladly go there without them. I appreciate that this is one area in Anchorage, the only one, dedicated to protecting and experiencing nature. There are many other great parks in Anchorage where I can take them, but this place is special, Anchorage's only natural area. Unfortunately, I've often observed or encountered other dog owners with their dogs, often unleashed, at the natural area. And when I've addressed that with the owners, it typically makes no difference. My dog is under voice command, is wearing an electronic collar, isn't bothering anything. I will leash him if he causes any problem, is what I usually hear if they respond at all. Domesticated animals pose a danger to wildlife from interfering with their behavior and habitat, and they pose a danger to other humans directly or by annoying and chasing wildlife into them. The barking of dogs and the yelling of their owners, even when they try to control them, is also disturbing to wildlife and to me. There are so many other options in Anchorage for people like me to take their dogs or other domesticated animals throughout the year. The easily observable fact that leash laws are generally ignored and animal waste largely left in the field is all the more reason to make this a year-round, dog-free natural area that everyone can enjoy without dogs. The master plan for the natural area recommended banning dogs and domesticated animals. I support AO 2019-34 and urge its adoption to do just that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Further testimony on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Chair Croft. As you know, I work for Great Land Trust. That's my day job. I work there 30 hours a week, and I wanted to let you know that so that you could determine whether I had a conflict.
Yeah, I think as distinct from the 6,000 employees and a general budgetary impact, Great Land Trust having been so integral to this thing, I think it, for either the reality or the appearance of a conflict of interest, that you should be excused from voting on it and discussion. Any member want a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So she will be excused from voting. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I'd urge a yes vote. I can't add anything to what the fine speakers have said, though. So for all the reasons they said.
Further discussion. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. While I too support this, I just want to be really clear. You heard a number of speakers say a low priority for enforcement. And what that means really is that there are 1,000 other needs in terms of enforcement. I've for years asked the department if they could provide one day a month at the off-leash dog parks where they just ticketed people who didn't pick up their dog waste. And I'm an ample user of those parks and I love them, but that creates kind of better behavior in people when they think maybe they'll be held responsible for the rules. And that's never happened over some years because they're busy dealing with dogs that have injured people, injured dogs, investigations, and all that other important work. And so it's important to note that this does not mean we're going to be peeling off important enforcement authority and sending it into the greenbelts for this.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Further discussion? I don't see any. Ready for the vote? Members may proceed to vote. That passes 10-0. Brings item 14.
Chair Croft, can I have a moment of personal privilege down there? I'll be brief. Barbara?
It's 10.
I'll be 2 minutes. Sorry this took so long. This amazing woman has worked on this for well over a year. She's been very patient with me being very, very slow. Dean Gates worked faster than me and did amazing work. And I got this picture for her that the local painter, Matt Peterson, painted of Cook Inlet, Campbell Creek Estuary, natural area.
Congratulations.
It's just a tribute to her amazing work on this.
It is an honor to be able to have the municipality and Greatland Trust to be able to do things like this.
Thank you for all you've done. Congratulations. Item 14-0, ordinance number AO 2019-40, an omnibus ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly eliminating the municipal regulation of taxi cabs, limousines, and other vehicles for hire by amending the Anchorage Municipal Code of Regulations to repeal relevant chapters and provisions. Assembly Chair Croft. It has an S version as well as a memorandum AM 194. We'll open public testimony. It is the intent to hold it over to the April 9th meeting.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just a quick question, point of order. Can we contemplate what we're going to do tonight and tomorrow now while we have 20 minutes left before we enter into this public testimony so that we know if we're going to ask the question, are we going to move to extend or are we just going to postpone until tomorrow? That way we have some certainty for people because 20 minutes is going to go by really quick with 7 testifiers.
What did you say? Unless we wanted them to. Clerk reminded me on the. Okay, so Mr. Constant, you're asking for us to decide.
If we're going to extend tonight and hear this testimony, or if we're going to make a decision to come back tomorrow and sort it out now so that when we're in the middle of the testimony and we're rubbing up against the 11 o'clock hour, we don't have to interrupt then and make a decision at that time. So we just do
you have a motion to extend?
It really is up to the body, but I'll make a motion to extend.
Well, okay. Yeah, the body operates through motion. So it would be my preference, but only as one member, that we go as long as we can to get as much as we can. And I would intend to schedule, unless the body overrules me, for tomorrow to get what we don't get done today done.
So extend till midnight? So I would ask for a second.
Second.
Okay, it needs 8 votes, Madam Clerk.
Till midnight.
That's why they pay us the big bucks, folks.
Yep. Well, that was a lot of the discussion lesson. We have a lot of people who waited a long time. I think we should hear what we can of them. And there are various liquor licenses that expire before our next meeting. And there's a number of, well, okay.
I urge your support to go to midnight so we can get as much done as we can.
So
Vote it up.
Mr. Weddleton, did you have a question on this?
No, that was on.
On the other one, Ms. Quinn Davison.
Can someone just tell me which of these things need to happen tonight?
So the clerk pulled some of the liquor licenses that need action before our next regular meeting. That was liquor licenses that are 14Q, P, U, T, S, and R. Now, they expire at various times between now and the next meeting, so it could be some are March 24, 25, 31, but they all need action before 4/9, or we waive our protest.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Traney.
Mr. Chairman, the motion is to extend to midnight. Within that motion, let's first deal with liquor license, with the taxi cabs, about the first half hour, and then go to liquor licenses. I don't want to do liquor licenses. Something may delay our process to get the taxi cab. They've been here all night. I'd like to get them done first, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to extend to midnight.
Let's do it.
Madam Clerk, let's put that on the board. Requires 8 votes.
It's past your bedtime. You can go. You can go.
Ms. Wimhoff. That passes 10 to 1. So we're extended till midnight. I was reading AO,
Yeah, I agree.
the ordinance, and had finished with it. Was starting to say that it would be my intent, though, the body would decide that we would, after hearing public testimony, either hold it open or delay action until the 9th, where there might be an amendment that's, or an S version for minimal, if you will, rather than this complete deregulation. But now public testimony is open on AO 2019-40. Any member of the public that would like to testify can come forward.
Point of order. So we have a S version on this, right?
I've not
So you'd have like an S1 and
Where the hell's that?
We have the S version already, yes.
so you might come up with an alternative, so like an S.
I like what it is, but I have heard other people.
Well,
say
it might,
they
okay.
Yeah.
I understood, thanks.
And did you say, Mr. Chair, that if you testify tonight,
I'm getting old.
the public hearings continued, you wouldn't testify another day?
I didn't say that, and that's up to us. I would say that well, if we're dealing now on no regulation and they speak. If there is a regulate light, it would seem different enough that we'd allow them to speak. So what we have before us is total deregulation. Yeah, I think the public should be allowed if we change it that much. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Jackie Ransom. I'm a permit owner and operator. My husband drives taxi. I've been in the industry for over 50 years. My family has been involved. The Title 11 as it is now started increasing in a lot with Mr. Evans when he was on the assembly. He was aiming at deregulation, no matter what he says, by adding 20 cabs a year or 25 cabs a year, over 100 cabs to our industry in a failing and a recession in Anchorage. Adding that many cabs with the knowledge that Uber and Lyft was coming to town completely added to the deregulation. Mr. Dunbar carried on that flag, and with the help of Mr. Eric Musser, the TI, our industry is basically deregulated now. I've heard lots of talk about safety. What exactly safety is anybody talking about? If it's good enough for Uber and Lyft, everybody has touted how wonderful they are, and free trade and enterprise, and their community is safe, the public's safe. They can ride in that, and these people can have their own businesses and get out there and make their money. It's a gig economy for most of them, and it's failing our industry. So why don't just come clean and deregulate? I had cameras in my cars before it was regulated because I saw the need to protect myself and my customers. You don't need regulations. We haven't had enforcement for 2 years. Mr. Musser has been in the back office rewriting Title 11. He has rarely been on the street. If a taxi owner or operator is acting illegally, you have a police force. They handle bootlegging, they handle prostitution, they handle everything. Let them handle the thing. We haven't had an enforcement officer. The whole office was closed for over a week last week. Musa retired, I think, in December or January, I don't know. We have a part-time employee that was upgraded from a secretary to be a traffic or TI, an enforcement agent. That's all. I don't know who anybody thinks this safety and who's enforcing it or what it means. If you deregulate completely and get rid of this mess that has been foisted on the industry through backroom agreements and lobbyists and work sessions, and which we don't get to talk to, and I'm going to finish this thought. Okay. We don't get to talk in any of those. Free enterprise can solve that. The dispatches can regulate what they require in the cars. Why?
Thank you, ma'am.
Why? Just get rid of the mess. You can always re-regulate later.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening, members of the Assembly. My name is Hector Guerra. I'm a taxi cab owner-operator. I've lived in Anchorage for 25 years. I've been a chauffeur for 10 years, and I've been an owner-operator for 3 years. This is a great concern to end Title 11 without a replacement, and I strongly oppose it, 110%. A definition of a taxi is to transport people in a vehicle for hire to a destination for monetary compensation. When in an environment to not have any rules, any regulation or identification can lead to utter disorganization and chaos. Such examples are, just to paraphrase, increase of criminal activity on top of what we have now in Anchorage, lack of protection for the customers that we transport every day, lack of safety, and that entails of every single item that's in Title 11 right now, a lack of that, and no recognition, accountability, or procedure if an event occurs. And also overflow of additional wanting to be for hire vehicles on top of Uber and Lyft, ride sharing, seeking business to pick up fares in an already overcrowded city. The people of Anchorage decided in the past and time again for an ordinance structure to provide for hire services. Title 11, or a form of Title 11, needs to exist and needs to be adjusted, adapted, and continue to be implemented for the people of Anchorage. If the City Assembly strikes down this ordinance, people who have voted, invested, and serviced to abide Title 11 ordinance will see it as a bad faith with irreputable consequences. I propose the city either to move Title 11, if you decide to not want to take care of Title 11 anymore, to have it as transfer it to a nonprofit entity, impartial nonprofit entity, to handle with the administrative portion of Title 11, and that the city continues to handle with the safety aspects of Title 11. Or if you choose to continue to adapt it for a foreseeable future, at least open a position on your municipality website for a transportation inspector. Because right now we don't have one. We don't have somebody to look to handle with this. I plead with you, do not banish Title 11. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Assembly members. I am George Rendon, R-E-N-D-O-N, former owner from Taxi Permits, operator, and taxi dispatch for over 30 years. Then I come to right here for a statement make, like the citizen from the last 44 years I live right here in Anchorage. And I work for over 33 under the rules Title 11. And the reason for this statement is because I recommend to the Assembly members to see exactly the situation we have, the crime we have in this town. And now, if you deregulate or you take away the Title 11, you see how the crime
coming up. In 2014, I be here to stand up and talk to the assembly about how the crime is coming over when the new company start to come in and try to flood Uber only, to this town. And then the crime start to growing and growing and growing, and we have Anchorage, special Anchorage, one of the cities the crimes have to the first one in the United States and the whole States. Then I like to ask for sure to all the assembly to, before you make deregulate the Title 11, check it out, what happened to the city. No matter what kind of police do you put in. But if we don't have some umbrella like the proposed about last year, I make some proposal and I give the copies to what I try to do for the city, to wash, to make some new training for the crime prevention, to cover by the police department, to help by the police department, and I don't hear nothing. I make the proposal also. I go in front of the mayor with few members right here to stand up tonight right here, and I give my proposal. And then the answer, Mr. George, I'm sorry, last Tuesday, I be here and I try to talk to the mayor. And he told me, George, if you want to talk to me about the taxi on the street, I don't want to hear. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, anyway, for me, my last word is in the office, the transportation.
Your time's up, sir.
Inspector office, I like to take over for free and keep going to keep the regulation.
Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. I have a copy right here. You want to see?
You can
Mr.
bring
Chairman?
a copy to the clerk, yes.
Okay.
Welcome, sir. And I apologize, Mr. Trainee, for missing you before. Let me know when you would like to ask another question.
It's all right.
Good evening. My name is Carl Guerra, and I'm a taxi cab driver here in Anchorage. I'm not here tonight to complain about the difficulties and obstacles placed before me in trying to be a driver in the city. I'm here to talk about public safety, the safety of my customers, the same people this assembly is here to represent.
Could you speak closer into the microphone?
Sorry, that seemed a little loud when I was a little close. Title 11 is taxi cab oversight. In removing Title 11, you're removing all the safety regulations that have been put in place. In eliminating the Transportation Inspector's Office, you're removing an intermediary between the consumers and the independent contractors that run taxi cabs in the city. Drop the responsibility of safety on the dispatch companies, and it'll end up costing us more. And without certain requirements being law, I'm afraid many will be overlooked. Of course, every company can require their own background checks and cameras be installed in cars, but cars are each independently owned. They are not owned by dispatch companies. For them to get involved in such things will mean added costs, and even then it's not law. Exceptions will be made. An owner could refuse to install a camera in his car because it's not required by law. Furthermore, without Title 11, there's nothing binding an operator to the current companies. They could go rogue and operate independently without any oversight at all. 1 year ago, Assembly passed Ordinance AR 2018-100. Recognizing April 2018 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and encouraging the residents of Anchorage to support community efforts to raise awareness and work together to eliminate sexual assault in Anchorage. The resolution was unanimously passed. Excuse me. Alaska's rape rate is the highest in the country, 3 times the national. Several drivers have been charged and convicted with sexual assaults. To my understanding, one of them is currently on release and working in the city. If you remove Title 11, there's nothing stopping them from driving. No background checks, no chauffeur's license, no camera requirements. Let us not forget the robberies that occurred. The drivers that were held at gunpoint, the drivers that were beaten and stuffed in their trunk. Without cameras that were required in cabs and the help of the Transportation Inspector's Office, these criminals may not have been brought to justice. The whole thing revolving around eliminating Title 11 is to open the floodgates for anyone who wants to run a cab. This is all the more reason not to remove Title 11. Title 11 maintains a level of quality control to the transportation industry here in Anchorage. I beg you, please replace or rewrite, but do not remove Title 11. I'd also like to point out, in walking into the Assembly Hall here tonight, there was a packet showing Title 11, over 60 pages worth of all the safety regulations and things that we have to endure to be a taxi cab in Anchorage. A lot of work has been put into this. The book is made, and we should not be so quick to throw it all out.
I have a number of questions, so Mr. Trainee.
You know that Eric Mush has been gone since January, did not fill his seat at all?
I'm aware of that.
The reason for having Title 11 is public safety and driver safety. That's the reason we have cameras. It's the reason we did everything, background checks. This guts it by getting rid of Title 11. You're going to have nothing but gypsy tax cab drivers all over Anchorage that drive Uber and Lyft now that are picking up fares they're not supposed to. It'll be even worse. So sorry this is coming forward. This has been a downturn since Evans' era when he moved to deregulate taxi cabs by flooding the market with new licenses. Sorry about that, sir.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Mr. Trainee, Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, just to any of the number of speakers, what would be helpful to me if perhaps you and then others would address, why should the city be the one regulating? Is it impossible for a company to form that would set the criteria? Taxi company A, and we drug test all our people, we background test them, we insure, et cetera, and so on. But that's kind of, okay, so we need regulation, but you could do it yourself. You have a company formed that does that, and you market it that way, and you're the safe one. Or do we have to do it through the city? But that would be helpful to me if people in the industry could address that. Thanks.
You want to briefly address that?
Well, if you could have an outside source overlook this, I suppose it'd be good, but there would be a transitioning period, and it's certainly not something that would happen right away. And the city collects $1,700 or so annually from 250 cabs. It's about $500,000 in revenue that the city collects. I don't see, one transportation inspector, granted he kind of slacked there at the end, but I don't think that's something to throw away to risk the safety of the public.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I had. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for waiting.
Hello, yeah. My name is Kim Pavey, P-A-V-Y. I'm the dispatch manager of Alaska Yellow Cab. While I agree wholeheartedly with what Carl had to say, I would also like to point out that there is a substantial amount of money recently that has been invested by people that were drivers and aspired to become owners. Permits were auctioned, they were bid on, thousands of dollars were spent on these permits. Now, some of the older permit owners that have had their permits for a number of years have had an opportunity to recoup those investments because they've been working within a limited entry system and they've been able to make their money back on their investment. These new owners, which they just bought their permits 4 months ago, have not had an opportunity to even begin to recoup their investments. Cars are more expensive. The cost of the permit, insurance is more expensive. All of the equipment is more expensive. All of that is more expensive, and they haven't had a chance to even begin to recoup their investment. And now we're talking about flooding the market, because let's be realistic, that's what's going to happen. And as far as the safety issue goes of a company deciding that the standards are going to be set. So the predator that doesn't want to have to follow those standards, what's he going to do? He's going to paint a car, put a top light on, put a meter on it, excuse me, and he's going to go out there on his own. Who's watching that guy that's not affiliated with any company and says, to heck with your rules. I don't have to do that. Nobody's telling me I have to. What about that guy? That's the dangerous guy. And that's the guy that's going to be sitting in front of a bar when a drunk 21-year-old girl comes out, gets in his car, and goes and gets raped and possibly killed. So I just urge you guys to consider what you're thinking about doing. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Timothy Hewitt. Glad to be standing before you. As far as safety, you know, I've been a taxi driver. I own a dispatch now that you guys made possible through digital dispatch platform. I also run the Anchorage Taxi Workers Alliance. In the last ordinance, we gutted out the safety. We got rid of drug testing, physicals, and training, and we lessened the inspections. So when we talk about safety in Title 11, it doesn't necessarily exist anymore, guys. So we don't probably really need to talk about that. You know, I feel like I'm a competent enough person and an entrepreneur to run a business safely. If other people don't feel that way and they need government to provide this, you know, to run their business, you know, maybe they shouldn't be in the business, you know. What I do propose, and I think is coming up next meeting, is we're going to make an amendment to it and try to preserve some safety, like background checks, fingerprinting, the camera, and the same kind of safety requirements that we have now. But put that into a business license or a clerk position. We don't need a TI running our lives out here. A lot of these people are now having to collect welfare in order to survive because they're not making any money. So let's get all the burdens off their back, have true entrepreneurship in an open market, which we're heading to in 2 years anyway, and let these people go to work. You know, government can't help us with every single thing, but we should preserve some of the safety. We don't want sex offenders and other people like that driving cabs. And like Dick said, cameras. We want to preserve that. And so let's have a light version of this and try to look at that. I just disagree with all this nowadays. We're up against Uber and Lyft. We don't know what they're doing. It's a corporation, does whatever they want. I almost got ran over the other night by an Uber driver in the Walmart parking lot. There's no enforcement on them. And you know, we have this burden from the state. They did this to all of us. And it's uncontrolled. So are we going to hamstring this industry when we've got a rogue industry all over our community, maybe up to 1,000 vehicles now? That's why I support this proposal and help put it forth. Because we can challenge Uber and Lyft, this billion-dollar company, if we're deregulated, by having a citywide app that every cab could have, lower the price, and you know, take these guys on at their own business. That's how you get it done in America, is you form a business model that can challenge them. We will never challenge them with these regulations and this burden that we have right now. It's never going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening. Sorry. My name is Lynette Marino-Hands, and for more than half my life, I have been driving a taxi cab here in Anchorage, Alaska. I see very familiar faces that I worked with before, and some of these people know me on the assembly. Not only am I political, but I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, I'm a daughter, I'm a wife. And I know that when we had the Proposition 8 on the ballot in 2008, it was defeated by the permit owners because they had a lot more money. They outspent us. They had a lawyer. And I was the president of the Anchorage Cab Drivers Association back then. And we tried to fight them, but we couldn't. We wanted deregulation, but we did not want total deregulation. That was a lie. They hired someone, an ad man from Seattle, to have a guy go in a pickup truck out to the airport and pick up a woman and throw her bag in the back end of a truck. That's not what we wanted. There's been too many people, loved ones, family members, that were cab drivers that were killed back in the 1980s. And I survived that. A lot of us drivers survived that. We know how scared we were from these people that were robbing cabs over the price of a pizza. And they shot executionary style a woman that drove a cab from the base. She was a mother. And what I'd like to also say, I support deregulation, but not total deregulation. I know we have to have a TI. We have to have the Transportation Commission. We do not want chaos. We do not want interfighting. Uber and Lyft would be glad to see that. I do not want to see that. I have worked too hard. I am a woman, and I am targeted a lot. This is a man's industry, and it has not been easy. I have been blackballed by some of the permit owners. I try to get along with them, and sometimes it's very hard. But I know that I chose this profession. I know that. And what I'd also like to say is that the Uber drivers are not very friendly towards the cab drivers. A woman that was driving a black pickup truck, she splashed me because she sped up. And then she started laughing after she did this on purpose. They do things on purpose to us.
Your time is up. Can you conclude?
Okay, yes. This is my mother, and she'd like to speak.
Okay.
Yeah, as my daughter said, we all know, everyone sitting in this room, that being a cab driver is one of the most dangerous professions, especially in a big city like here. Especially in a big city like here. It's so dangerous. And my daughter works pretty hard, and she's always worked, got money stolen from her and all that, and she puts up with a lot of rude people, bad people and everything, but she is has been able to survive it, and I think that I would hope that the Assembly would have regulations that would really help the cab drivers, because she has to work 12 hours a day and then pay the lease owners about $100, then gas up the car again, and then she ends up with maybe $40 or $50 some days, because you can't make much money in 8 to 10 hours. Thank you for listening to me tonight, and I hope that you will make some good decisions about it. And like I said, it's not an easy profession. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome, sir.
Hi, I'm Mustafa Kadriou. I drive a cab for 23 years. I'm against deregulation because if we have deregulation, who's going to look for those drivers around? What are they doing? Even now, there's no TI looking those cabs. If one of you guys who want to see how the cabs they are in the street, with probably no bumper, some of them, who's looking those cabs? We got nobody looking the cabs. How the paint is gone, the number is missing. I like to ask Woodlington. He's saying deregulation. Why deregulation? Because the company going to be in charge of the cabs, owners or the drivers. What about the insurance? I pay $5,000 a year, over. Probably some of them pay more. Are you going to have that on too if we deregulate? Are we going to pay the city $1,432? No. How about the safety for the people? They get in the cab with no insurance. Who's going to check if my driver license it's expired? Do I have it or no? I'd like to know who's going to check those. And you want to put deregulation? You want to put more cabs on the street? There's plenty of cabs. We have no parking. We have to fight with Uber and Lyft. They want to fight me at the 4th Avenue. There's a stand, it's right there. It's saying cabs only. He said, what do you want? I'm not going to move anywhere. So I have to move on. I'm not going to, what I'm going to do? So nobody look, Uber and Lyft, what are they doing in the street? So now you have another 1,000 cabs on the street. And who's going to look? Nobody. I'm against deregulation because look like now it seems we have nobody who's looking the cabs, the way they driving around with, probably some of them have no driver license. Nobody checked them. Nobody at the office. Called TI's office. Nobody answering. I have a customer, he say wants to complain. Who? Who's going to answer the phone? Nobody. I want more tough to be a cab driver, more safety, more. Anybody go get the license, even diabetes, high blood pressure, no matter what kind of condition he has, he can drive a cab. I see a driver with the crutches driving cab. It's embarrassing to see the cab driver getting with the crutches and not helping the guy with the luggage. I never thought I'll see this in Anchorage, 26 years. I want to make it tough to be a cab driver. Customers love the cab drivers. When he gets in the cab, knows where he's going, not to look on the phone, what's the address. So it was good in 90s, 80s, but now anybody can drive a cab.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Dave O'Malley. And with budget cuts looming and the talk of taxes, the municipality can no longer justify Title 11 in the Office of the Transportation Inspector. I believe that's what this ordinance is about, mainly municipality washing the hands of the industry, and it's about time. The transportation, the budget, operating budget for the Transportation Office for 2018 was over $600,000. This for a department that is virtually obsolete. For to say they even enforce the regulations is a joke. It really serves no purpose. And when you compare it to the competition, Uber and Lyft does their own hiring, firing, their own background checks, their own inspections, customer service at zero expense to the taxpayers. What I'm trying to say is competition and choice will regulate the industry. Any safety or other requirements should be left up to the companies to enforce. With one last vote, the Assembly can finally free itself from the annoying, time-consuming bother of trying to regulate and pacify the industry. I hope something gets going here, definitely before Assemblyman Croft leaves office, to get things going in the right direction, make progress, and eliminate Title 11, because it serves no purpose and unnecessary waste that should be looked into. Thank you.
Mr. Weddleton, did you have a question?
Sorry, Mr. O'Malley. So how many months would it take for the industry to re-sort itself out so that there could be one or two companies that set their own standards and could market themselves that way?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. You could say with, I actually am trying to do that right now through the Transportation Commission. My first step was really Assemblywoman Osiander actually was trying to get Title 11 changed to eliminate the Transportation Commission. And that would be the first good step, and put most of the requirements onto the Assembly and have the intern transportation inspector month by month eliminate what needs to be eliminated until it's gone. That's what I was hoping would happen last year with Assemblyman Dunbar when he was eliminating, making it easier. And then one little remark from Assemblyman Constant, which was very harmless, put everything off for a year. It was a complete waste of time, was what's been going on for the last year, and things could have gotten done. It could have been solved by now. And instead, we are where we're at. So it wouldn't be much. It would just be somebody who knows the regulations. One time, we don't need this now. We don't need this. Let's get rid of this 1 month at a time. Come here, just get it through, and it'll be gone probably within 5 months.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir.
Hi, my name is Iayu Asnako. I drive the cab since 2004. The speech, whatever they speak about, you hear them, they defending themselves, defending their business, not they defending the drivers. So I drove 2 months without dispatch with other cab. It's better than pay the dispatch. Go in hotel, Walmart, airports. So paying dispatch right now by drivers, we have to pay $3,000 a month. Dispatch, insurance, you name it. We can't afford it. They're talking about the new drivers' business they're going to lose, but the dispatch by themselves, they caring for themselves. They didn't put the price even down when the business get in crisis. So driver is suffering right now. So it needs to be regulated. Of course, we need a permit to drive to feed our kid. Why we paying commercial insurance? Why we pay high cost dispatch fee? Because they don't care even the customers. I used to support them 15 years. I used to bring to them money 15 years, working 12, 11 hours. But now the situation is not like that. They're not drivers. But some drivers, they own permit, they think they're going to lose the business. What they're going to do? What do we have to do? This is nothing to do with anything to dispatch. We're not going to lose it because there is no dispatch. We're not going to lose business. Or we can change, better price, some dispatch company. So the safety they're talking about, camera, whatever, I have a camera in my car. I have a camera in my house. To take care of my customer, for myself, for safety, I carry camera. That is safety. They're not going to tell, the dispatch not going to tell me about my safety, about my customer safety, who's going to comply. Of course, we need the TI for compliant tickets. But we can't afford to pay dispatch, insurance, and the other fees. Painting cars. We regulate it, we control it, but other businesses are running. Uber and Lyft, they're doing great business.
Thank you, sir.
You.
I know that I already testified. I just wanted to respond to Mr. Weddleton, to Assemblyman Weddleton's question. Is that?
No.
I can't respond to his
No,
question?
he can call you up later if he wants to get an answer to that question. Ms. LaFrance?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually had a quick question for the previous speaker. I just wanted to know if he was for or against the proposed repeal of the regulations. Are you for or against? I'm sorry.
I support the regulating.
This ordinance?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, wait a minute. You like regulation or you like this that would deregulate it? This ordinance would deregulate. Do you want to have regulations or have this ordinance that gets rid of regulations?
Rid of the regulation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how did you get his name spelled? Can you spell your name for us?
My first name is Eyayu. My last name is Asnakew.
Got it. Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're running short on time. We have other items we need to get done tonight. I think we should have one more testifier and call this a night. Thank you.
Well, these guys have waited for a long, long time, and we have We have the alcohol ones that I talked about, the lease that the ACDA was here, Mr. Halker was here for. The fire chief has left, but IAFF's agreement that we had a work session on, as well as Mr. Trainey's bill, and the tobacco people left. I mean, I think we're stuck with a meeting tomorrow anyway. We've got 5 or 6 licenses, many of which have to happen before the 9th, and then 3 or 4 major ordinances.
Your chairman, sir, I'm willing to be here tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we have to. So I'd just as soon see how far we could get and to the end. But people who've waited for 6 hours to testify, I don't think we should shut them down. Sir, welcome.
Good evening. My name's Robert Ransom, R-A-N-S-O-M. I've been in the taxi industry for over 35 years. Started in 1980. I agree with what Tim said about Title 11. It's involved into a monstrous government oversight. I don't even know what's in half of the thing. I never did get a copy since it's been rewritten. Mr. Musa said it was off in Florida or something. But I'd like to change the tone of this. We want to be on a level playing field with Uber. We don't want to be deregulated. We want to self-regulate like they do. Why call it deregulation? Like Tim said, if you're a competent owner and operator, you'll maintain your car. You'll have a camera for safety. I had cameras. I had fake cameras in my car before the prices came down. I had the internet cameras, and I said, yeah, it's working, for my own safety. That's just the way, you should operate, on the right way. Now, some of the title has been rewritten that there isn't any drug testing when you renew. You don't have a DOT physical. You don't have to go to training, and you can work as many hours. Some of these guys are working 16 hours. I can't do that. I'm 67 years old. I'm lucky to be out there 10 hours at a max. But I think self-regulation is the term we really should be addressing. Just like Uber, they self-regulate, and that's what we're going to do. If you want to put in some regulations so they have a camera, but I take exception to the comments about rape and murder. I mean, that happens in all industries. You have police officers, priests. I don't know when the last time a cab driver murdered anybody. I mean, it's happened, I know, but it's not a thing that happens on any kind of regular basis. Mr. Wellington, when we had those protests, he said he was going to look into this deregulation. I haven't heard anything else about it, But the cost of the dispatch, $800 a month, $950 a month, is a big burden. And self-regulating, if somebody wants to go out there and not do that and just go sit at the airport and work the airport or just get personals, that should be their prerogative. The way this industry is now, the drivers are making about 30-40% of what they used to make with the competition of Uber. And the way you wrote this Title 11, the next 2 years, another 40 cabs, and then after that, it's going to be open anyway. Anyone can walk in there for $1,400 and get a permit after the next 2 years. So that's pretty much opened it up anyway. So why not self-regulate? We don't need the government oversight. This Title 11 is just crazy.
Mr. Peterson had a question. Sorry. Oh, okay. Didn't have a question. Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Alfonso Martinez. I am check cab driver for many, many years right now. Don't make a sense to me say to you the year, guys, because really I think about this, not any more respect about it. You create all this situation when coming Uber and Lyft here to town. Right now, what is the point to we have a regulations? When I put to you one of the sample, I tell every day to my coworker. Few weeks ago, one of my sample, because I have only 3 minutes, for you understand what it means the regulation right now, for who work. Few weeks ago, I parking in downtown, okay, because right now I work in 15 hours. I work in day, night, I don't have a life. And then I parking in downtown, coming 5 people. I had the sedan. These 5 people coming, what I can do for this regulation, and it reject. I say to the people, no, I'm sorry, I can carry 5 because I have a sedan. What did the guy say behind me? No worry, man. We take a 1 Uber. Picky. I wait in like 15, 20 minutes, right there, coming the Uber. 5 people coming inside the sedan. How I feel the industry about regulation. Technically, right now, regulation is only for who? For us, for the cab driver, when we need to pay a lot of money for too many things. We pay to you guys. We do too many things for follow regulation for, you see guys, 20, 30, 15 years driving. Follow rule, follow regulation for what? I'm sorry I say this one right now to you guys. The last time, I picked up 5 people in my cab because I can lose another $50, $60 fare. I didn't. I'm sorry. But you put to us to not follow any more rules, you don't follow any more nothing. Why we need regulation? For who? For us only? It's about Uber, Lyft. They're doing whatever. I saw they put kids, babies, inside the car without booster, without nothing. I carry 2 boosters. I carry baby seat, everything to follow rules. This is my point about this one. Right now, about owners, about going to lose money or whatever, I don't know. I think about right now like a driver, because we're suffering. Okay? I owe money right now because I'm driving for many, many years. All this situation put me behind to too many things. Sometimes I need waiting 45 minutes for 1 trip. It sometimes happens this case, like say coming 5 people or whatever, we can say, no, because I have a regulation. We have a Title 11. I can do that one. This is one of my points right now, really. The another thing about what's going to happen with the permit, all these things, this is something you create, and you need going to find the solution with the old owners.
And your name is Alfonso Martinez?
Yeah, Alfonso Martinez, check a cab driver.
Thank you. Mr. Traney, did you have a question?
Just to clarify, we're not the ones that let Uber and Lyft into Anchorage. The state was.
Well, state plus.
It's a problem out there for you, but we're not the ones that let them in here. The state took it away from us. They do it. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Further public testimony.
Good evening. My name is Rafael Barbosa. I have been in this business forever. And obviously, it is pretty obvious that with the present ordinance that we're operating under, we're deregulated. We're not regulated. We're both. We're operating under both rules because we're only, about 2 years down the road, everybody's going to be able to get permits. You know, we're on a slow, we have been subject to a very slow, painful death. That's what we're under. And I've been looking for the last couple of years, trying to find the right guy that gets this point. This, with this administration, I have yet to find the person that can tell me why cannot we put a cap on this issuance of permits to stop the bleeding, because we're bleeding slowly, and no one is willing to help to stop the bleeding. The argument before was that we were operating under a monopoly, and Mr. Bill Evans obviously took care of that, broke the monopoly that we didn't create. It was created by the city. And it was working just fine, If they could have issued permits at that time when there was this urgency for more permits, but they went a different route, They completely axed the industry, and nobody's doing any fixing to that. Now we got another monopoly, dispatch companies, that's a monopoly. The income is slowly becoming less and less and less and less, and nobody is talking about that. We have to pay $950 a month, and on top of that, we have to pay for insurance. Each and every one of us is subject to a different price, depending on your driving record or history in the business, some of us are paying, I'm paying myself almost $8,000. Where am I going to get the money from? We got competition. We got Uber and Lyft. And, yeah, they're hurting us big time. And we all understand very clearly that that's not your fault. It's the state fault. Okay? Okay, so if we cannot take control over Uber, I know that someone in this assembly body can put a little bit of control to our situation. I really do believe that. Do you guys want to do that? I don't know. That's a question that I have been asking myself, the whole administration, and we're not finding that kind of help. So destroy us now. Why bleed? Why have us subject to this situation? If it's only going to end up, within 2 years, time flies. Or stop this bleeding, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Spot on time. Can you? And you've testified before, but can you give me your name again and spell the last name?
I'm sorry, Mr. Kraft.
Can you spell your name for the clerk?
Yes, Rafael, R-A-F-A-E-L, Barbosa, B-A-R-B-O-S-A.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, certainly.
Mr. Barbosa, do you support the repeal of Title 11 or not?
Let me say something. I'm very hard of hearing, so you can.
I'm sorry.
tell me.
Do you support the repeal of Title 11 or not?
We were trying to figure it out as well.
I'm like in both, I do and I don't. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir.
Hi, my name is, last name is Lee, first name is W-E-O-N. I used to be driving cab 1988 to 1998, and then I was trying to buy the permit. It was a high price. I couldn't buy, and I moved below 48. And then my friend told me the city auctioned the permit, low price. That's why I moved last year from the Texas to the Anchorage. I bought the permit. I auctioned to $7,014 paper. I owed $20,000 for money I owed my sister. And then my age is 65. I trying to get the job, hard to get the job. So I invest buying the job, $30,000, $7,000 permit, and then buy the car, and then buy the $6,500 insurance. I bought the job for invest the $30,000, and now I make a 12-hour working. Honestly, I book about $200, $180 to $200. I pay the dispatch $950, $6,500 for insurance, maintenance, and gasoline $30. So 12-hour working, I took home $100. But I'm very happy I'm working because I'm working better than working somebody else. But right now, 250 cab in Anchorage. If issue the more permit, it's going to hurt the business, industrial, cab industry, because Uber and then some app company, they took a 30 to 40% the business. Right now, 70% we share the old cab driver. And some people driving daytime, some people driving nighttime is shared. But if open the regular permit, it's going to be all single shift. And I don't know how much you're going to lose the business, but I'm worried about that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further public testimony? Anybody at all? If not, we'll close public testimony on this matter. So public testimony is closed. We can Well, if we have another version of this, oh, welcome, sir. Yeah, all right. So public testimony is not closed. If there's a version of this that is substantially different, as regulation light would be, then people can testify on that as well. So we'll reopen it if that's the case. If it's just this same proposal again, then we've had the public testimony on it. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Chair, the speaker could come up and take his time since we reopened public hearing, but at this time we have someone that's standing in front of the queue.
Yes, Mr. Constant.
Okay. My name is Rocky Park, R-O-C-K-Y, Park, P-A-R-K. I drive cab for 33 years in America. I started driving cab in Hawaii in 1985. When I had a taxi driver license, I learned about taxi definition. Taxi can stop anytime, any place, but I didn't find it in the Title 11 in Anchorage. But I always stopped anytime, any place. I was thinking it was a grandfather's rule. And sometimes people don't like it. I smile, sometimes I finger too. I wrote a movie script while I was driving cab. I invented so many ideas, and I tried to make a movie too, but I failed in business. But in that time, I really loved driving cab. One thing I did was, most American people watch the movie Forrest Gump. I watched maybe more than 30 times with some kind of purpose because I wanted to study how to make a movie. Maybe it gave me a trigger. I challenged it 7 years. Every single customers, not exemption, okay, I success. I never lie. 7 years, I made a comedy, make my customer laughing in my car. It's a miracle to me, Some reason I stopped. I was very busy, something else to do. I grant Title 11 yes and no, okay? Mm-hmm. But one reason I say we need a Title 11 because this is not fair competition. When Uber first came, my customer asked me, why you don't go to Uber? I never owned the taxi permit, right? 20 years I drive the cab. 1 year, 3 months, I'm permit owner. I'm enough, okay? When I buy permit, maybe one or 2 years, anytime I can stop. Do I have a time?
You can wrap up now if you would, sir.
Customer asking me, why don't you go Uber? I said, I want to finish taxi.
Thank you, sir.
I couldn't, most important part is about.
Just very briefly, what's the most important part?
Uber, my customers nowadays, when first time Uber came in, customers, they asked me, go to Uber, okay?
Yeah.
But now, they say they don't like Uber because they charge it 3 times, 4 times, or doubled. They don't like it.
Gotcha.
They will be fair, but
thank you, sir.
They afraid. They want to tax you down. That's why.
You've reached your time limit. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Sorry, my name is Arben Lina. I've been a taxi operator and driver for about 26 years, And sorry I spoke out of there, but Mr. Chair, I'm wondering, so is this public testimony going to stop now? You said 30 minutes and we were going to continue. So you talk about the S version, so I'd like to find out if I will be allowed to speak if we continue, or we're going to put a vote on this tonight. So that was my concern, because we're only following your direction here. So.
I think, it's a good point. We'll continue public testimony.
No, but anyway, since I'm here, I'd like to say that I'm totally opposed I'm against this. The reason being is safety component is one of it. So now I hear two camps here. One wants a watered down version. The bleeding is still occurring because in 2 years the acts, that has been referenced. But I'd like to also comment on something I read on the paper. I've been gone for about 3 weeks. I was down in Seattle, but I read on the paper yesterday, Mr. Whittleton, you, Mr. Croft, and Bill Evans, they stated that, there should be some regulation. Well, we can't have both. If we're going to compete properly with Uber and Lyft, now that they're operating out here, we can't be burdened with all this cost. So some of these operators are paying in excess of $8,000 per car. As Rafael mentioned $8,000, but he didn't mention that's per car. Imagine 4 cars, that's $36,000. And you have no drivers, and the drivers that are driving now, they're paying half of the lease because they're not making the money. So now, who's going to be in charge if we totally get deregulated? Well, let's find somebody else. Why should the city regulate? It is important for the city to regulate, in my opinion, for the safety aspect. If you allow us to operate on our own recognizance, if you think the meth, and I was on one of your meetings in the Turnagain Community Council, which I've had nothing but problems, 10, 15 calls to the city, APD showing up there, nothing is being done. If you think that the cabs don't need regulation, well, I got news for you. Crime will increase drastically. And so for me, the safety component cannot be ignored by this body here. And Mr. Whittleton, if you want deregulation, well, do it totally. No company should be allowed to become the czar from Eric Muzzer. Now we put the onus on the company. You should not trust the welfare of the public of this city. With dwindling revenue from the state, no money coming here. And, Bill Evans and Chairman Dunbar at the time, stated, nope, we're not going to stop the bleeding. Let the free market roll. Well, if we want that, 100% get rid of it. Vote on it tonight. Get rid of completely Title 11.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Yes, my name is Negata Desa. I've been driving a cab in Anchorage 6 years. Also, I've been driving a cab in Atlanta about 4 years. When Uber first came in Atlanta, I was there. And what happened is when Uber come there, Atlanta, they deregulated the cab regulation. They rid it off. And we've been doing okay. But when I moved here, I drive in 6 years. The high dispatch, $950 or $800. High insurance, $600 a month. That's $6,000 a year. And I leased a cab last year, and the maintenance is very costly. And they talk about the safety. Did Uber have a camera? They don't. We already have it. But I support deregulation. And I don't hear anybody mentioning the shuttle. The shuttle's taken our business anyway. The Uber's taken our business anyway. But we paying the high cost. Why I don't get my own car, my permit to support my family? So I need to regulate it. I support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else who would like to testify? Anyone at all?
What are we going to do with 4 new faces up there if it comes to a vote? We haven't heard anything.
Yeah, well, I'm waiting for anybody to come up with public testimony. So, Mr. Dunbar, were you going to make a motion to continue public testimony earlier?
No, I don't think so.
I would move to approve and urge no vote. Is there a second?
I haven't closed public testimony yet, Mr. Constable.
All right, yeah, I'll make a motion to continue public testimony until when? Do you want April 9th?
Yes.
April 9th.
Second.
No, tomorrow we've got to do all our other
I
work.
thought you hadn't closed public testimony.
That's why I'm making a motion to continue public testimony until April 9th.
Gotcha, okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Would you like a vote, or is there any objection to moving that? We'll continue public testimony till April 9th. Thank you for waiting so long. This matter will be heard then. Oh, yeah. We have a number of substantive issues, but many of the testifiers have gone. We also have alcohol licenses that have to be acted on. They start with P.
And we have 10 minutes.
Right. Well,
We're on 14D.
okay. Would you like to make a motion for us to start with PQRS? Go, start with 14P.
Start with item
Actually-
14P.
Actually, oh, well, I'm sorry, I had is in the queue there.
Any objection to that, Ms. Wimhoff?
Only that I was in the queue for something else. And my only comment was to help expedite the evening. I originally was going to suggest that 14H be postponed to April 9th with a work session, and that might help you take it off the calendar for tomorrow, and allow people to plan to not be here if they had and take up their evening.
Yeah, thank you. So the motion to start with item P, any objection to that, 14P? Item 14P, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the transfer of ownership of Restaurant Eating Place liquor license number 2276, restaurant designation for Cafe La Vita. Public testimony is open on that item, 2019-86. Anyone? Seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Yep, that item passes 11-0. Item 14Q, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the new beverage dispensary duplicate liquor license for Bernard Sofanagvong. Yep, should have it by now. Doing business as Bernie's Bungalow, located at 626 D Street.
Wait, reading.
Public testimony is open on this item, 219-87. Seeing no public testimony, it's closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Go for it.
Mr. Dyson, Mr. Trainee. Dyson says thumbs up.
Yeah, don't do that.
That item passes 11-0. Item 14R, 2019-88, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the new beverage dispensary duplicate liquor license, again at Bernie's Bungalow. So, how is it?
Waive reading.
Supanavong.
There, what he said. 2019-88, public testimony is open on this. Any at all? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
It's like we all want to drink.
That item passes 10-0. Item 14S, 2/1989, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the new winery liquor license 5750 for Two Seasons Mead, doing business as Two Seasons Meadery, 801 East 82nd. Public testimony is open. Seeing no public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 10-0. Mr. Dyson absent. Item 14T, 2019-90, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding transfer of ownership for beverage dispensary license 1666 for Irwin Development Group and authorizing the municipal clerk to take action. Public testimony is now open. Any public testimony? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. That item passes 10-0. Item 14U, 2019-91, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding a renewal wholesale general liquor license 5041 for Bill's Distributing, doing business as Avalanche Spirits.
Waive reading.
7900 Shun. Public testimony is open. Anyone to testify? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar?
They voted.
Okay.
I did vote. They did not count. Oh, yes, I did vote yes.
Brings us to audience participation. Any audience participation? V. Sorry.
What about all other stuff?
Those were ones that had to be done. But item 14V, resolution number AR 2019-92, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding renewal restaurant eating place license number 4991, Turnigan Arm Barbecue Pit, doing business as Turnigan Arm Barbecue Pit, located at 27957 Seward Highway, Indian, Alaska 99540.
Waive reading.
Public testimony is now open. Any member of the public must testify. Seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. It's been moved and seconded, Madam Clerk. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. So item 14V passes now 11-0. That'll bring us to the others people left on and will carry over. They'll automatically carry over to the 9th?
They will automatically carry over to the 9th unless you do not want to adjourn this meeting. And if you continue this meeting, it'll be whenever you continue it to.
So is there any item that cannot be taken over till the 9th?
According to Mr. Gates, and I believe he checked with Mr. Falsey, and there are no items that would be a problem to carry over till the 9th.
We could do M.
I would like to postpone H.
Well, it automatically postpones to that meeting, so it doesn't do anything to do that. That's what will happen if we adjourn.
To the April 9th?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So that's why we skipped over that. Yeah, with 3 minutes, I think we'll just
You got no time.
push them all over. We adjourn by operation of law at midnight. Audience participation.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I'll be brief. Of course, it's almost midnight. I live in the Mat-Su Valley. I follow the public process. The public process is done appropriately. The decision made by the governing body is more likely the public interest. I want to stress this, clearly stress this. When you close public hearing, please ask if there's any objection. Obviously, what happened tonight, a lot of confusion, statements saying we're going to continue public hearing, it's going to be only a half hour of testimony. All that stuff happened here tonight. And that's not fair to the public, fair for them to be attended, and realize people have a job. And it's difficult, particularly the items that were here. So with all due respect, please recognize the needs of the public in order to testify and what it's doing for them to be here the entire evening. And when you have issues that you know, obviously, there are going to be a lot of people who want to testify, and that happens from time to time. Recognize that and leave part of that agenda not toward the end of the meeting. Bring that out and not overload that agenda, so then the end result is you can't really deal with it respectively. And all due respect to yourself and the public, it's a long evening, we're all tired, and we better grasp the issues when we're more wide awake and have more energy and not late at night. And thank you very much and have a good evening.
Assembly comments? Seeing none, we're adjourned.